Lake Lanier is a large reservoir located in the northern part of Georgia. It was created by the construction of the Beaufort Dam on the Chattahoochee River in the 1950s. It's a pretty important lake in the region, considering it is a major source of drinking water for the city of Atlanta, as well as being a source of power generation and flood control. But it's also a very popular lake for recreation, especially with boaters, houseboats, jet skiers, etc. It sees about 8 to 10 million visitors annually and generates about $5 million a year in revenue. But what if I told you this lake was haunted? Or maybe cursed? Let's start where it was built, which was on top of multiple communities and cemeteries. Now that doesn't necessarily mean something's haunted, but when you get to looking at some of the tragedies associated with this lake, it's kind of bizarre. It's so bad that multiple podcasts, as well as hundreds of news stories, have covered this weird lake. And citing an article from 2023, the lake since its construction has seen nearly 700 deaths, many of these being labeled as strange, unexplained, and unsolved. 200 of those, or almost 29%, have occurred in the past 30 years. 27 of those deaths, a body was never recovered. The lake has also seen more than 500 boating accidents. Some of these where the boats just mysteriously went up into flames. It's said to be the most dangerous underwater surface in the US. Actually, it's one of the most dangerous lakes in the US, period. And that's because it was built over these communities, where divers can still see relics of streets, walls, and houses at the bottom of the lake, along with at least 20 headstones and graves. And sometimes in a drought, boaters and swimmers become exposed to sunken boats, cars, and even the occasional body that surfaces. Rescue divers have also commented about how they are constantly being called out to do rescue and/or recovery calls. Even as I researched this mystery, I come across the tragedy of a 24-year-old man who, just in the past week or two, got electrocuted in the lake and then died the next day. While authorities have not released details on how he got electrocuted, it is known that boats can leak electrical currents into the water, and since he was near a boat dock, that's probably what happened. And in addition to this, 2 other people died in the lake that week, both from drowning. And if you're thinking, well, these deaths really just sound kinda like the average number of accidents that would occur at a lake with so many people visiting. However, you would be wrong. For comparison, Lake Allatoona is just 40 miles west of Lake Lanier and gets roughly the same number of visitors a year, yet has 1/3 of the amount of deaths. Keep in mind, we haven't even gotten to the ghost part yet. Many people have reported seeing a shadow figure sitting on a raft with a pole that he uses to guide himself forwards, backwards, and side to side across the lake while using a lantern to see. Others report seeing a woman in a flowing blue dress who died at the lake in the past, or a ghostly figure of a boy walking along the shore, while some swimmers have told stories about arms reaching up and grabbing them, not to mention hearing creepy sounds from beneath the water, such as church bells or cries for help. But why would it be haunted? Well, in addition to the leftover cemeteries, paranormal believers cite it as beginning with the Cherokee removal, which led to the Trail of Tears, and also other things that stain the past in this area, such as slavery. However, skeptics still believe that it can all be chalked up to debris under the water and people not taking precaution. But I ask you, what do you think? Santer, North Carolina. Santer is an alleged cryptid said to be a mysterious feline most commonly seen in western North Carolina, and while not dangerous to humans, it has been known to be a predator of livestock. The cat's description is that of a long body covered with reddish, sometimes gray hair. It has a large bald head with small eyes, long legs, and a tail, which has 8 hard knots, kinda making it look like a string of beads. It can use that tail as a weapon, and its skill and power is enough to knock out a cow or a hog with one slap, which sounds like a cryptid we looked at in the Mega Unsolved series called the Silver Cat. The Santer, however, lives mostly in wooded swamps in the neighborhoods of small villages where livestock is kept. The cat is extremely quick and rarely seen, and its piercing baby-like wail even makes dogs scared to attack it. The first reported attack occurred on September 4th, 1890, in the Statesville Landmark, a newspaper in North Carolina. It recorded that a police officer by the name of Mr. Fettle claimed to have shot at it while it was after a dog. Tracks were found that next morning. This same cat was said to have eaten 7 pigs and 15 cows before a hunting party was finally established to go and kill the creature, but they never seen or heard it. But they did come by more tracks, which were about 8 inches long and 4 inches wide and looked similar to a bear. Around the same time, another newspaper would tell the story of a possum hunter who heard the cat scream, which scared his dogs off. Another man caught a glimpse of the cat, and he described the size as not quite big as a cow. Finally, it was sighted near a house by 2 widows, where it was said to be reared up against the door, growling at something. It would be another 7 years before sightings returned, this time at Roaring River, where it was seen eating pet cats. An article from this time suggested that it might actually be an escaped wildcat from a circus that came through a year before. Then, about a month later, the same creature was found feasting on cats and dogs before it was finally captured. It was described as looking like a large shepherd dog, but no one had ever seen anything like it. Unfortunately, no pictures exist. Then, if we jump ahead 2 years later, in 1899, 12 chickens would end up being killed and eaten by what was assumed to have been the same creature. A woman would then claim she seen the cat and it had a gray appearance and was between the size of a cat and dog. These sightings would occur off and on until the 1920s when it finally died off. So what was it? Most seem to think now that it was nothing more than a hoax, built upon the old lumberjack stories from the 19th century, and then hyped up by the newspapers for increased sales. Michael Bell, Tennessee, July 23, 1998. 21-year-old Michael Bell would go into his job at a convenience store located in Middleton, Tennessee, which is on the state line with Mississippi. Little could he know the tragedy that was about to befall him, because that morning, Michael, who was only working the summer job until he would be attending vocational school that fall, would be approached by a man with a gun who then promptly shot him and fled back to Mississippi. And crazily enough, this man's face was captured on security video, and while the quality is not as nice as what we have nowadays, most would think it's good enough to have at least led to an identification. However, that never happened. And I know you're watching this and thinking, yeah, that's an awful story, and while technically a mystery, convenience stores get robbed all the time, and unfortunately, the clerks sometimes die, so it's not really that big of a mystery. But, actually it is. Let me explain. Investigators initially thought it was a robbery gone bad. I mean, who wouldn't think that? The screenshot clearly shows the man reaching over into the register and stealing money, right? True, but investigators would uncover that the robbery was not the motive. The man actually came in just to murder Michael and took advantage of the fact that he had opened the cash register. So what was the motive? Was it revenge? No. Was it about a debt owed? No. Were they fighting over a girl? No. And this is where the story takes a dark and very interesting turn. It appears Michael was the victim of a contract killing, and while those do happen, why would anyone target a 21-year-old about to start vocational school? When you think of someone putting out a hit on someone, you think about drug connections, or the mafia, or heck, even spouses. But Michael, as far as we know, was connected to none of that, nor was he married. 4 years later, in January 2002, a segment on America's Most Wanted was aired about the murder, and it resulted in several good leads, as well as a sketch, which I am unable to find. The FBI joined the case in 2017, nearly 20 years after the fact, and the reward was increased to $24,000. And since they've joined, some new promising leads have been investigated, and the case made progress up until 2019, when the Department of Justice announced their intent to take over the investigation. They even released enhanced images of the security footage along with the vehicle. That car was said to be a late 90s model GM sedan, yet nothing, which is strange that this suspect has not been seen or heard of again, or at least no one's talking if he has been. This has led to speculation that it was a professional hitman from out of town, which gets back to the mystery. Why on earth did Michael have a hit put out on him? Victor Shoemaker Jr., West Virginia. May 1st, 1994. 5-year-old Victor Shoemaker had been attending a family reunion with his mother in the small town of Kirby, West Virginia. That day, he would go off into the woods behind his grandfather's home, following behind his older cousins, who were 8 and 9 years old at the time. The boys were out shooting their BB gun when they started to notice the younger Victor being unable to keep up. However, they still kept their eye on him. The three boys would then come up to an abandoned trailer in the woods. It was about 8:30 p.m. at this time, and Victor started asking to go home, stating that he was hungry. The elder cousins, however, were not ready to go and would not take him back. So Victor, this little 5-year-old, would set off back on his way alone to his grandfather's house. A little while later, Victor's cousins would arrive back, expecting to find Victor there, but to their surprise, he had never made it back. This, of course, set off alarm bells to Victor's mother, who started hitting the boys up with questions about what happened to him. And unfortunately, the kids, well, they lied, because they had been told to watch Victor and take care of him. And not only that, they were told specifically to stay away from the abandoned trailers in the area. So instead of telling them where they had last seen him, which was at one of these trailers, they lied and claimed to have last seen him somewhere else, which threw off the search for the first hour. However, they did eventually admit to their lie and told the truth about seeing him walking away from the trailer, about a half a mile from their grandfather's home. However, Victor was never found. Investigators started to wonder if maybe some kind of accident had happened, or maybe even the boys had intentionally harmed him. But both boys passed polygraph tests, along with a specifically designed exam for children. One of the boys' mothers also passed the polygraph, along with Victor's father. But strangely, one of those boys, when asked what they thought had happened, said, quote, "Somebody hiding behind a tree got up and grabbed him or shot him," end quote, which is a little disturbing. Detectives came to the conclusion that Victor simply got lost on the walk back to his grandfather's and died of exposure, which had some validity. It was getting dark, and the terrain was very rocky and difficult to navigate. It also rained just a few days later, and the temperatures dropped significantly, leading to the thought that he succumbed to hypothermia. However, Victor's father heavily disputed this because his son was very familiar with the area, because like a lot of kids in country areas, they spend a lot of time in the woods, and while investigators stated their belief was he succumbed to the elements, law enforcement would release something kinda odd. They would all of a sudden announce that they were looking to speak to a driver of a dark blue 1990 model pickup that was seen around the time and area where Victor was last spotted. It was stated that the main road that came through this area was not well traveled, and they hoped this driver may have relevant info about what happened to Victor, which certainly kinda seems like maybe they didn't think it was the elements after all. And just like the other 411 stories, the entire forested area was searched extensively, and not one clue was ever found, even calling in helicopters, dogs, the National Guard, as well as the FBI, who were contacted with the thought that foul play may have occurred. However, no sign of Victor was ever found. Miss X, Alabama. April 18th, 1982, Romulus, Alabama. 3 men were fishing along a place called Slaughter Creek near the banks of Black Warrior River. Not long after the men arrived, did they see what they thought was a large log covered in weeds off the riverbank. As they got closer, they were shocked to realize that it was the body of a woman, which lay partially submerged in the water. Of course, the fishermen went back to call the police, who arrived shortly later to collect the remains and take them back for an autopsy, the results of which were pretty disturbing. The woman had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and then strangled. And craziest of all, it had happened within the past 24 hours of being found by the fishermen, possibly within just a few hours. They also found that the woman was about 30 to 40 years old with a healthy reddish complexion, which indicated to them that she was frequently engaged in outdoor activities and may have performed manual labor. It was also found that she had given birth at some point in the past. Investigators would try to retrace her steps and establish exactly what had happened. At the scene, they did find signs of a struggle, indicating the murder had taken place there, and it's also possible that she was attacked while fishing. A group of campers were also interviewed shortly after the body was found. These campers had actually set their tent up close to where the body was, but didn't hear, see, or smell anything out of the ordinary. This is when a second group of witnesses came forward. They had been riding three-wheelers in the area when they seen a woman matching the Jane Doe's description on the 16th, just days before. They claimed a man that was between 35 and 40 years old was with her. They drove a 1973 or 1974 Ford LTD with a dark vinyl top and possible front end damage. The car had become stuck in the mud along a road. This woman had asked the group while the man remained sitting in the car. They would note that he was visibly upset and blaming the woman for getting stuck. This man has never been identified, but was described as being a white man with a healthy reddish complexion, as well as having a shaven face, and being around 6'1", 180 to 200 pounds, with a muscular build. However, it cannot be certain that this incident or people are related to Miss X, and investigators theorized at first she was probably killed by a local, considering where the body was found. She, on the other hand, is believed to have not been local, and instead was probably a drifter. They believe this because they actually got a good photo of her post-mortem, which I won't show here, but you can find pretty easily online, and the sketches made of her are also pretty accurate. Yet, no one local recognized her. Her body was exhumed in 2003 to extract DNA, but even after 4 decades, we have no idea who this woman is. The Crossroads Tavern Massacre, Texas. On the night of June 24th, 1981, in the town of Port Lavaca, Texas, a woman named Merrill Ball was sitting at home anxiously awaiting the arrival of her 43-year-old husband, William. As the night wore on, she began to worry, but assumed that he had stopped to have a drink. She would fall asleep soon, though, and woke up the next morning to realize William never made it home. Knowing this was certainly unusual, she decided to go check out the Crossroads Tavern, a place where he would occasionally stop to drink. She made it there around 6:30 a.m. and found his vehicle, and went inside, and what she found was a pretty grisly scene. Actually, it was a massacre. William, along with 3 women, all lay in pools of blood on the floor. William was the only one who still clung to life. Merrill would hurriedly call the police. William was rushed to the hospital, where it looked pretty grim. He had been shot in the head and chest, and had a slash through his stomach. 66-year-old manager, Lenny York, was already dead, along with 19-year-old waitress, Margie Matoka, and a 21-year-old, Lark Sailor, who was a semi-regular customer to the establishment. All 3 had been beaten and murdered execution style. Autopsies on the women began almost immediately, and found that all 3 had died between 12 and 1 a.m. And here is where we come across the first problem with this mystery. The small town sheriff's department had no experience with something like this. They were completely baffled and shocked and had no idea what to do. They did know robbery was not the motive, because no money was taken and everyone's valuables were left untouched. Another issue was the fact that it had been 50-cent beer night and an estimated 100 people had visited and left numerous fingerprints. But in a brain-numbingly dumb move, the sheriff's department decided not to take any fingerprints because of that reason. No murder weapon was found, but 8 shell casings were. Police started to look for what kind of knife created William's injury, but soon realized that his injury came after William fell onto a broken door hinge as he tried to crawl to a phone to call police. William himself would cling to life for about a month before eventually succumbing to his wounds. Before he died, law enforcement stated that he had provided critical evidence to help solve the case, and they believed it would meet a resolution soon. However, the case quickly went cold, and it would be a year before the sheriff would finally announce that they had a suspect and that an arrest was imminent. But again, nothing came of it. A task force was set up 2 years after the murders, though. They found a stolen car hidden in a shed that seemed like it might be related. However, police would never confirm this, only saying that one of the men captured was a business associate of one of the victims. Another investigator would end up chasing leads down in 3 states, coming up with 3,000 pages worth of reports. This investigation led up to a dozen arrests of people for other crimes, yet were unrelated to the actual murders. The case was then joined by the Texas Rangers, the FBI, and ATF, which also offered no resolution. And 4 decades later, the massacre is still unsolved. Mary Little, Georgia. Mary Little, a 25-year-old secretary at a bank in Atlanta, was a newlywed of 6 weeks who was at the center of this crazy mystery. On the evening of October 14th, 1965, Mary's husband Roy was out of town for work and expected to be home the next day, where they were going to have dinner. So after work, Mary would go buy some groceries for that dinner, and met a female co-worker at a cafe before the two went window shopping at a mall. They then parted ways at 8 p.m. The next morning, Mary did not show up for work, nor did she call in, which was very unusual, so much so that her boss called the apartment complex to speak to Mary's landlord, who told him the morning newspaper was still on her sidewalk. The landlord agreed to go check on her, and entering her apartment, found it empty. Her boss then contacted the co-worker that she had spent the previous evening with, and found that Mary had parked at the mall where they had been. The boss in turn called the security at that mall, and they went and looked for Mary's car and found that it was not there. However, after not hearing anything around noon, her boss decided to drive over himself and check it out, and he seen Mary's car was still at the mall. Inside the vehicle was even more perplexing: bags of groceries, a small amount of blood, and a slip, panties, a girdle, bra, and a single stocking, which had been folded on the console between the seats. The car was also coated with the red dust, suggesting that it was driven on a dirt road, and was also later found that it had been driven 41 miles. After law enforcement was called, they come to the conclusion that whoever abducted her took her car and brought it back, seemingly just before her boss arrived, but after the security guards looked for it. By nighttime, the story was the talk of the town. Detectives would talk to the co-worker that Mary was last seen with at the mall, and she relayed to them that Mary never acted like anything was wrong, or that she potentially worried about anything. However, a friend from high school came forward after and stated that Mary had confided in her about her fear of being alone in her home and car. Investigators also learned a secret admirer had sent her flowers, yet the florist had no details on who the person was buying them. But this is where the case takes a weird turn. A month later, Mary's credit card was found to have been used at a Charlotte gas station 250 miles away. That charge showed that it happened the morning after her disappearance, and then another charge later that afternoon in Raleigh, 400 miles away. And both receipts had Mary's signature, and even when compared by handwriting experts, was deemed a match. Detectives wasted no time going to these gas stations to see if these men may have remembered anything at all about that night, and they were surprised to find out that the gas station attendant in Charlotte remembered the woman. He stated she had a cut on her head and was trying to hide her face, and traveling in the company of a man who was giving her orders. And at the gas station in Raleigh, the attendant there said he had seen her and that she had blood on her legs and was traveling with two men. Even stranger was Charlotte was Mary's hometown before she moved to Atlanta. Why would this man, or these men, take her back to where she could be recognized and make her get out while she was bloody and pay for gas? I mean, that's pretty stupid, but I guess it did work, because she was never seen again. Investigators never got a good description of the car she was spotted in, nor did they find out where Mary's car had disappeared to that morning, although someone had placed a stolen license plate from Charlotte on her car, which might be why the security guards at the mall could never find it. As far as theories go, there are a few. Her husband Roy was a person of interest in spite of having an alibi out of town. All of Mary's friends did not like him and spoke poorly of him, and he really didn't seem to care that Mary had vanished. He also refused to take a lie detector test. Others point to her place of employment, which was investigated for a couple of ongoing scandals, one of those being possible prostitution occurring on the property. There's also the thought that it might have been the secret admirer who had been calling her and sending flowers. Bear King of Marble Falls, Texas. On the afternoon of May 15th, 1901, in Marble Falls, Texas, a girl named Ramey Arlen was out tending to a sheep flock on one of her family's farms. Her mom would all of a sudden hear Ramey scream, and then hear what she thought was the roar of a panther. She would grab her gun and run outside to where Ramey was supposed to be, but found that she was gone. She would then begin to search the woods, finding nothing. Her mother then went back home and told neighbors, who would quickly form a search party and go look for Ramey. This search would go on into the night, and they too were unable to find her. But the next day, a local hunter did find Ramey wandering around in the woods aimlessly, several miles away from her home. She would claim that she had been grabbed by a bear man who brought her to a cave in the mountains and struck her anytime she tried to escape. She eventually waited till this creature went to sleep before escaping. Once Mary was taken back to her family, and the town was told of what had happened, they would form a hunting party to go and find this creature, and they eventually did find its cave, and the beast, which growled like a panther and beat its chest. It was said to look human-like, and the men hesitated at shooting it, but when this cryptid charged them, they had no choice. They left no account of what they did with the body afterwards. Surprisingly, this story was told in a couple of major newspapers across the country, but it first appeared in one called the Washington Bee, based in D.C. From the article, Ramey would state, quote, "I was walking along a narrow trail when a large black bear suddenly appeared in front of me. He quickly turned to run away when a curious-looking animal, running on 4 feet, sprang out of the chaparral into the trail. I saw at a glance that the monster in some way resembled a human being," end quote. She would then go on to say that this creature seized her and carried her off into the mountains. So what was it? Well, some cryptid believers cite that it was a Sasquatch, or perhaps a wild man, while others point to it being a hoax, which newspapers weren't opposed to doing back then. Heck, there were not even any local newspapers in Texas that covered this event. It seemed to mainly appear in newspapers of just a couple big cities on the coast, meaning that it was most likely a hoax to increase sales. The Alabama Stone. In 1824, 58-year-old Silas Dinsmore, a businessman and city planner living in Mobile, would send a strange artifact known as the Alabama Stone to the American Antiquarian Society located in Massachusetts. This was a society that many of the nation's leading men were part of, including President James Monroe, so it was pretty common for people to send any kind of special artifact there in hopes of being made a member themselves. In fact, the first governor of the Mississippi Territory, a man from Massachusetts, sent the society one of its first treasures, an ancient stone called the Natchez Idol. But back to the Alabama Stone, Dinsmore, who was certainly hoping to become a member of the society, would ship a tear-shaped slab of sandstone 21.5 inches by 18 inches. This mysterious stone had a crooked inscription in Latin that translated to King of Spain and the Indies. Underneath that was the strangely formed numbers 1232. Dinsmore had gotten the rock from a man named Levin Powell, Tuscaloosa's first tax collector, who claimed a 17-year-old boy named Thomas Scales and his father found it in 1817, when the two were clearing land where the Big Creek enters the Black Warrior River. They said it was partially buried at the foot of a tulip tree. Powell, the tax collector, had set it outside his office as a curiosity for visitors. This has long led to speculation that it's one of the earliest pieces of evidence of European exploration of America, that of Hernando de Soto's expedition in 1539. Hardly any evidence from that expedition has ever been found, except for a few bells found at Indian sites. But what about the number 1232? One argument for that number is that it was a simple mistake and should have read 1532, or possibly that it could have been some kind of distance measurement they used making the journey from Tampa. However, some have argued that it really came from the Spanish colonial activity in the 1780s, where the stone may have been a territory marker because it was located exactly 1,232 furlongs, or about 155 miles, upriver from a Spanish fort. But even that is just a wild guess, as no one knows for sure if this stone is even legit, and if it is, when and where it exactly came from. Cyclops of the Bayou, Louisiana. This one is pretty crazy, and the details are scarce, but I'll try to fill in the gaps the best I can. On a night in 1957, what time of the year I could not find, but it was around 9 p.m., 4 friends, who wished to remain anonymous, were driving around in Louisiana. They would cross a bridge that I could only find named as Tangipahoa River Bridge, yet I couldn't find out what town that was in. Regardless, this took place in the bayou. These 4 friends had just seen a movie, and then finished up by going to have dinner. Now, here they were, just driving around talking and hanging out. After they crossed the bridge, they come up on a smaller bridge, and here's where things got weird. As they got closer, they would notice to the passenger side of the car a person walking out of the ditch. The first thing they noticed was this person's immense height, which gave off the resemblance of a giant. There was also something about this giant that just didn't feel right. Something was off, so the group waited until they reached the next stop, and they turned around and took the highway back to where they saw this humanoid. Once they got back to the area, they turned back around to drive towards that same ditch. They would then see the giant still standing there, and I assume there wasn't much traffic that night, because they would actually stop their car in the middle of the road, but not before setting it at an angle to get their headlights out over the ditch. What they seen was this man that was roughly 7.5 feet tall and was described as hefty, around 325 pounds. He was wearing a pair of pants and a very dark bluish shirt, which seemed to be in very poor condition. They were unable to see if the man was wearing shoes, however. They at first thought this was a homeless man who was just really freakishly tall, but what they seen next spooked them. The man's face was disfigured. His nose looked like that of a snout, and he had one eye that was located off-center on his forehead. The man, who must have also been weirded out by these people gawking at him, walked back down the ditch and into the woods. The four friends sped off, thinking they had just seen a Cyclops. Actually, these four individuals were so shook up that they went to the nearest police station to report what they had seen. The officers, understandably, did not take a word of it seriously. So, just what did these people see? Well, if the story is true, and that's a big if, it's possible that this was just a person with a deformity who chooses to come out late because he's self-conscious about it, and he basically just lives a secret life. The four witnesses who had seen him would actually state later that that was their belief. Although, these four friends all lived within that little area where the sighting was, and they reportedly never seen him again. Others have suggested that this man was instead a true Cyclops, while others cite that the whole story is probably just a hoax by four bored friends. Johnny Rush Bowman, Virginia. August 19th, 1984. Johnny Bowman of Manassas, Virginia, would be awoken and startled to hear the doorbell ringing at 4:15 a.m. in the morning. After Bowman went down and opened the door, he would be viciously attacked. The attack was so loud that it woke his 2-year-old up from her sleep, but Bowman fought back, and maybe now is a good time to point out, Johnny Rush Bowman was a Virginia state trooper, making this attack all the more odd, because most people would typically not open the door for anyone that hour of the morning, and most people think that a police officer would at least take his sidearm before opening the door. But Johnny didn't. He did fight back, however, but he would die after being stabbed 45 times. His chest was punctured. He also received wounds to the neck, face, stomach, and shoulder, and some on his back as well. Whoever did it did so in a frenzy, continued to stab him while he laid on the ground. The start of the investigation probably didn't go as well as it could have. It was 1984, and crime scene analysis was very different, and it's possible crucial evidence wasn't collected. Bowman's wife, Terry Lee, would give her telling of the events, stating that Johnny was awakened by the doorbell ringing repeatedly. Johnny went downstairs to open the door. After unlocking it, the killer would use an obscenity and then state, quote, "I'm from the power company," end quote, and then started stabbing him over the next 3 minutes with what police believed was a 4-inch blade. Terry would then call 911 twice, telling police her husband was being assaulted, but she could not see the killer because it was too dark. Johnny's brother, who, with his wife, were spending the weekend there, would tell police that he came to the head of the stairs and saw the killer leaving the house, and he chased him, and they grappled briefly. However, investigators recovered a plastic construction hard hat, a cheap brown curly wig, and a pair of tinted sunglasses that the killer most likely wore. As far as theories go, there was one strange one offered up, and I don't know if it was just a product of the 80s or what. The detective stated that the murder was characteristic of a homosexual killing. I'm not sure how they meant that, but they also stated it could have been over a dispute touched off by sudden rage. But they did clarify that they had no evidence for either scenario. They would then later theorize that the murder could have been brought on by drugs or a mentally ill person, while others thought that it was someone that feared Bowman knew harmful information about him, but they really couldn't even agree to if the murder was random or if they knew Bowman. However, by 1986, the picture began to clear up, and police stated They were 99% sure who was behind the murder. Several sources named this man as fellow state trooper Perry Worrell, and it was over some personal problems involving Worrell, Bowman, and Bowman's wife, Terry. And apparently, according to detectives, he had been a suspect since basically the beginning. Unfortunately, they never had enough evidence to take it to trial, and he quit the force not long after this, and he would die in 2015, denying that he was ever involved, leaving the mystery still unsolved. Jennifer Wyant, Tennessee. On Saturday, June 28, 1980, 21-year-old Jennifer Wyant of Nashville, Tennessee, would attend a softball party before returning back to her apartment to turn in for the night, as she usually attended church on Sunday mornings. However, Jennifer did not make it in the next morning to attend service with her parents, but her parents weren't really that alarmed and just assumed that she had slept in. The following day, though, Jennifer did not show up for work either, and when her parents found out, they tried to get a hold of her, and when Jennifer didn't answer, they knew something was wrong. They would go straight to the police and file a missing persons report. Detectives would begin to retrace her steps in hopes of finding the young woman. They would first go to her apartment and searched it, only to find that it was undisturbed. Outside in the parking lot, her black Trans Am set, and it too was completely undisturbed. They were able to eventually confirm that she had attended the softball party, and she did return back. Yet, it looked like no struggle had taken place. But they would go to interview the neighbors, and this is where things took a dark turn. Multiple neighbors would tell investigators that they had heard screaming that night, that some of them even looked out the window to see 4 people forcing a woman into a dark 4-door sedan. However, these neighbors didn't bother to call the police. Instead, they told the apartment security guard. This was only the beginning of a couple of terrible decisions that night, because not only did none of these neighbors call the police, but the security guard, he didn't notify the police either. It would be another 5 months until detectives got their first big break. That was on December 11th, when they found Jennifer's driver's license 15 miles away from her apartment. It was found at a site where a housing complex was under construction. Police dogs were brought in, but could not pick up the scent of Jennifer. The case after this went ice cold. Fast forward to 2021, and we would get the first update about the case in nearly 40 years. An ABC affiliate would publish a piece about the case and revealed that Jennifer never made it back into her apartment. Instead, she got ambushed in the parking lot when she returned back from softball. Detectives could never get a for sure motive about why she was abducted, only saying she was targeted, and over 4 decades later, there's still no resolution. Even with several witnesses, even though 4 people were involved, nothing, no closure. Bighoot, West Virginia. And yes, I said Bighoot, not Bigfoot. Bighoot is a name coined by cryptozoologist Mark Hall for a species of owl believed to have been encountered in the woods of West Virginia and across the Ohio Valley. The bird is much bigger than the regular owl, reaching alleged heights of 5 feet tall, while some more legendary tales have cited seeing the owl being able to fly away with people. Some have even tried to claim this cryptid might actually be a prehistoric owl thought to be extinct, called Ornamengalonyx, which grew to be about 3.5 feet in height. And while you may not find a giant owl cryptid to be especially interesting, there's actually a little bit more to this story. What if all the Mothman sightings in West Virginia from November 1966 to December 1967 were really just this giant owl? Now I know it's blasphemy to West Virginians to hear that the Mothman might not be real, but this theory actually makes a lot of sense. And it's not just the Mothman. The giant owl could explain other cryptids too, like Birdman, which was said to be a giant red bird with the head of a man, sorta like Mothman, and apparently like to chase cars. There's also the Thunderbird cryptids, which we discussed previously. A giant owl would also explain these, and even in certain situations, seeing red eyes setting up about 8 feet high that could be mistaken for a Sasquatch, in reality is nothing more than a huge owl perched up on a limb. There's even Native American legends about these creatures called flying heads, which were just that, giant flying heads with claws, again, which sounds suspiciously close to a giant owl. But the most important of Hall's theory was that of the giant owl being Mothman. A lot of the weird reports for Mothman's sight no head, but eyes embedded into its chest. Considering an owl's small rounded head seems to set right atop of its roundish body, it appears that it has no neck, and in flight, it could look like a headless winged figure, or maybe even a large flying head, especially in the dark. Owls also give off a red eye shine when light hits them, and that's supposed to be the Mothman's most striking feature, its shining red eyes. Finally is the wingspan. Mothman's is supposed to be around 10 feet, which would just be ginormous for an owl, which gets us back to this cryptid. Could it be that there is an undiscovered species of giant owl, thus making it a cryptid, flying around in West Virginia? It's very conceivable. Hall would also report on a sighting from 1982 from a woman in southwest Ohio, where she swore that she could see a tree moving, and it startled her, so she watched it closely, and then seen that the tree flexed its wings, which was about the size of a small airplane. It was then that she noticed that it was actually just a huge owl. She also made note of the creature's giant 3 claws, the same type of claws that the Mothman is supposed to have. Although skeptics point out, if Bighoot exists, remains would have been found. Still, I think after all the cryptids we have covered, I have to believe that this one has the best chance of actually existing. The Phantom Whistler, Louisiana, February 1950, in Paradise, Louisiana. 18-year-old Jacqueline Cadeau would become the victim of a bizarre harassment campaign. It all started with what Jacqueline would describe as hearing wolf whistles outside her window at the home she shared with her mother. This went on several times over a period of time, and the women would often look out and could never find anyone making the noise, and that's because it's believed he had hid somewhere in the shrubbery. But it began to escalate, because their house would eventually be broken into as well, and although they couldn't prove it, they pretty much assumed whoever was doing the whistling also broke in. This is already creepy and weird enough on its own, but it got worse, because Jacqueline would end up announcing her engagement to a state trooper named Herbert Belsom, and the whistler did not like this. Now, he started to whistle the notes to the funeral march and then ending with a blood-curdling moan before fleeing from her yard and disappearing into the night. And not surprisingly, the Cadeau family started to get concerned, especially after someone began to make threatening phone calls to the home, one in which a man told Jacqueline's mother if she married Herbert, he would stick a knife in her, and then saying, "Your daughter will never marry him, I'm going to kill her." This obviously grabbed the attention of the newspapers, and one reporter would actually go to their home, and he too would hear the whistler. It was not long after this that Jacqueline had a nervous breakdown. As far as who the man was, he was only spotted one time, and that's when Jacqueline's mother seen a stocky man with matted hair fleeing across the lawn. Law enforcement was stumped as well. Despite searching the yard several times, they could never find a clue of the man. Jacqueline would eventually move in with her fiance's parents for a while, and when she did, the whistler would call Jacqueline's mother and state, quote, "Tell Jackie I know she's at Herbert's house," end quote. It was like she couldn't get away from this weirdo. Eventually, Jacqueline and Herbert got married, despite fears that this man would show up and attack. Yet, nothing happened. And then, the harassment stopped. Just like that. And ever since, the question remains, just who was this guy? The sheriff initially told reporters that the whole thing was a hoax, yet later went back on this because he announced an arrest had been made in the case. Yet, he would never release this person's name because he said he didn't want to embarrass the persons involved, which is kinda odd, and since no charges were filed, the person could legally remain anonymous. Theories would range over the years, with some claiming that it was a paranormal event, that she was haunted by a ghost, but there seems to be a more down-to-earth theory, which was the sheriff did not want to embarrass this person behind it because these persons were the Cadeau family, and the whole thing was done just to get attention. He would eventually call it an inside job. However, others still claim it was the work of an unknown prankster that the sheriff either could not catch or did catch and just told the person to knock it off. Elizabeth Gill, Missouri. On June 13th, 1965, 2-year-old Beth Gill of Cape Girardeau, Missouri, was at home with one of her siblings while her mother was traveling back home from Chicago. Her father was also out of town for work at this time, and in a nightmare scenario around 4 p.m., it was realized that Beth had disappeared from the yard. Her siblings and other neighborhood children began to search for the little girl before one of them went to contact the police. And in what must have been horrifying, Beth's mother would return home to a small crowd of people and the police to hear that her 2-year-old baby was missing. She fainted on the spot, but when she came to, she began searching immediately. The police, for their part, would canvass the entire neighborhood, as well as dragging the Mississippi River, yet nothing came up. The next morning, investigators would begin going around asking questions, and it was then that a mechanic informed police that a couple had brought in a 1965 Chevy truck, which needed to be fixed. However, the mechanic would have to order a part before it could be worked on, and this would take a couple of days. The couple stated they were okay with staying in town until the part arrived, and after a few days, the part would arrive, and the mechanic called the motel where this mysterious couple were staying and found out from the motel clerk that they had checked out the day before. It would be later when the mechanic heard about Elizabeth's disappearance around 4 p.m. that he realized that was when the couple had checked out. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Well, investigators would actually go to this motel to check on this couple and found that the people who had rented the room had a long history of using fake names and switching license plates, even doing so in town, leading investigators to believe they were involved in some criminal activities. They were known to be drifters that traveled around the region selling purses, and it wasn't just 2 people. It was a husband and wife in their 60s, plus their daughter and her husband that had rented the room, and Beth's mom and brother actually seen this woman talking to Beth near her car just days before. These 4 individuals, whoever they really were, became the top suspects almost immediately. Investigators were eventually able to track the vehicle back to a dealership in Lake Orion, Michigan, but that's as far as they could get. Plus, the case now went over state lines, and the police would have to contact the FBI. But sadly, the FBI claimed since there was no clear evidence of a kidnapping, they could not intervene, and all they could do was list Elizabeth as a missing person. It would be almost 50 years later before the FBI finally reopened and reclassified the case as kidnapping. Authorities did reveal they interviewed an elderly woman about the case, but she was reluctant to discuss what she knew, but mentioned 2 members of her own family were involved in the investigation. The 4 travelers are most likely behind the abduction, and detectives feel that either the younger woman traveling with them wanted Beth as a child of her own, or they knew a couple that wanted one. Regardless, these people were never identified, and Beth's fate is still unsolved. Smurfette, Texas. This next one could be disturbing for some viewers, so I'll give you a few seconds to skip ahead if you choose. On October 16th, 2012, in Houston, Texas, a driver going through a road that was heavily trafficked would pull off to the side. Usually, that is not something that would be done here, but this driver had lost the hubcap. As the driver was looking for it, he came up on a gated gravel driveway leading to a private oil field sitting about 20 feet from a fork in the road. Laying here was discarded trash and some black plastic garbage bags. Getting the better of this driver's curiosity, he would take a peek and discover human remains that had been double bagged and had skeletonized. Of course, the horrified man called authorities, who come to the scene and started their investigation. After sending the body back for an autopsy, it was determined that the deceased was a female between 15 and 17 years old, likely mixed race of African American and Caucasian. She had long curly dark brown hair that was held back from her face with a bobby pin. She was fully clothed with a distinct blue-green shirt bearing an image of the cartoon character Smurfette. And while this is sad enough on its own, what they found next was even more disturbing. Under this Smurfette shirt and cargo pants, she was wearing lingerie, consisting of pink underpants and a black bra. Detectives assumed that, along with the age and childish outfit, she was probably trafficked, especially considering she was found in an area known as a hub for brothels, and since a contributing factor that leads to trafficking is family estrangement, it could be why this girl was never reported missing or why she has not been identified. As for the cause of death, the medical examiner couldn't be sure because of decomposition. However, he was strongly thought that foul play was involved, and it was also thought that this girl had been impoverished or in ill health prior to her death. Her bones showed signs of malnutrition during her childhood, along with having only 22 ribs instead of 24. She also had a very small body frame, probably stood between 4'7" and 5 feet tall, which was caused by some kind of illness or syndrome. She also had dental work at some point of her life, but this must have stopped because she had suffered heavy tooth decay before dying. They also eventually determined she was not from Houston, and more likely came from South Texas, possibly San Antonio or Austin. It's also possible that the girl's relatives are not from the US. As far as theories go, some suggest that it had nothing to do with trafficking and possibly was a disabled child that was neglected and or slipped through the cracks of the system, possibly a foster family that didn't take care of her. It's really hard to say for sure. Although the girl was taken care of at some point in her life, she later became neglected and seemed to live in abject poverty. The search for her identity is ongoing. Aurora UFO crash, Texas. We stay in Texas for this next paranormal mystery, that which occurred on April 17, 1897. But before we go into that, I need to point out the 1897 mystery airship phenomenon is something we might discuss more in depth in the future. But basically, this was a year where thousands of people across the US allegedly observed these mysterious airships going to and fro. The pilots flying them are allegedly unknown, and these airships are kind of like the predecessors to UFOs. This next account is about one of the more famous stories from that time. The source of this comes from the Dallas Morning News, and it cited that a farm in Aurora, Texas, where an airship suddenly appeared over it about 6 a.m. It was said to be much closer to Earth than any of the others before, and according to the witnesses, the airship's machinery must have not been working correctly because it was out of control and ran into the tower of a windmill which belonged to the judge named J.S. Proctor. When the ship collided, it suffered a huge explosion and scattered into debris over several acres. When people on the ground rushed to look for survivors, they found one deceased pilot, who they assumed was the only occupant. However, witnesses would report his remains indicated that, quote, he was not an inhabitant of this world, end quote. The journalist of this article, S.C. Hayden, would then cite a man named T.J. Weems, who was said to be the United States Signal Service officer of that area, which is kind of like the guy in charge of communications for the Army, and he was also said to be an authority on astronomy, and it would be him that claimed that the deceased pilot was a native of Mars. How he knew this is unexplained, but it seems that the local citizens held T.J. Weems in high regard. They then found papers on the alien being, which contained writings in some unknown hieroglyphics, which appeared to document the pilot's travels. It was also noted his ship was made from an unknown metal. Finally, and most bizarre of all, they actually had a funeral for the alien and allegedly buried him in the Aurora cemetery. The wreckage was then dumped into a well under the windmill, and some was buried with the pilot. A headstone was even placed there, allegedly, but it was discovered that it had been stolen when Time magazine decided to do an article on the incident in 1979, and they noted that the whole story at the time that it came out was ridiculed and that no one back then believed it, neither do the citizens there today. They even found one citizen that was alive when the article came out, and she claimed that the whole thing was written as a joke to bring interest to Aurora because the town was dying. She also noted that Judge Proctor didn't even own a windmill. It should be noted here though, this girl would have been 4 years old during these events, so her account is in question. And there were also 2 other witnesses that were found later on that contradicted her, one stating that he saw the smoking craft before it crashed, while another cited actually seeing the wreckage. It's thought now that yeah, the whole thing was probably a hoax. Researchers even tested water in the well that the wreckage was supposed to be thrown into, and found nothing odd about it. However, the owner of the home in 1935 claimed to have cleared the wreckage out of the well, which might be why nothing was found in tests later on. Defenders of the story also point out that there were a ton of sightings in the surrounding states and country around this same time. They also point to metal that had been dug out of nearby trees as proof of an explosion. Finally, an alternate theory is that it was an early airship that was being tested and the pilot's body was unrecognizable given the appearance that he was an alien. Erwin Rommel in Tennesse? If you don't know who Erwin Rommel is, I will try to give you a brief summary. He's known better as the Desert Fox, probably the best German field marshal of World War II. Although known mostly for his leadership of German and Italian forces in northern Africa, he also participated in the 1940 invasion of France. He was actually respected by his British adversaries as well, and had a reputation for chivalry, where he coined the phrase, "war without hate," and he refused to conduct war like the other Nazi commanders. Instead, he didn't participate in war crimes and abuses, although some have stated this was just a myth. He also wrote a classic book called Infantry Attacks about military tactics that detailed the use of shock troops, speed, deception, and deep penetration into enemy territory to surprise and overwhelm the enemy. The book was so important that even other Western generals, such as George Patton, studied it. In short, the man was a military genius. Which gets us to our mystery. Did Erwin Rommel travel through the state of Tennessee between World War I and World War II, looking at Civil War battlefields? If so, why? This has long been a rumor in the state of Tennessee. According to the legend, Rommel came to America for one reason: to study Confederate cavalry tactics, particularly that of General Nathan Bedford Forrest, a controversial man in his own right, one of the few soldiers to enlist as a private and be promoted to general without any prior military training. His expertise as a cavalry leader led to him being given command of his own corps, where he established new doctrines for mobile forces. He liked to use mounted infantry and often deployed artillery as the lead in a battle, revolutionizing cavalry tactics. Although it has been said he was probably too far ahead of his time because the Confederacy really didn't realize what they had or the scope of what he was doing. And so it was here that Rommel, on his motorcycle, drove across the vast Tennessee countryside, learning as much about General Forrest and the Civil War battles that he could. Or did he? Well, there were numerous sightings and stories of people interacting with him. Allegedly, a State Department official during the 1920s acted as his tour guide in Virginia. He even stopped to give a lecture at Lee Chapel. Today, it's still said that at a hotel in Clifton, Tennessee, there is a register with Rommel's signature on it, as he had visited the area to see where General Forrest made a river crossing. He even stopped to meet Thomas Stribling, the author best known for writing the Vading trilogy. The two sat on Stribling's porch discussing the Civil War, and it's here that Mrs. Stribling would even comment at how dashing the Desert Fox was and how the local girls loved him, while the Russ Hotel would put a plaque on the door to the room that Rommel had stayed in, labeling it as the Rommel Room. But maybe the most important witness accounts were from the people who seen him traveling on a motorcycle, because in this poor rural area of Tennessee, these people had never seen a motorcycle. So the image of Rommel with those pants and knee-high boots as he toured through the Tennessee countryside on this motorcycle was burned into their memory. But here's the issue: Rommel was never in Tennessee, at least according to his wife and children, and well, numerous authors and historians. He never even went to the US, period. So just who did all these people witness? That's hard to say, but it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that the Germans did send someone from the military to Tennessee in the 1920s to scout old battlefields and tactics, maybe in preparation for the war they would conduct in the 30s. If they did, they don't have a record of who that was, leaving some to wonder, could this whole thing have been the Mandela effect? Regina, Armstrong, Florida, June 18, 1985. A man named Bob Armstrong would take his two daughters, Regina and Christina, and drop them off at the babysitter's apartment in southeast Orlando. They would both hug and kiss him before he went off to work. As sometime after lunch, the two girls, along with their babysitter's young son, would head outside to play. As they were jumping and running around the courtyard in front of the apartment, a man approached them around noon before walking off. However, he would come back shortly and spoke to the children again. This time, he would offer Christina and the young boy $2 each to stand watch at a nearby apartment which he claimed belonged to him and his wife. He then told them he was taking Regina with him to pick up his grandchildren and would be back in half an hour. And of course, that's pretty ominous. And when the two didn't return, Regina's sister Christina began to worry. It dawned on her that something awful could have happened to her little sister. She, along with the babysitter's son, rushed back to the apartment where she tried to explain what happened. Unfortunately, the babysitter locked the bedroom door and ignored her, thinking she was playing around and being dramatic. It would be a full 2 hours later, when the babysitter's boyfriend showed up, that Christina finally got to tell the babysitter the whole story. It was then that police were finally called, and they did door-to-door searches. They even took horses up to the wooded areas, brought sniffer dogs out, took a helicopter, but found nothing. A week later, 100 Navy cadets joined the search in what became the largest manhunt in Orlando history. A composite sketch of the abductor was also created. The man was white, 6 foot, medium build, and dark hair. He was between 37 and 40 years old, wearing a plaid shirt, faded jeans, and a gold watch with Roman numerals. His upper lip had been split as if he had recently been in a fight. He was also missing 2 teeth on one side of his mouth, and he had a tattoo on his left forearm, and he smelled oily, like he was a mechanic. Christina also noted he reeked of alcohol. After the sketch started making its way around, a 7-year-old girl from Cocoa Beach, about 60 miles away, would tell her father that this was the same man who tried just days before to abduct her. Apparently, he crept into her room after prying the window screen open and unlocking her bedroom door. He then tried to lift her out the window, but her older sister woke up and began screaming, alerting her parents, and the man ran off. Thousands of tips poured in, and one in particular was from an assistant manager at Popeyes. Apparently, a man came in that looked exactly like the sketch, and he asked the cashier to open a can of ravioli he had brought with him. The cashier then glanced at a sketch hanging up, and then back to the man, and realized it was him. This man ran out of the restaurant and to his brown car, where he sped off. The cashier called police, and they said the story was legit, because Regina's favorite food was ravioli. There would be numerous sightings over the next year, but none of them panned out. Finally, a skull and dress were discovered at a construction site. Crazily enough, police didn't make the connection and put it in an evidence locker and forgot about it. It wasn't until a new police chief took over that a connection was made to Regina, and the dress was identified by the father. Apparently, the last police chief, who had gotten fired, just threw it in the locker and didn't notify anyone. The case went completely cold, and outside of the one suspect on death row, whom they eventually ruled out, no person of interest was ever named, and close to 4 decades later, Regina's murder is still unsolved. The Mad Gasser of Botetourt County, Virginia. December 3rd, 1933, at the Cal Huffman family home in Haymaker Town, Virginia. Mrs. Huffman was getting ready for bed when she started to smell something strange, and whatever it was, it made her nauseous. The smell soon disappeared, and she thought nothing else of it. So she, along with her children, would lay down for bed. But 30 minutes later, the foul odor returned. This time, Mr. Huffman was suspicious enough to walk over to a neighbor's to use the phone to call the police. They arrived shortly, but they could not determine the source of the smell, and it disappeared by midnight anyways. But it would happen again. This time, an hour later, around 1 a.m., the mysterious gas appeared, and all 8 family members were affected. They suffered from nausea, headache, and had a hard time breathing. The worst was their 20-year-old daughter. A doctor had to give her CPR. Mr. Huffman suspected the family had been attacked, especially after a neighbor told him he had seen a shadowy figure running away from the house. The police, along with a doctor, would go back out to inspect, and the doctor was able to rule out ether, chloroform, and tear gas, but he could not identify what had been used. The police, following the tips about an alleged prowler, would actually find something interesting beneath the window at the Huffman family home, and that was a woman's high-heel shoe print. And although police were now involved, the game was just now starting. 2 days later, on Christmas Eve, another family was attacked, with the symptoms ranging from nausea, burning eyes, and weakness. It occurred about 9 p.m. when Clarence Hall, his wife, and 2 children came home, and 5 minutes later, they smelled a strange odor. Clarence got so weak, he began to stagger, forcing his wife to drag him outside. The police with the doctor were again called, and this time, he noted that it had a sweet taste, with a trace of formaldehyde. Police also found a nail that had been pulled from a window, and a neighbor had seen someone with a flashlight near their home. A reward of $500, or about $12,000 now, was posted for information leading to the arrest of the Mad Gasser, but attacks continued. From January 10th to January 23rd, there were at least 7 attacks. And again, in one of these, police found a woman's shoe print. But things were now reaching a boiling point. Local men were patrolling the roads armed with guns. Police feared that an innocent person may get shot just because of the town's nervousness. The next day, the Virginia State Assembly voted to pass a bill calling for a 10-year prison term sentence for anyone convicted of releasing noxious gases in public or private. I'll let you make your own joke there. But the attacks continued. On the 25th, the Mad Gasser almost met his end as a pet dog woke resident Chester Snyder, who ran outside and fired a shot off at a man fleeing, but he missed. And just days after this, a lot of the citizens of town started to wonder if this whole thing was just mass hysteria. In fact, one of the doctors helping police investigate admitted that while a few of the cases were real, the majority were just people's imagination. The last official attack came on February 3rd, which left the whole family severely ill, and it was ruled that it was a legit attack. However, other attacks occurred after this, even spreading out into other counties, but these were all dismissed. And finally, the authorities would release a statement saying the Mad Gasser never existed, and it was all caused by normal events, which then led to mass hysteria, although several police officers disagreed with that sentiment. Off the record, of course. Most investigators that have looked into this case now believe most of the attacks can be disregarded, but a few were real, and just who was behind those attacks and why they did it has never been solved. Monique Smith, Louisiana. Between the years of 2015 and 2016, Monique Smith and her husband, Justin Sims, and their 3 children would move to New Orleans. The home was located in what is described as one of the good areas of the Gentilly neighborhood. It is here that the neighbors would describe the family as very nice and very quiet, although the kids were often spotted outside playing, or the family would have a barbecue. At some point, this kind of slacked off, and hardly anyone from the home was ever seen. After some time, Justin and Monique would split up, and he would move out of the family home. Fast forward until 2017, on March 9th, the now 30-year-old Monique was making plans for the following day, which was set to be very busy, as Monique planned to go car shopping and then help her mother move in with her and her kids. But early that next morning, at 4:18 a.m., a tragedy would unwind that would erase all these plans. As the family lay down to sleep, someone would break into the back door of Monique's home. This intruder would sneak into Monique's room and calmly shoot her in the face multiple times, killing her instantly. But the cold-blooded killer wasn't finished. He then made his way upstairs, where he found the 3 children, the daughter and the eldest child, 12-year-old Amia, the middle child, 10-year-old Justin, and 6-year-old Jumran. The man would raise his gun and shoot all 3 children in the face and walked out, leaving them for dead. However, what he did not know was one of the victims was still clinging to life. That was 12-year-old Amia, who, in spite of being shot in the face, was able to call 911. An ambulance arrived shortly and took her to the hospital for emergency surgery. Police searched the rest of the home to find everyone else deceased, all from multiple gunshot wounds to the face. DNA and other evidence was recovered from the home, but police have not elaborated on it. A sketch was also made of the suspect, which you can see here. The news spread quickly and a crowd formed outside the home. And before long, Monique's ex, Justin, would hear the news, and obviously rumors and suspicion fell on him. But Justin was 3 hours away at the time of the murder, working an early shift job, and police were able to confirm that. As far as theories go, or suspects for that matter, there's not many. The lead detective has stated the murder was a targeted hit, citing that nothing was stolen, and he also believes that the children were killed because they knew the suspect, or at least were familiar enough with him to identify him. Police looked into Monique's personal life and found that she was not dating anyone at the time. There's also speculation that I found that insinuated that the murder could have been a payback for a drug debt owed by her ex, Justin, but that seems to be just speculation. And to this day, no one knows what prompted the massacre, and the police have remained tight-lipped. Ruth Dorsey, Alabama. Ruth Dorsey, who lived in Opelika, Alabama, was the typical southern small-town woman. She played organ and taught Sunday school, and lived on a farm with her husband. But in 1965, after almost 4 decades of marriage, her husband would pass away, and Ruth, she was childless, but was very close to her nieces and nephews, who were numerous, and the extended family. They all worried about Ruth, living by herself so isolated, outside of her huge 350-acre farm. The nearest neighbors were a mile away, yet Ruth liked the independence that it brought. It also kept her active, which she loved. However, on August 17, 1974, the now 67-year-old Ruth began her Saturday. She started with doing laundry and making some banana pudding for neighbors. She also made a vet appointment for one of her dogs. She then, most likely, studied her Bible lesson for the next day, as well as practicing her piano selections. And around 4:30 that afternoon, she stopped to get gas. And we know this because she told one of the attendants she had received a phone call from a relative and she now needed to go pick this person up. Who this person was on this call has never been publicly revealed. At 6 p.m., a neighbor would then see her turn into her driveway and make the drive up the long and winding road back to her home, which was not viewable from the main road. The next morning, though, Ruth did not arrive at church, and her fellow church members took note and called the police asking for a wellness check. The police would then make the drive over to her home, but when they got there, they found the side door unlocked and the front door was wide open, which was certainly odd. The home was tidy though, and nothing appeared to be missing. Ruth's Bible and unfinished lesson plans still sat on the dining room table. Laundry was hanging up outside on the clothesline. Police then walked around the home, looking for anything odd, and they eventually found Ruth's dogs in the bathroom. Some sources say they were locked in there. Regardless, the dogs were visibly shaken up, but that was the only clue found. Later that day, Ruth's car was found downtown in front of a duplex where she and her husband lived right after they had gotten married. The door to that residence was also wide open, but nothing indicated that Ruth had been there. The keys to the car were still in the ignition, and Ruth's glasses and purse, which contained her credit cards and $11, lay in the front seat. Fingerprints from the car were too smudged to collect. The police would then go back and search the entire farm and found no trace of her. Even the FBI was brought in, but nothing was found. It seemed that there probably was foul play involved, as the odds of her just up and leaving were slim. But who in the world would harm this elderly woman who was seemingly loved by many people? It's one of the creepiest disappearances I've found. No sign of a struggle, but her dogs were traumatized. Her car was found at her old residence. The unnamed relative that called, it's all bizarre. There wasn't many theories either. The sheriff originally tried to convince the family that Ruth had left on her own with a love interest, but that doesn't seem likely, and the family suspected foul play. Others have speculated that Ruth may have been in the early stages of dementia, but to everyone that knew her, she showed no symptoms. Armstrong Mountain Mystery Walls, West Virginia. Along a stretch of the US 60 highway near Boomer, West Virginia, sits a historic marker which reads, Ancient Works. On a ridge between Armstrong and Loop Creeks, across the river, are extensive prehistoric stone ruins, whose walls are several miles long and enclose a large area. Many of these stones are from the valley below the old wall. These walls, a total of 6 of them, and between 2 to 4 feet high and 20 feet wide at some locations, are mired in legend, but they are very real. However, the exact reason they were built and who built them is a mystery. The Mount Carbon stone walls are located in the coal-bearing mountains of the southern part of the state. It was here that coal miners would speculate at their origins, and sadly, it's these same miners that over the last 200 years probably carried off important relics, as numerous archaeologists have pointed out. The location of these walls is odd to begin with, as they sit high in the mountains and it takes a considerable hike to get to them. The land is also rugged, with the walls running over steep hillsides and tangled between old trees. The first documented account of these walls comes from 1818, when the first permanent settlers came into the area. They would note that they were about 6 to 7 feet high. That was pretty much it though. There was no interest in them until over a century later, when archaeologists would actually go in to start studying the walls. The northern tip starts about a mile south of Armstrong Creek, and then extends southward for about 4 miles. The 4 walls, which are kind of shaped like horseshoes, are probably best described as crude rows of loosely piled rock. In the years since the studies began, archaeologists have come down to one theory, and that is The walls were almost certainly used for ceremonial purposes, because they were just not well suited for defense, as they were not that high. Secondly, it was probably not used as any type of animal pen, since this land was too rugged for this. Further confusing about this archaeological site is no pottery has ever been found. Actually, anything that would be found at most prehistoric sites has never been found here. Actually, very little of the walls even remains today, except for a few piles of rock, and part of that is due to the fact that it was destroyed in the 60s by strip mining, although the coal company had denied this, claiming they couldn't even find the site. They later stated to have mistakenly destroyed 3 of the walls, claiming they did not know what they were. The local Native Americans in the area have always stated that this site existed before they arrived, again bringing back speculation of the Moon-Eyed people's role in this area, but no one knows for sure exactly how old the walls are, and estimates are as wide-ranging as 8000 BC to 800 AD. 1977 Flora UFO sighting, Mississippi. I try not to put a lot of UFO cases on this iceberg because those mysteries usually just come down to witness accounts, which are notoriously shaky, but I include this one specifically because of the witnesses, and one of these is a deputy for the Madison County Sheriff's Department in Flora, Mississippi. According to this deputy, who asked for his identity to remain anonymous, him, along with 24 other law enforcement officers, witnessed a giant floating object above a tree line in a cotton field off of a country road. He stated that it was about 15 to 18 feet off the ground, blue in color, like a metallic blue, with portholes in the center of it. Another deputy, who actually spoke on the record about it, Kenny Creel, gave his description of the events, which made the encounter headline news. It was Kenny, along with Constable James Luke, who first spotted the craft when they were on routine patrol, and they noted that it hovered above the car about 20 to 30 feet. And it's here where this story divulges, because shortly after the events, Kenny Creel would tell people that he made the whole thing up, and that it was a joke by the police. Yet, the anonymous deputy, whose story I told first, has contradicted this, and he has stated that Kenny was threatened by government spooks, who told him to not speak about the UFO again. But that's not the only proof for this. There's also the fact that several other non-law enforcement witnesses seen the craft that night, which kind of makes it seem like something was definitely in the air, but what? That explanation would eventually be given as a weather balloon. However, some believe the whole thing was just a hoax, or that the government came in and hushed the whole thing up. Pauline George, Tennessee, March 7th, 1991. 50-year-old Pauline George would leave her job at a local hospital in Knoxville, Tennessee, and arrived home about 2:30 p.m. It was then Pauline started to get ready for her date, which was set for 5 p.m. She showered, went through her mail, and then put on a housecoat. Finally, at about 5 p.m., Pauline's boyfriend, Jack Lane, would arrive to the home. It was here he was immediately struck by something odd. Pauline did not come to the door, so Jack went around to the back to knock, and realized the door was ajar. Jack would step in and look for Pauline, but when he started to walk down to the basement, he spotted her body in a side room. There was blood everywhere. Jack, who was a retired firefighter, knew instantly that Pauline was deceased, and he started backing out of the room the way he came in before calling police. An autopsy found that her attacker had slashed her throat and sliced up her arms as she tried to defend herself. He had also punched her in the face while making multiple stabs all over her before she finally bled to death in the basement. Investigators determined whoever had done this must have had a significant amount of blood on their clothes. Detectives started to look for a motive and found that jewelry was sitting out in the open that had not been stolen, and untouched money still lay on the bed, thus ruling robbery out. Police would take the search from inside the home to outside, and even into the surrounding woods. They would question everyone that knew her, up to 70 people, and not one person had anything bad to say. Pauline's next-door neighbors were an elderly couple who had seen Pauline come in, but never saw another vehicle pull up or leave. However, someone else reported seeing a strange green truck in her driveway earlier that day. That driver, Philip Wayne Matthews, had a criminal record of robbery. Detectives did look at him, but there was really no evidence that could lead to an arrest. So they turned to her boyfriend next, and T2 was cleared. And just like that, the case went cold. No robbery, no sign of sexual assault, and this person seemingly got in and out undetected. They didn't even have a blood trail outside the home, making them wonder if he had cleaned up before leaving. One final theory in all this, though, was a set of railroad tracks did run behind Pauline's home, where the back door was ajar. It has been speculated that the killer came in by train and then left the same way. Also, this was the first time DNA was used in Tennessee, but the technology was rudimentary at this point, so it led to nothing. There's not many theories in this one. Some think that it was someone that was close to her. Others think that it could have been a drug addict who knew her from her job at the hospital and broke in thinking she had drugs. Others cite a madman from the train. Mary Mac Ravenel, South Carolina. In 1905, Mary Mac Martin, a widow, would marry a man named John Ravenel, who lived in Charleston, South Carolina, and John Ravenel was rich and well-connected socially. After Mary and him wed, she found herself a leading figure in the high society of Charleston. She was a popular hostess, involved with many charitable and social organizations, and at some point later on, John would pass away, leaving Mary as a widow once again, but she would stay very active within the community. But on November 1st, 1933, that would all change. That night, around 10 p.m., two women were driving past the Ravenel mansion when they were stunned to see the body of a woman slumped on the sidewalk, and that body was the 64-year-old widow, Mary Ravenel. The women got out of the vehicle and rushed to Mary's side, and Mary would tell them a man had hit her. These good Samaritans would then flag down two men that were passing by, and they loaded Mary up into the car to take her to the hospital. They assumed she was the victim of a hit-and-run accident. Mary screamed for them to let her out of the car and said she knew she was going to die because the pain was too much. However, they did make it to the hospital, and the doctors kept asking Mary what had happened, and all she could say was, "A man hit me." The doctors would then ask Mary, "Well, was it a car?" And she would say she didn't know what it was. So doctors had no idea how to treat her, and by the next morning, she was dead. An autopsy was then done, and the medical examiner found the cause. Mary had been shot with a .38 caliber bullet, which passed through her right forearm and upper arm and into her chest. There were no powder burns, which suggested she was shot at a distance while raising her arm, possibly to ward off a blow. The murder of one of Charleston's leading citizens shocked the community. Pressure was on the police to find the killer. Unfortunately, they had nothing to work with. No motive, no eyewitnesses, no weapon found, no known enemies. Her purse and jewelry lay untouched. She wouldn't or couldn't name the man, or even say how she had been shot. It was then that the detectives settled on an odd theory. One witness had told investigators the night that she was killed, they heard the howling of a cat fight, followed by a gunshot and a woman's scream. It was proposed someone had tried to shoot the cats, but missed and hit Mary instead. Yet, this doesn't explain why she kept saying a man hit her. It also doesn't explain why Mary had her arm up, seemingly in self-defense. There were also several other witnesses that claimed to have heard the sound of someone running away after the gunshot. So could this have been a robbery gone wrong, and the crook accidentally shot her? A $250 reward, or about $6,000 in today's money, was posted for information leading to an arrest. And sadly, that's it to this one. The case went cold and was never solved. Eva Debruhl, South Carolina, June 29th, 1977, in the small town of Rock Hill, South Carolina. 15-year-old Eva Debruhl was outside mowing the lawn. After finishing up, she would walk back into her home and make some iced tea. It was after this she would answer a phone call, whom was her father's employer, asking him to come into work. Mary would relay this message to him, and he would get up and leave for work right after 11 a.m. Meanwhile, Eva's mother remained asleep in bed as she worked the night shift, but she would wake up about an hour later, around noon, and discover that Eva was not around. Walking around the home, she did find a pot of iced tea and a glass that had been undisturbed. There was also a bathtub full of water that had seemingly not been used. The television was still on as well, and the recliner was stretched out as if someone had been watching, and Eva's rubber flip-flops were sitting on the front lawn. The only thing missing were her eyeglasses. The police would soon be alerted, and they started searching around the area and talking to neighbors. One of these was actually Eva's grandmother, who lived near the home, about 40 feet away to be specific, and she stated that on that morning, she saw a late model blue and white, or green and white, Jeep-type vehicle drive up to the Debruhl residence and stop by the door. A man got out and stood on the porch and appeared to be talking to someone through the screen door. She did not think anything about it, because Eva's father repaired autos and strangers often come by to get work done. However, her grandmother did not know that he had already been called into work. The grandmother then reported that the man drove away and came back about 10 to 15 minutes later, but she didn't notice if he had actually stopped this time, nor did she hear any suspicious noises, or actually even see her granddaughter get into a car. This man has never been identified, and it's not exactly clear if he really had any connection with Eva's disappearance. However, he was described as a white man of medium height and build. Her father would end up finding a Coca-Cola bottle in the yard where the man had pulled up. The bottle said it was made in Georgia, and since the Coca-Cola plant in this area served only South and North Carolina, it was assumed that the man had came from out of state. Yet for whatever reason, the police did not dust the bottle for prints. Henry Lee Lucas, the man who confessed to numerous murders, the majority of which he lied about, confessed to killing Eva, but his confessions really don't mean much. There were no other suspects and no real motives. She was a well-behaved teen who was deeply religious. She kept her family informed about where she was going, and if she intended to leave. She also had no boyfriends and was incredibly shy. It was like she had just vanished from the front yard. Her father would spend the rest of his life looking for her, and hired a private investigator as well. Police, for their part, just didn't have many clues to go by. But hey, maybe they should have dusted that bottle for prints. To be fair, it seems they really did work hard on it, collecting a case file as big as a banker's box. Yet, it never got anywhere, and they suspect foul play led to her murder. Blue Man of the Ozarks, Missouri, 1865. A hunter named Saul Collins was hunting in Douglas County, Missouri. At the time, he was tracking game when he came across some tracks that indicated a bear had been in the area. He would continue to follow these tracks for hours, and they eventually led up a mountainside. As he started making his way up, he was shocked to see a boulder just rolling down the hill directly towards him. Luckily, he was able to jump behind a tree at the last second, narrowly avoiding being hit. He must have thought, what were the odds of that? But it didn't take long until a second boulder went rolling by, and finally a third, which came crashing down into a tree with such force that the rock shattered. Saul could only peer around the tree to see the hillside. A gigantic figure shaped like an immense man, stark naked, except for the skin of some animal around its waist, and other wrapping of skin around its feet. The creature was also covered from head to toe with a tightly curling coat of short black hair, which, when the sun struck upon it, appeared to be a dark blue hue. Saul would later state that the creature could not be less than 9 feet tall, and it carried a club that was 8 to 10 feet long. And so Saul froze, but this giant would throw one more rock that shattered against the tree, and then let out a scream that echoed through the hills, prompting Saul to flee for his life. Making it back to town, he would get with some neighbors who were determined to track down this wild being. They spent several days in the woods, catching many glimpses of him, but they never actually caught him. Strangely, or maybe not, this was also around the same time that many local farmers reported having many sheep and pigs disappear. Thankfully, after about a week or two of all this, the creature just vanished. But over the next 16 years, it would be spotted sporadically near the river. But between 1890 and 1911, there was not one sighting. But this changed in 1915, as it was spotted once more, this time by several loggers, although some accounts state that it was seen by a farmer looking for lost sheep. His black hair was now gray, and his body was not as robust as 50 years prior, but this creature was still very active. And again, another hunting party went out looking for him, and they actually found his den in a remote valley, but they never actually saw the creature. After this, it was never seen again. The name Blue Man was thought to come from the short bluish-black hair that covered the creature, but there are variations of this telling. Some say that it was not a Sasquatch, and instead was more of a wild man that covered himself with skins and feathers that had been dyed blue with berries. Yet other sources say that Saul Collins' nickname was Blue, and since he discovered the cryptid first, they named it after him. And as far as what the creature was, most claim it's nothing more than a legend, while others think that Saul Collins actually seen a bear, and maybe exaggerated parts of the story, while others believe he saw a true undiscovered animal. February 23rd, 1987, Leland, North Carolina. 23-year-old Beverly Potter, who went by the nickname Jaye, was planning a birthday party for her youngest son, who was about to turn 2 years old, when around 9:40 a.m., the telephone would ring. She answered it to hear her mother Lorraine on the other line, who told her that a man was coming by her house to look at a waterbed they had for sale. The classified ad had initially been listed in the local newspaper under Jaye's number, but when the free offer ended, she would take out another ad in her mother's name. Jaye would inform her mother that the bed had actually already been sold earlier that morning, and the person was coming back later to get it. But her mother, she had already given the other man directions to the house, and just to explain the situation to him when he got there. A few hours later, around noon, Lorraine would make the drive over to see Jaye, but when she arrived, she knew something was off. For one, the door to Jaye's home was unlocked, which is very unusual, as she always kept it locked. Going in, Lorraine would hear her young grandson crying. She made the way to the bedroom to find a horrifying scene. There lay Jaye on the waterbed, with her hands tied behind her back, and a pillowcase covering her face. Her mom rushed to remove the pillowcase, only to see her daughter's throat had been cut so deep she had nearly been decapitated. She had also been stabbed numerous times, and had been assaulted, all in front of her young child, who was 1 day shy of 2 years old, but thankfully, he had not been harmed. The police were baffled from the beginning. The child was too young to give details about the man, but he did say there was a knock at the door. Jaye looked out the peephole and did not see anybody. She opened the door, and a white male came in immediately. It was someone he had never seen before. Other than that, he was understandably unable to help investigators. Sitting at the crime scene itself was the clipping of the ad Jaye had placed for the waterbed. The listing had been circled in red. The detectives did believe that the clipping had been left behind by the killer, but that was not enough to lead to a suspect. But detectives did catch one break. It seems that a few months before her murder, Jaye's cousin Angela actually moved in with her and her young son. She would tell detectives that Jaye had received unwanted attention from several admirers around town. Some of this was kinda nice, such as a man that left her a rose at the restaurant where she worked, but others, not so much, because it seemed shortly after the ad was placed, Jaye began to receive disturbing calls of a sexual nature, where the caller would taunt both Jaye and Angela, and about a week before she was murdered, Angela would note that Jaye was very upset because she had had a dream about a strange man trying to kill her. Investigators would spend the following weeks ruling out several people known to Jaye, such as her estranged husband, a man she married in 1983 and separated from in 1986. He had a solid alibi. He was in the army and stationed in Germany. One man who Jaye had been dating was also looked at, but again, he had a solid alibi. He was at his home with a plumber who was doing some work for him. And then slowly but surely, just about everyone in her life was ruled out. It was obvious that this was a stranger. Another thing that confused investigators was just how the man got in and out of the house without anyone noticing him, because her house sat on the main road where people were often going in and out of the neighborhood. She also lived 1/10 of a mile from the restaurant, and a flower shop was next door, while a roofing crew was working on a house just across the street from her home. It was hard to believe that not one person noticed. In 2000, some 13 years after the murder, Jaye's story would be featured in USA Today, and surprisingly, thousands of detectives from across the country began to call into the Brunswick County Sheriff's Office. It seemed that many law enforcement agencies were dealing with very similar murders in their areas. This brought some hope to an extremely cold case, but again, it led to nothing, because the Brunswick County detectives would try to connect Jaye's case to any of these other numerous unsolved ones from around the country, but sadly, there just wasn't any evidence that pointed towards it. But that has led to other speculation though. If this was a random murder, it's very possible that she's not the only victim. So could it be a serial killer? Jaye's family seemed to believe so, noting how well planned it was. He brought his own nylon rope and knife to kill her with. However, detectives dispute that it was planned out so well. They would note at some parts of the murder he was in control, but at some point he lost it. This is where mistakes were made. A criminal investigative psychologist would also state that it was his belief this person had been stalking her for a while, probably watching the house, and knew there was no adult male there. He also speculated that the newspaper ad may have been nothing more than a ruse left at the crime scene to taunt or mislead investigators. This then ties back to the strange phone calls she had been getting. They always came after she got home, like this person was sitting and waiting for her. According to the cold case detective, they do have persons of interest in this case. Of course, they've been tight-lipped about who. It's been over 30 years since the murder, and law enforcement seemingly have not gotten closer, in spite of the fact that numerous people have been questioned extensively over the years. But in an interview in 2021, the cold case detective would comment that DNA had been collected at the scene, and they're hoping with the help and advancements in DNA technology that a break in the case will occur. The theories vary in this one, since so many little odd things occurred. Some believe it was a stalker who waited for the right time to attack, speculating that after weeks of prank calls, he made the call to the number asking about the waterbed, and then left the clipping at the scene to throw off the police. Others, however, believe the prank calls are not tied to the murder at all. Some believe it was just a random person passing through town who then found the ad in the paper and called the number and left the clipping at the scene to taunt the police, knowing that he would be leaving town the next day. This would tie in with the theory that he was connected to some of the other similar murders around the country. This is one I feel we will see a break in really soon. Case update. Alright, we come to our first update, and this one is a very small one, but very important. As you heard toward the end of the segment, DNA was collected in this case, and it seems now that Othram Labs has gotten involved. And while that don't guarantee a resolution, you can guarantee it definitely increases the chances of catching the perpetrator. If I was him, I would be getting nervous. (1976) Robert, a sophomore at Bowling Green High School in Kentucky, would have one of the most bizarre encounters we've discussed in this series yet. The young student had joined the JROTC, which, if you're not familiar, is the U.S. Army Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, which is a character development and citizenship programs for youth. It was with the JROTC that the group of cadets were set to take a 2-hour-long hike up to an old farm for an overnight camping trip. Since Robert was the newest member, it was decided he would be the one on guard duty through the night. Robert would make his way down a ridge about a quarter of a mile away from camp, where he would finally take his post under the shadow of an old barn around 3 a.m. The night couldn't have been nicer, as the full moon lit up the area quite well. But about 30 minutes after setting up at his post, he noticed in the distance, about 100 yards away, a bush that began to swing backwards and forwards. Robert thought this was odd, since there was no wind blowing, and most likely just assumed that some critter was rustling around in the bushes, so he was not overly concerned. But he would continue to glance over at the bush every so often for the next 15 minutes, and noticed it continued to sway back and forth. Finally, after some time of this, Robert just began to ignore it, but it was just then that this bush suddenly stood up on 2 legs and walked away. Robert was unsurprisingly shocked and began to scream before bolting back to camp. Meanwhile, the cadets who had heard his scream would begin to make their way to him. As the two met halfway, Robert would describe the events, and a creature that was much taller and bulkier than a normal man. The other cadets went to investigate the spot and around the area, but never found anything of interest, which leaves us with the mystery. What exactly did Robert see? There's 2 basic theories with this one. First is the possibility that Robert's tired mind conjured up this walking plant. He was new to the training, and being up at that late hour, it's possible he imagined, or better yet, dreamed the whole thing. Another theory was that one of the cadets dressed up in a ghillie suit, all in an effort to prank him. Although, if this one was true, you would think they would have told him about it afterwards. Finally, is the theory that it was some type of Sasquatch. This comes from the fact that the story was taken from the website KentuckyBigfoot.com, which is a website that collects accounts of Sasquatch encounters in Kentucky. July 2014, an amateur archaeologist was searching an undisclosed location from just north of Atlanta, Georgia. When walking along an eroded bank of a small stream, something caught his eye. Behind some roots, he noticed something unusual. Upon closer inspection, the archaeologist pulled out the find of a lifetime, because tucked away behind those roots was a sword of about 12 inches. It was partially exposed in an eroded area approximately 6.5 feet below the top of the bank and about 12 inches above the dry creek bed behind dangling tree roots. It is believed the site had not been disturbed in a very long time, but this sword wasn't just any sword. It was actually a Chinese votive sword, which is an object expressing a religious vow offered or performed as an expression of thanks or devotion to God. And because of the symbols on it, archaeologists were able to determine that it was made somewhere between 1600 BC and 256 BC, which is a long stretch of time. Testing on the sword revealed that it was made from lizardite, a common form of serpentine or lower-grade jade widely distributed on all continents. The upper back of the sword is decorated with a dragon typically seen in the Shang dynasty, but brings up another interesting question. How did a Chinese sword this old end up in a stream just north of Atlanta? Is this proof the Chinese explorers found the continent before Columbus? This is one of those pre-Columbian contact mysteries that just doesn't have an easy answer. But one theory that has been discussed for a long time is that of a Chinese Olmec connection. For one, their mythology and symbolism is very similar. It's also interesting that the Olmec culture began around 1500 BC during the beginning of the Shang dynasty. It is also a time in Chinese culture when jade was more valuable than gold, and likewise, the Olmec elite had jade deposits in Honduras and Guatemala. But it's around 900 to 300 BC that the Olmec mastered the difficulties of shaping and drilling jade with abrasive material into small ornamental or votive pieces. So is it possible the Olmec learned some of these concepts from ancient Chinese explorers who were visiting, and then perhaps through the complex indigenous American trade routes, both over sea and land, this Chinese-influenced Olmec ornamental sword found its way to Appalachia? Skeptics say most likely not. First of all, the man that found this sword is actually part of a group whose sole purpose is to find artifacts that prove the Chinese actually discovered the Americas before Columbus. If that isn't sketchy enough, he never showed anyone the site where he found the artifact. And finally, he has claimed to have found several other Chinese artifacts in Georgia that he's keeping a secret until he can publish the details. And it's been a decade and he still never has. Usually when it comes to disappearances in this series, I try to find one that really resonates with me, but this time I wanted to take a different approach and discuss 3 of the most bizarre disappearances in Mississippi. All 3 of these cases have very little info available, but in no way does that make them any less mysterious. On the contrary, it makes them all the more unusual. First we go to April 18th, 1988. 19-year-old Jennifer Floyd of Tupelo, Mississippi was working her shift at Hancock Fabrics. This day was like any other normal day, and Jennifer was just like her normal self. But at 9:30 that morning, something weird would happen. A phone call would come in for Jennifer, who would take the call, speak for a short time, hang up, and then left the store crying. Later that evening, Jennifer, who had a 1-year-old daughter and still lived with her mother, never came in from work. Her mom would report her missing, and it would be the next day when Jennifer's car was found sitting abandoned at a gas station parking lot. In looking for Hancock Fabrics, I found that the store had actually been located at 2 different places in its history. One of these was the same road as the gas station, so I'm going to assume that this is the one Jennifer worked at, which means she traveled a very little distance to the gas station after this mysterious call, or at the least, that's where her car was abandoned by someone else. This whole case is just so weird The phone call that nobody knows anything about, her crying, possibly disappearing on the main street of town in mid-morning, but no witnesses, the fact that there's very little publicly available about the case. From what I can find, her disappearance didn't even make it to the online missing person databases until 2008, 20 years after she vanished, and there's not been any persons of interest named, or heck, even any update, which leaves many questions. Who was the caller? Didn't her friends and family have an idea? This was before cell phones were everywhere, so this person had to call her workplace to ask for her, meaning they knew her or was stalking her. Then we go to the next question. Who answered the phone at work? Was this person questioned? Was it a male caller? Had he called there before? How often did she receive calls at work? Did this caller ask to meet her somewhere? Or did she just leave crying after receiving some tragic news? It seems pretty obvious that whoever called her was trying to play on her emotions enough to lure her away, maybe saying her child was injured or something. There's even the slight possibility that the call had nothing to do with her disappearance, and she really just left because she was emotional, and some predator just spotted an opportunity. This is a case that needs more information disclosed, which is more than I can say for the next one, where there is hardly any info available, and it's one of the strangest cases that I've ever came across, that of 78-year-old Claire Faulkner Ells, who lived in a very rural area of Batesville, Mississippi. The elderly lady lived alone and took care of herself, and this is partially due to the fact that Claire was in excellent health for someone her age. She had no known health problems, nor did she have any mental issues like dementia. But it was on January 19th of 1991, her postman had noticed that her mailbox had started filling up. She had seemingly not came down the driveway to check the mail in days, so he, knowing Claire and knowing her age, decided to call authorities to request a welfare check on her, assuming she had some kind of health scare. But when police made it to her home, what they found was weird. First, the obvious. There was no sign of Claire at all, and what made this stand out was Claire did not drive. She did not even own a vehicle. But even stranger was the room. There was a coffee cup and a container of butter on the table, while food still sat on the stove. It looked like she had already eaten breakfast that morning and was in the middle of preparing lunch, and for some reason, just up and walked out of the house. There was no sign of a disturbance, and nothing was missing. The whole thing was creepy. They began to question people in the area, and that's when they found the last confirmed sighting had taken place 8 days before on January 11th, as Claire was seen walking near her home at 11 a.m. Now again, this case has very little info available, but I have to assume they searched the property for her and found nothing. However, making the case stranger was in 2005. The Batesville PD chief, Roger Van Landingham, had announced his retirement, and the local newspaper covered it. But before the chief could step down, he received an envelope in the mail that contained the newspaper article on his retirement, and written across the picture was the name Claire Ells. The chief did state he did not take this as a threat, and instead believed it was someone trying to remind the police and public about her unsolved disappearance. He also noted that there still wasn't any leads or suspects after all these years, which to me only leaves a few theories. She did not drive, so maybe in the middle of making lunch, she realized she needed something from the store and called someone for a ride, and then this person did something to her. Or she was in the middle of making lunch when someone came to the door or was wandering around outside. She went to confront them, and something happened and she was abducted. Of course, this doesn't explain why in the world she would be targeted. There's also the possibility she walked outside for something and had some kind of health event, like a heart attack, and died. But this seems very unlikely since police searched the area. This is another one that details need to be released. I fully understand she would be deceased at this point anyways, but if someone was responsible, they could still be alive and should be punished. Finally, we come to our last bizarre Mississippi disappearance. This one on the morning of October 21st, 2004, in Iuka. 44-year-old Donna Cupido would drop off her daughter at the local high school as usual, and before her daughter parted, Donna would tell her she would pick her up after school. Yet, Donna never did arrive, and again, There's not much details on this one either, but somebody, maybe her daughter, did notify authorities and a search began. Her vehicle would be found 2 days later, abandoned behind a church about 10 minutes from the high school. It appeared whoever parked it there pulled in, got out, locked the vehicle, and walked off. There was no evidence a crime had occurred in the vehicle. An investigation was launched, and as it sometimes goes, detectives can find some things you might not want getting out to the public, and that's what happened here. It didn't take investigators long to figure out that Donna was having an extramarital affair, so this was a gift to detectives, who basically now had their 2 top suspects, right? Not so much, because both men were brought in and questioned and administered polygraphs. Both men passed, and they were both eventually ruled out as suspects, which really threw a wrench in the investigation. Now here is the really big issue with this case. There are basically 2 versions of events floating around online that basically contradict each other. First is the one I already relayed. Donna was last seen by her daughter after dropping her off at high school. However, some reports state that her last visually confirmed sighting was at a restaurant just over the state line in Cherokee, Alabama, about a 15-minute drive from where her vehicle was found. Now this report claims she was at the restaurant with a man, neither her husband nor the man she was having the affair with. This man was identified and took a polygraph and failed. He then lawyered up and refused to speak to police. Now if this version of events is true, then it certainly points toward him. Although, I have to say, getting a lawyer does not indicate guilt. But if he was the last person seen with her, it is odd. Of course, police haven't disclosed who this man is, or what his connection was to her. Regardless, 2 months later, pieces of her wallet were found by fishermen in Bear Creek, which I could not find locally. The closest Bear Creek is an hour away in Alabama, so I don't know if this is more misreporting or if this is just some little waterway the locals in Iuka just called Bear Creek. Regardless, the case is unsolved after nearly 2 decades. With the rise of cell phones and the technology to send media nearly anywhere in the blink of an eye, the art of telling fishing stories will soon be lost. No longer can you tell your buddy about the 5-pound bluegill that you threw back, or the fish that broke your 100-pound test fishing line. These days, you have no excuse for not having picture and video, so it's somewhat strange that this one story seems to persist. It's that of the cryptid known as Ogawa, aka Rivesville Monster, aka Holt Monster. According to witness accounts that go back as far as 1745, the Ogawa is an alligator snapping turtle-like creature that is brown in color and inhabits the Ohio and Monongahela rivers, which run through West Virginia. The creature is a behemoth and is said to be around 500 pounds, and is sometimes even described as having 2 heads. It lives in the water but is able to come up onto land, where it is known to crush deer whole. It's said it stays in the water during the daytime, and at night goes to land to wait on them, usually in deer paths behind an old stump where the deer are unaware of its presence, passes over him. The turtle then seizes him and entangles him in its tail, which is sometimes cited as being 15 feet in length. He then drags him to the water, where he drowns and devours him. They are said to be a leftover animal from prehistoric times, when giant turtles roamed the area. As mentioned, the first report goes back to 1745 in Holt, West Virginia, when, according to the story, a 12-year-old boy from the Nichols family was allegedly pulled under the water by the Ogawa and Monongahela River while fishing with family on October 12th. He was never seen again. Witnesses described it as being larger than a bear. Days later, the family awoke to the sounds of something described as larger than a sow rubbing up against their cabin. The family eventually moved, and ever since, the creature has been spotted numerous times, particularly in Marion County, most famously by Fairmont coal miner John Edward White, who spotted the creature while night fishing at Paw Paw Creek in Rivesville, the summer of 1983. He cited it began with small waves coming ashore, followed shortly by the sight of fish swimming away from the river toward the mouth of the creek. Then, 30 feet in front of him, a fin that he estimated to be 6 to 8 feet in height appeared out of the water. Backing up, he caught a glimpse of a long reptilian tail and the mass it was attached to, swept out and back into the water. This, along with other local fishermen, made the creature an estimated 20 feet long and was reddish-brown in color with a serpent-like head and razor-sharp teeth and a long flat tail. According to the local paper, it was thought that it had came upriver from the Gulf of Mexico. His description was less detailed, but he did cite that it had a serpentine tail that matched earlier versions of the accounts. But let's start with the gigantic size, if this creature exists, and it is an alligator snapping turtle, or at least some kind of animal that is related to it. The largest snapping turtle in captivity was around 250 pounds, nearly half the size of Ogawa. However, there is at least one account of an alligator snapping turtle found in Kansas in 1937 that weighed 403 pounds, but this was never verified. Speaking of Kansas, the southeastern part of the state is about as far north as this turtle was found, and only as far over east as western Kentucky, which means this turtle is not native to West Virginia at all, casting doubts on Ogawa, or at least Ogawa being an alligator snapping turtle. Or does it? Well, one of the explanations for Ogawa is that it may indeed be a large snapping turtle that somehow made its way northward from the Gulf Coast. This has happened in the past, with at least one making it as far north as Maine, while others cite that it's an alligator that made it to West Virginia. August 17th, 1996, 65-year-old Jack Robinson of Columbia, South Carolina, planned to go down to the Rosewood boat landing in the neighborhood of Olympia. He had just recently retired and was a military vet with time spent in Vietnam. He was by all accounts a regular guy who kept to himself, but this evening he would pull into a gravel parking lot about 6 p.m. and walk towards a boat ramp, which was odd because he didn't sail, nor did he have a boat. Actually, he didn't do much at all, and may have been described as boring. As he made his way over, he would meet a younger man and speak to him for a few minutes. This was verified by 3 witnesses, who described the other man as being younger with dark skin and sunglasses. The 2 men seemed to know one another, or at least that's how it appeared to the witnesses. These 3 witnesses, by the way, were parked in the same parking lot waiting for a nearby concert to get started. While waiting, they seen Jack and the other man meet up in the parking lot and head to a grass clearing in the surrounding woods. When the 2 men got out of sight, an argument broke out. The 3 witnesses only heard bits and pieces of the argument. Primarily, they heard Jack. He was stating things like, "I'll give you money," or "I've got money," while also saying he could get money for the other man. One of the witnesses also heard Jack loudly exclaim, "What is it that you want?" Before the argument got physical, the man that had been arguing with Jack would then be seen running off on foot before Jack came back walking out of the wooded area, clutching his stomach. He was bleeding from multiple stab wounds and pleading for help. The witnesses called for an ambulance and he was rushed to the hospital, where he died 3 hours later. The autopsy showed he had suffered 3 stab wounds to the stomach, as well as a cut to the side of his face, although some records state it was his ear. He also had defensive cuts on his hands, which showed he put up a fight. The 3 eyewitnesses described to detectives what they had seen transpire. Detectives, going on these statements, were not sure if it was a pre-planned meeting by the 2, or if they ran into each other and walked together. But according to all 3 witnesses, the conversation was being shared between 2 acquaintances. The eyewitnesses also gave a solid description of the man, and a sketch was made. He was olive-skinned, most likely Hispanic, between 25 and 35. He wasn't big, about 5'5", and between 150 to 180 pounds. He had black hair and a light mustache, and was wearing aviator sunglasses, so the eyewitnesses couldn't get a good look at his eyes. The investigation soon began, and the key question was, why did he even go to the boat landing that day? To buy drugs? Or maybe to drink? Apparently, according to everyone that Jack knew, he didn't indulge in either, and he had no history of it. Detectives then went over his phone records and bank statements, and again, nothing stood out. He was a loner, and outside of visiting his family and volunteering, he didn't do much. However, detectives were able to determine that he had not made plans to go out that evening. At least, he didn't by telephone, which led investigators to think this was a chance encounter. Police also brought out bloodhounds that surprisingly picked up a scent from the crime scene. They followed it to a nearby business, which led to the investigation of a man named Max Nodden, who would eventually be arrested for killing a woman named Kimberly Brown, as well as her niece, Leah Brazil. Kimberly knew Jack, as the two had worked together, and Max actually worked at the business that the bloodhounds tracked the scent to. However, this was more of a desperation move by police, as Max looked nothing like the description. He was black and not Hispanic, and since this was all the police had, they pursued it before ruling him out. But it was Jack's daughter who, after speaking to police, was surprised to hear their first theory. They thought it was just possible that the man was Jack's lover. Apparently, in the months before Jack's death, he had began visiting a gay club in the area. But what doesn't make sense about the lover theory is why it sounded like a robbery was taking place. Why was Jack exclaiming he would give him money and asking him exactly what he wanted? The whole thing was odd. The case is cold, but police did eventually find a rusty hunting knife a short distance from where Jack had been stabbed, and they believe it is the weapon, but due to the exposure outdoors, they were unable to find DNA. They're hoping with future advances in technology, DNA will be able to be extracted. January 15th, 1994, in a small town called Hazard, Kentucky, employees at a Burger King were in the process of closing down the restaurant for the night. As they were ready to go home and get out of this extremely unusually cold weather that had descended onto the area, with temperatures dipping down below 0 degrees. But while they were closing down, they began to hear someone frantically banging on the doors. The workers rushed out into the lobby to see a young man in distress, begging to be let in. This young man was 21-year-old Joe Mark Wells. As he pounded on the glass doors, the employees would rush to call the police, but they did not let him in. And you may be wondering, why would they not let this person, who could potentially be running from danger, into the restaurant with them? Well, there's actually a good reason for this. It turns out that just the night before, a gas station was robbed, and the young attendant there was a very popular high school student who was shot and killed as the thief fled. For a town with a population of about 5,000 people, any murder was big news. But one of a young man so loved by the community was just unheard of. The town was so small and the crime so big that it created an atmosphere where everyone was on edge. And to these Burger King employees' credit, they would later state in interviews they regretted not opening the door to help him. But I have to say, I don't blame them one bit. However, it would only take the police, who were already no doubt on high alert, just a few minutes to reach the restaurant. But when they arrived, Joe was already gone. But it seems like he did not go very far, because shortly after this, Joe would approach Walmart, where he would begin asking people for a ride as they exited the door. I have to note here, some reports say that at this point, Joe was now calm, while other sources claim that he was acting panicked like someone was after him. After this, Joe never made it back home. The next day, his sister began to worry and called the Hazard PD. He was soon reported missing, and the police would bring out the dogs to try and track him down. However, it was hindered by a snowstorm. They did eventually pick up the scent near a river behind City Hall, but when they searched the area, including the water, there was no sign of Joe. Now, as you can see on this new map, Walmart is no longer in this location. But if he had walked east from where Walmart was then, he could have walked across the road and down the hill, and it is possible that he fell into the river since it was dark. But you would think one piece of evidence would have turned up showing that, and if he had fell in and gotten out, hypothermia could have set in and led to his demise. But this is in the middle of town, and someone would have seen. Not to mention, this search happened very soon after he went missing. Detectives did start their investigation, and they found one interesting thing. Joe had started that night out, hanging out with friends at the local shopping center. which is a thing you do in the 90s if you live in a small town. At some point, an argument broke out between them, and Mark walked away from the situation. It was shortly after this he was found beating on the Burger King doors. But that wasn't the only angle the detectives looked at. Many people in the community started to talk, and the town's theory seemed to be that Mark had seen something on the night that the gas station attendant was murdered, and he too would be murdered for the sole reason of being a witness. However, police investigated this theory a lot, but they just couldn't find any evidence linking the two, leaving us to guess what happened. What were Mark and his friends arguing about? Why didn't he seek shelter in Walmart? Why did he even go near the riverbank? Is it possible that whoever he argued with came back and murdered him and hid his body? Was his disappearance connected to the murder the night before? Is it possible that he was on some kind of drugs or having some type of mental issue? Or did he really just have an unfortunate accident? Between the years of the 1860s and 1880s, Florida would experience a very unique mystery. In the city of Tallahassee, one could go stand at a high point in the city and look towards the south and see a distinct column of black or white smoke, sometimes illuminated white or green, and this was seemingly rising out of the Wassisa Swamp in Wakulla County. Sometimes it was viewed up to 20 miles away, sometimes accompanied by a rumbling noise reminiscent of an earthquake. And what's so special about this smoke, you may ask? Well, its source was never found, yet it was almost persistent for 2 decades and was seen by many. And although the officially documented starting point was in the 1860s, there are Seminole legends that reference the smoke many centuries ago, while some sources note that Cabaza de Vaca had seen the smoke rising in 1527 when he was running around aimlessly in the swamp. But if we move to the 1860s, this is when most of the sightings really begin. In the early days, many thought that it was a forest fire, or perhaps a house fire, but after it appeared over and over again, making some nights brighter, well, people got curious. There were even sources that claimed during the Civil War, Union vessels became suspicious of the smoke and thought a rebel camp for the manufacturer of arms and ammunition were hidden deep in the swamp. They would even sometimes fire shells at it, but it wouldn't be until 1882 when it was first speculated that the smoke might be coming from a volcano, the Wakulla volcano, a volcano so deep in the swamp that it could not be located. And as far as when the smoke stopped, that's an odd story too. It seems that it stopped on August 31st, 1886, the same exact day there was a 7.0 magnitude earthquake in Charleston, South Carolina, a massive earthquake which left the city in ruins, and tremors were felt from Maine to Florida, the second largest on record in the southeastern US. After that day, the smoke disappeared, and over the years, numerous theories have been brought up to explain just where the smoke was coming from, the biggest one being that there was an active volcano deep inside Wassisa Swamp that could not be found, but geologists have said there is no way a volcano could be in Florida. But it was far from the only theory. Some have postulated that it was a hidden camp of pirates or smugglers. Others assumed it was a collection of moonshine stills, while more reasonable theories, like vapor from a hot boiling spring or a fissure that spits flammable gases, was also brought up. The American settlers thought it was an Indian camp, yet no one could ever find it, in spite of the fact that there was a $10,000 reward for anyone who could find it. One person even died during the search. By the 20th century, more grounded theories would be proposed. One of these was that the volcano was nothing more than a hill of burning peat, which is an accumulation of partially destroyed vegetation or organic matter often found in swamps. One researcher noted that this peat caught fire during extremely dry weather, and when the swamp fire had exhausted, the slow burning peat continued to burn on and off for years. This was later expanded upon by theorizing that the peat fires fell into sinkholes as a result of the Charleston earthquake. Yet, a peat fire burning in the same location for a few decades seems pretty rare. July 16th, 1951. Pilot Fred Reagan would take off down the airport runway and up into the air. He was flying in his light aircraft over Atlanta, Georgia, when he spotted something odd, that of a shining giant aircraft flying towards him. The surface of this UFO shone with silver light like aluminum. He tried to lower the nose and dive, but it was too late. This mysterious aircraft collided with his plane, smashing the wings. The plane immediately fell into a head-down spiral and started to dismember. Fred had not brought a parachute, and he was pushed out of the cockpit by the force of the gravity. As he fell, he knew he was going to die, but when he got closer to the ground, he suddenly felt there was no more danger, because it felt like he was being hooked up into the air by something. Fred would report that he was floating, but his whole body seemed paralyzed without any feeling, and only his eyes could turn left and right. By this time, the aircraft that crashed into him was hovering above him, holding him in the air with some kind of suction device. A dull sound rung out as the hatch opened, and after a while, Fred was in the UFO with no light inside. When his eyes finally adjusted, he seen 3 figures in the dark, humanoid life forms that looked like wine bottles, wearing sparkling metal cosmic suits. A bright blue light that seemed not too far from the face of this creature moved closer to Fred, as if he was checking on him. The bright eyes looked up and down his whole body, while the cabin remained very quiet. The alien would then speak and relay that this was an accident, that they had not meant to crash into him, and that they had came only to look at Earth's civilization. They also let him know that they did a full exam to make sure he was not injured by the crash, but in doing so, they did find a tumor on his brain. Due to them causing the crash, they decided to compensate for it by removing the said tumor. They then told him he was being sent back, but not to tell anyone. Suddenly, a harsh sound rang out in the cockpit, and Fred lost consciousness. Sometime later, Fred was found unconscious in a field without so much as a scratch, while the wreckage of his plane lay nearby. The engine was buried about 6 feet into the ground, meaning it had fell thousands of feet. When he awoke, he found himself lying in the hospital, surrounded by doctors and nurses. He would begin to tell his family what happened. No one believed him, of course. He was eventually discharged from the hospital, but he would have nightmares for several nights about the event. A few months later, he suffered severe depression and was admitted to the mental hospital. Nearly 10 months later, he died. An autopsy was ordered because of his extraordinary story he shared. They found that he had died due to degenerating brain tissue, a symptom of overexposure to atomic radiation. They also found a tumor had been removed from his brain months earlier, and that whatever had removed it was not the typical scalpel used by doctors. Instead, it was some type of instrument not seen in medicine before. So what to make of this one? Well, obviously, it seems like a tall tale, but it was allegedly supposed to have came from a newspaper clipping in 1952, shortly after Fred's death, but no one has ever been able to locate it. Actually, by 1972, a researcher would send a letter to the Georgia State Department of Public Health asking for information about the demise of a Mr. Fred Reagan and a copy of the certificate of death. Georgia authorities were helpful and cooperative. They stated they checked for Fred Reagan and various spellings of his name and found nothing. Moreover, no aircraft accident report matching that plane was uncovered. And finally, no news clippings could be traced to any paper, which means the earliest documentation we have of it came from a pulp adventure magazine in 1953, which cites the supposed newspaper article, so it's most likely a fictitious story for the magazine. March 24th, 1976, Nashville, Tennessee. A fisherman would find the body of a teenage girl laying face down in the Harpeth River and reported it to the authorities. Upon getting her out of the water, it was found that her pants had been unbuttoned and she was not wearing a top. She also had cuts and bruises visible on her body, as well as old scars on both arms that seemed to have come from cigarette burns. The woman was either Hispanic or Native American, and probably between 14 and 17 years old. Upstream, a blouse was found that could not be 100% confirmed to belong to the deceased. On taking the young woman back to the coroner's office, an autopsy would be performed, and it was found that her cause of death was drowning by undetermined circumstances. It was also determined she had been dead for less than 24 hours. Finally, they were also able to establish she had sexual activity just days before her death. If this was consensual or not is still unknown. But not only did detectives not know exactly how she had been murdered, or if she had even been murdered, they had no idea who this young woman was. Luckily, they did catch what they thought was a break, finding that the woman had carried a photograph of a white, blonde-haired boy. On the back of this photograph was the name Little Charlie written on it, along with a phone number. Detectives would call this number, and a 24-year-old man named Charles Moore answered it. Charles lived in East Nashville with his father, known as Big Charlie. He would clarify to the detectives that he was not the child in the picture. However, he would state 9 days prior to this unidentified woman's body being found, Charles and his brother-in-law had picked up this young woman who was hitchhiking along I-24. She went by the name Cheryl or Sherry and was accompanied by another teenage female who they described as slender and white with sandy blonde hair, scars on her wrist, and wore wire-rimmed glasses with round lenses. These 2 girls would tell Charles and his brother-in-law that they had ran away from a treatment facility in or near the Twin Cities in Minnesota. The companion with Cheryl had been there because she was suicidal, hence the scars on her wrist, while Cheryl herself told them she had been there because she was a recovering alcoholic. The 2 would further reveal that they were on their way to Haines City, Florida, about a day's drive from Minnesota and a half a day's drive from Nashville, to meet up with the companion's husband, or in some sources, the companion's family. Charles explained that he provided Cheryl with his name and phone number after dropping them off, and said to hit them up if they returned back to Nashville and needed anything. Cheryl did not have a sheet of paper, so she wrote it on the back of this photograph. And I have to clarify here, there is some conjecture that the boy in the photograph is actually the child of the companion traveling with Cheryl, but that has never been confirmed. Once they dropped the 2 off, he saw them get into another truck and drive off, and going by Charles's account, that means Cheryl's body was found 90 miles from where they dropped her off at, and was strangely in the opposite direction of their intended destination in Florida. Cheryl was buried, and somehow her grave location was lost, as the markers had been relocated, but dental and fingerprints were taken, and she has not been connected to any missing person cases. Even stranger, the unidentified blonde girl that was traveling with her has never been identified or found. It's even possible she is still alive somewhere. And since it was 9 days between when Charles dropped off Cheryl and when she was found in the water, it's unsure if they remained in the area that whole time, or made it to Florida and were on their way back north, or if Cheryl and the other girl split up, with Cheryl remaining in the area while the other girl went to Florida. Police checked with facilities near St. Paul and couldn't find any records indicating that patients had escaped. They were also able to conclusively rule out both Charles and his brother-in-law. A cold case detective did release an update in 2020 where we learned that she was most likely Native American, living on a reservation in Minnesota or Wisconsin. Cheryl was found to be heavily intoxicated at the time of her death, which again means her drowning may have just been an accident. Unfortunately, this is one of those that will probably never be solved. If you're like me, you probably like hearing a good urban legend story every now and then, especially the ones that are based on some element of truth, and that's what we are going to look at in this next mystery. The crazy story starts on October 19th, 1970, in Burke, Virginia, when U.S. Air Force cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée were visiting relatives in the area. Around midnight, they would leave a football game and go park in a field off of Guinea Road. He would later tell investigators they were parked across the street from his uncle's, but it seems more than likely that him and his fiancée had chosen a quiet, secluded area to park and enjoy some time alone. While they sat in the front seat with the motor running, they would notice something moving outside their rear window, and it was just a couple of seconds after this The front passenger window shattered. Outside the window stood a white-clad figure. Bennett, alarmed, punched the gas to get out of there. When the man started screaming at them about trespassing, saying you're on private property and I have your tag number, as the scared couple escaped, they would eventually calm down and, noticing the floorboard, laid a hatchet, no doubt thrown by the man who had ran them off. Bennett would go to the police, and here's where it gets odd. They would ask for a description of the man, and Bennett would say he was wearing a white suit with long bunny ears. Yes, you heard that right, bunny ears. Meanwhile, Bennett's fiancée would dispute this and say that it wasn't bunny ears. It instead looked like one of those white hoods the KKK is known to wear. Regardless, Bennett and his fiancée did state that even though they had seen the man's face clearly, they could not determine his race. 10 days later, on October 29th, a construction security guard named Paul Phillips was making his rounds when he came across a man standing on the porch of an unfinished home. And again, this was on Guinea Road, just like the Bennett altercation. Phillips would approach the man and try to run him off the property when he noticed the guy was wearing a gray, black, and white bunny costume. He was about 20 years old, 5'8", and 175 pounds. The man was carrying a long-handled axe and began chopping the newly constructed porch, exclaiming, "You are trespassing. If you come any closer, I'll chop off your head." The security guard went for his gun, and the man then turned around and ran off into the woods. Now the Fairfax County Police Department realized they had a potential madman on their hands, and they would open an investigation into the matter. But the floodgates had been opened, because in the following weeks, more than 50 people contacted the police with reports of seeing a bunny man. And while we can't go over all of them, headlines like "The Bunny Man Strikes Again" and "Man in a Bunny Suit Sought in Fairfax" sprung up all over newspapers in the area. Maybe the craziest account was that the bunny man had eaten someone's runaway cat. And while the bulk of these 50 reports are unverified or dubious, the mystery remains about the two original encounters, the canonical bunny man encounters. These two incidents are the only two that are widely believed to have actually happened, but the man behind them has never been identified, and stranger yet, his motive for doing so. Of course, maybe the couple that pulled into a field were really on his property, but if so, that should have been easy to identify the culprit. But what kind of rules out the private property motive is the fact that the bunny man attacked a construction site that was definitely not his property. He was owned by a company putting up real estate in the area, which brings us to our theory. In 2013, an article documenting the attacks speculated that it was someone who obviously lived in the general area that was unhappy that the woods were being cut down for new housing. It was a growing neighborhood, and what was once a nice farm community was turning into a suburb, and someone, who may have had a mental illness, did not react well to that. In fact, after the attack on the newly constructed home, the detective investigating the case got a call from someone at the company building homes in the area who reported they had received a call from someone identifying himself as the Axeman, and this man told the company, "You have been messing up my property by dumping tree stumps, limbs, and brush and other things on my property. You can make everything right tonight by meeting me to talk about the situation." A time and place was set up, and police actually staked it out, but the Axeman never showed up. The police, for their part, do not have a record for the assault of Robert Bennett and his fiancée, but they do have a record for the vandalism on the home. Regardless, the story went from these two incidents to one of the richest urban legends in American history. June 30th, 1989, Dogwood, Missouri. 25-year-old Kelly Ann Workman would go to a local cemetery around 3:30 p.m. Kelly was not your typical young woman. She stood over 6 foot tall and was 135 pounds and was very athletic. She had spent high school playing on the basketball team and now worked for her parents on their farm, as well as mowing lawns for different places in the community. One of these lawns being the cemetery. Around 5 p.m., it would begin to rain, so Kelly would go back home, where she lived with her parents, changed her blouse, and fed the cattle. By now, the rain had stopped, so she returned to the cemetery, which was only about 1.5 miles away. And sometime after Kelly returned and started mowing again, some neighbors in the area noticed that Kelly had simply vanished, while the lawnmower remained running in the cemetery. They would be the first to raise the alarm and call Kelly's parents, who would make the short drive over to the church, where they sat in the parking lot that looked out into the cemetery, and they spotted the lawnmower still sitting there. Strangely, the lawn had only been mowed about 1/3 of the way, and stranger yet, there was no sign of Kelly, although her car was still parked in the gravel driveway, with the keys in the ignition, but there was no sign of a struggle. Her parents went to the police, and the next day, firefighters and a helicopter would go out to the area to look for her, but there was zero signs pointing to where Kelly went. The small community was dumbfounded and scared. It wouldn't be until the following week when a farmer and his son would find Kelly. She was deceased, and her fully clothed, decomposing body was found in the lower half of a pool of water. Seemingly, runoff water from the wet spring had dragged her body down the cliffside about 80 feet. She was found about 10 miles from the church/cemetery where she was last seen, and maybe somewhat curiously was found near another church. An autopsy would be conducted, and dental records did confirm that it was her, as well as confirming that she had been the victim of a homicide. Unfortunately, no cause of death could be determined, although gunshot and knife were eliminated. The medical examiner could not rule out strangulation or asphyxiation. Likewise, he could not say if either were the cause, although I have to note here, as it sometimes goes with these older cases, you find a lot of contradicting sources, because in the Webster County Citizen, a local newspaper, an article about the case clearly says a .22 caliber rifle was used, so I'm not sure which one to go by, but maybe the strangest clue, she had not been assaulted, and most likely, she had died within hours of vanishing, probably around midnight. The most eerie part was the time frame in which it occurred. Her uncle seen her mowing at 5:40 p.m., and by 6:15 p.m., her neighbors had noticed she was missing. So in that 35-minute period, mowing the cemetery, her abduction occurred. The sheriff at the time thought it was in no way planned, and someone drove by in that small window of time, made a spur-of-the-moment decision, and tried to snatch her. For what purpose? Well, the sheriff would state he felt that it was obvious that the suspect was going to assault her. However, when he tried, he found out that Kelly was a big and strong farm girl who didn't go without a fight. And somewhere in the struggle, the suspect realized his plan was now blowing up in his face. So he decided to strangle her and then dump her body off. A $10,000 reward was posted, which led to no arrest. But there were a few suspects named over the years. Two of these were actually brothers who lived near the cemetery. They were not only named suspects because they lived so close, but also because one of the brothers had talked about being the one responsible, but he passed the polygraph and later admitted he was joking when he confessed to being the one responsible. He did receive a bit of karma though, because some vigilantes in town would go shoot up his mobile home, believing he was the responsible party. Now I mentioned there is some dispute over how she was murdered, with two local journalists citing a .22 was used. These same two journalists, who did deep research on the case in the late 90s, have also stated they now know who is responsible, and that they even know the weapon that was used was tossed in a pond in Texas. Now, do they really know this? That I can't say, as the police have never commented anything in that way. Another theory was that of Tommy Lynn Sells, one of the worst serial killers ever. There was also the thought that it could have been a young man whose truck was spotted near the cemetery the evening she was kidnapped, because later that day, that guy's truck was found burned. There was also another witness account that put a blue car in the area, and finally, a lot of people are convinced it was someone who went to that church with Kelly. However, there is one more interesting note from the former Sheriff Department investigator, Rita Sanders, who re-examined the case years later. She would tell a local newspaper that if the original investigators had followed up on alibis of the people they investigated right after the murder, the case would have been solved, which means this was another one of those that was just bungled by the investigators. Case update. This is a big one. Let's go back to that part about the two brothers who lived close to the cemetery. If you recall, one of them had been dumb enough to brag to other people about being the one responsible for Kelly's death. But when investigators heard about this, they brought him in for questioning, and he admitted he was only joking and basically was just talking up a big game to people. Well, investigators polygraphed him, and he passed. But guess what? In February of 2024, these brothers were charged with her murder. Bobby Banks and Leonard Banks. Leonard being the one who initially bragged to people about her murder. They also arrested one of their friends, a man named Wiley Belt, and said all three men were responsible. Of course, it's important to point out here that they are innocent until proven guilty, as the trial has not started yet. The state alleges, though, that after abducting her, they struck her with a blunt object, so that clears up the contradicting reports on the murder weapon. A gun was not used. We also know that contrary to the autopsy, which found no signs of her being sexually violated, she most likely was, or at least there was an attempt made. We also know the three have never been off the investigators' radar. In fact, Bobby Banks failed a polygraph in 1990, just a year after the murder, which his brother stated was due to his frail emotions. But detectives were also told by Bobby's ex-girlfriend that he told her he needed an alibi for the night of Kelly's disappearance. So what was the catalyst for this cold case to get started towards a resolution so many years later? It seems a witness came forward with incredibly good information. Now this witness has so far remained anonymous, maybe for safety precautions, and the tip this person gave is still unknown. All we know is police have stated that it was the one piece needed that linked all the other pieces, which brings us to a couple of key questions. 1. Why did this person wait 35 years to come forward? And secondly, this person has not only been called a key witness, but also an eyewitness, which opens up more questions. In fact, the county prosecuting attorney, Matthew Weatherman, specifically said the word eyewitness. So did this person see the abduction, the assault, the murder, or all three? It's also worth pointing out, this investigation was apparently horribly botched by the original investigators. This was even confirmed by the former detective, which I mentioned toward the end of the segment, that had taken over the case a decade later. They also had several other witnesses come forward and turn these three men in, but the detectives never had that critical piece of evidence. Or maybe it's more accurate to say they screwed up so bad on collecting crucial evidence at the original crime scene, or if they did collect it, they lost it. Regardless, it's deemed as a failure by law enforcement. But that was the original investigators. The current law enforcement have worked hard on the case. And although they have worked hard on it, the investigation only picked up steam after two outside private investigators took the case on. A former San Diego detective, Leslie Albrecht, and former FBI investigator, Christopher Holland. It was these two that finally solved the case. August 8th, 1991, Naples, Florida. 32-year-old Patricia Leventhal would come home from her church choir practice and get into the jacuzzi with her husband. Patricia was a registered nurse, and her two children from a previous marriage had only moved to Florida from Louisiana 7 weeks prior, after marrying her husband a year before, who was a very successful doctor and a very prominent man in the Naples, Florida area. After some time relaxing with him in the jacuzzi, she would get out around 11:30 p.m. and make a short drive down the road to pick up some soda. However, Patricia never made it back home. The police would be called in, and it didn't take them long to find her vehicle abandoned in an apartment complex parking lot just a mile away. There were no clues and no sign of a struggle, nor were there any fingerprints. And Patricia has never returned, nor has her credit cards ever been used again. It's like she vanished into thin air. Now oddly, there's not much at all about this missing persons case, but some of the early conjecture was that Patricia headed back to her home in Louisiana, which obviously doesn't make sense because it's doubtful she would just leave her kids behind. And why would you leave at 11:30 p.m.? But the other thing that came out that really makes this one shady is Patricia's husband, the doctor, would tell police she had only gotten out of the jacuzzi to get a soda at 11:30 p.m. because the two had a small argument, which really kind of points the investigation in a totally different direction. He claimed that after he got out, he walked into the bedroom and noticed she was gone, taking her purse with her. But just 13 days after she went missing, the good doctor filed for divorce, and he had her declared dead just 5 years later. She's been missing now for over 30 years, and it's odd in the sense that no one has ever really made a big deal about it. There were never any rewards from this wealthy family that was ever posted, which makes one wonder, maybe Patricia really did leave on her own. The next mystery comes from the Monsters Among Us podcast in an episode where they took listener calls detailing their own paranormal experiences. One caller ran into one of the most bizarre cryptids I've ever heard of. This man, who went only by the name Dan, was 33 years old, would recall a story from his childhood when he was around 9 years old in the mid-90s. He was living in Virginia at the time, and had went over to a friend's house as the two young boys planned to walk out into the nearby forest to visit an area they called the Cliffs. Now Dan's friend lived deep in the woods, as the house sat on a couple of back roads and then up a long driveway about 1/5 of a mile back up from the main road. So the two young boys would start heading down the driveway and into the forest, one they had walked numerous times before. His friend was leading the way through dense trees, staying 2 to 3 steps ahead, when all of a sudden he came to a complete stop. Dan looked up to see a humanoid creature that stood about 7 to 8 feet tall and can only be described as looking like it was made out of beehive material and chunks of wood. It also had some sort of a face, but Dan couldn't clearly describe it, just saying it wasn't human. The cryptid, which is now known as the Wasp Paper Man, was sitting on a log about 15 to 20 feet in front of the boys, blocking their path. And at first, they wondered if this might be some weird sculpture someone left out in the woods as a joke, but this thing turned around and looked at them, which immediately sent them running back to the house. And as far as theories go, there's not many. There's no other cryptid sighting that really sounds similar to this one, but I suppose it's possible that since Dan was a child when this happened, what he may have really seen was a big wasper nest, and with all the limbs and trees and dense foliage, what he may have really seen was just an illusion. Other than that, there's no other theories because this cryptid sighting is so obscure. On a hot summer afternoon in July 1854, in the town of Selma, Alabama, a man named Orion Williamson was sitting on the porch with his wife and son at their farmhouse, watching the horses graze under the sunshine in the distance. Orion would stand up and say, "I forgot to tell Andrew about those horses," Andrew being the manager of his farm, and he began to walk towards the field to tell him to take the horses to a shaded area. He then bent over and picked up a stick lying nearby to play with as he walked forward. At this time, his neighbors, Armour Wren and his son, James, were passing by in a buggy when they seen Orion walking through the field. They stopped and waved hello, and as Orion threw up his hand to wave back at his neighbors, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. Armour would run over to the spot where Orion had been, along with Orion's wife and child. They assumed he had fell into a hole, and looked around the area trying to find him, but all they seen was grass. The entire thing was eerie. How did a grown man disappear in front of his family and neighbors? The shock was so much that Mrs. Williamson fainted and had to be taken to a hospital. The story of the mystery spread throughout the town, and eventually 300 people came together to search the field for Williamson, and they brought out bloodhounds as well. And as the hours passed, it became dark. They would light up torches and search for a while longer with no sign of Orion. The next day, more citizens from the surrounding areas came to search. Some volunteers even started to dig where Orion had once stood, but found nothing. Eventually, the search was called off. The following spring, investigators would make it to the area to do their own search, and they found that oddly, a dry patch of grass was now nearby where Orion stood. Not only that, but Mrs. Williamson would tell them that her and her son kept hearing her husband's voice call out for weeks after he disappeared, but every time they searched the area where the sound was coming from, they found nothing. The early theories by the investigators was a magnetic field transported the missing man to another dimension, but now maybe a more modern take on that would be a dimensional rift or window that Orion accidentally stepped into. There's other stories that are similar to this. Actually, there was one from 1880 in Tennessee of a farmer named David Lang who, like Williamson, was sitting on the porch with his wife and children before walking out into the field and was never seen again. In this case, his daughter Sarah would write about the incident in great detail. Then, 5 years later, we get the story of a man named Isaac Martin who disappeared in 1885 working in a field in Virginia. His disappearance was covered in the New York Sun, and if you listen to the obscure mystery series I covered, you might remember Alberto Gordoni, who disappeared in Italy under similar circumstances. But in Orion's case, if he wasn't teleported to another dimension, what could it have been? Well, you get the obvious paranormal ones, like a UFO abducted him, while there are more couple down-to-earth theories that don't make sense either. Some claim that Orion simply left to start a new life, and it was known by his friends he was unhappy at home at the time. But how does this explain the fact that he disappeared in front of his neighbors and family, unless they all lied about it? There's also the theory that he met with foul play. In particular, there were a few other people in the area that went missing around the same time. There's also the theory that he staged his disappearance. But again, all these have to be ruled out. If it's true, he disappeared in front of his family and neighbors. We finally come to the last theory, which is probably the most viable. In the 1970s, researchers would contact a Tennessee librarian who believed they had found the source of the tale. Turns out that a well-known hoaxer living in Tennessee in the 1880s supposedly invented the story while participating in a lying contest, which then spread and became a local legend. Yes, people were so bored back then, they had lying contests, but it's believed this was the source for the alleged David Lang disappearance in Tennessee, and somehow, over time, it got retold as happening as Orion in Alabama. However, it has to be pointed out, there's actually no concrete proof that this happened either, which just further complicates the tale, but I would venture to say that it's probably something like this that the story did come from. But there's also another account that says Williamson's disappearance was real, and someone else wrote a short story based on it, and changed the name to David Lang, and changed the location from Alabama to Tennessee. Census records had been searched for an Orion Williamson, and nothing was ever found, but since records are spotty back then, it doesn't really prove anything. You have no doubt heard such legendary names as Jesse James, Billy the Kid, or the Dalton Gang, all famous outlaws from the days of the Old West. Many movies and stories have been written about these men, and their names are known far and wide, but there is one name you probably have never heard of, that of James Copeland and the Copeland Gang. Now technically, he wasn't an Old West outlaw, since that time frame is generally considered to be the 1860s to 1910s. Instead, Copeland would terrorize Mississippi from the 1830s until his death in 1857, so he was kinda like the OG. At 14 years old, he would sneak out and go steal 15 hogs, in which he turned around and sold in Mobile for $30, which was a ton of money back then. He tried to steal this from the same farmer again, but the next time, he was caught and arrested. His lawyer knew there was too much evidence to prevent incarceration, so his mother actually hired a man named Gill Wages, a notorious thief from Mobile, to take care of the situation. Wages and James Copeland would burn down the Jackson County Courthouse, destroying all the evidence against him, along with everything else housed there. After this, he would join Wages, who led a gang of bandits based in Mobile, Alabama, and over time, Copeland would start his own gang that worked with Wages' gang. The two had a combined 60 members who mainly pillaged southern Mississippi along with parts of Alabama. They mostly stole slaves, horses, boats, hogs, looted and burned houses and stores, counterfeited, piracy, and of course, murder. Copeland was especially important because he knew of water hideouts as well as he knew the ones on land. He and his gang set fire to the west side of Mobile, and then when the citizens were trying to put out the flames, they rode to the east side and looted it. When things cooled down, they came back and done it again, only this time, they set the east side on fire and sacked the west side. Each time, they would load their boats with their plunder and disappeared into Mobile Bay. However, in 1849, his luck ran up, as he was captured near Mobile and tried for his Alabama crimes and sentenced only to 4 years. But after he completed his term, he was transferred to Mississippi to stand trial for his much more serious crimes, such as murder. And in 1857, he was convicted and sent to the gallows. So you may be wondering, just what is the mystery? Well, after Copeland was convicted, he would confess a lot of things to the sheriff before his execution. One of these were the names of the men in the gang, which is why we know who they are today. But the other things he confessed, well, that's the mystery. Because according to Copeland, his gang had buried some $30,000 worth of gold in the swamps near Mobile, Alabama, and at some point, they would dig up this treasure, and the gang picked up 3 whiskey barrels, which they filled to the top with gold coins, put them on a boat, and took them to Purling, Mississippi, where they transported them to Catahoula Creek, where they promptly buried them. But this was supposedly just one of the caches. Allegedly, there were many more hid throughout Mississippi, some in barrels, others in copper or brass pots, and this gold has never been found, and rumors have circulated about it ever since, with many believing that the caches are still hidden in and around the shores of the Gulf of Mexico. But is there really buried treasures in the swamps of Mississippi? Considering James Copeland was not the most dependable person, why should we believe what he said while awaiting execution? Or did he even say it? Because the claim didn't come out until a year after his execution, when a book came out stating this claim. And just who was that author? And how did he know? Well, that was the sheriff himself. He published a book about Copeland's death, alleging that Copeland had confessed all this stuff to him. So was he just trying to make some quick cash off of Copeland? Or did Copeland really bury gold in the swamps of Mississippi? You decide. New Year's Eve, 2007, a man who went by the name El Mariachi would attend a New Year's Eve party at the home of Adolfo Valentin Morales. Now this man, known as El Mariachi, or sometimes called the Cowboy, was a mariachi singer in Lynchburg, Virginia. He was a great singer, and many described his voice as being similar to the legendary mariachi singer Vicente Fernandez, and since he was so good, many wanted to be his friend so he could visit their homes and sing for them, and that's probably what he planned this fateful night. But just moments after taking this picture you see here, El Mariachi would get into an argument with Morales and 2 of his friends. The 4 men will go out onto the porch, where El Mariachi cut one of these 3 men. Morales ran back into his home and grabbed a kitchen knife, returned, and stabbed El Mariachi in the heart. El Mariachi collapsed and crawled under a van where he would soon die. His body was noticed later and authorities were called, and the investigation was pretty straightforward. Valentin Morales was charged with involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. But the mystery is just beginning, because as you noticed, I kept calling him by his stage name, and that's because no one knows who he really was. Apparently, when this local celebrity's residence was searched, authorities found many fake IDs and aliases. Investigators would start the long, difficult task of trying to find out who El Mariachi really was. They chased leads as far away as Washington State, where an alleged cousin lived, which led to nothing. They even had the possible name of his father, but that too led to nothing. Another clue led to the theory that his family was in the iron ore drilling business, but again, none of this could be confirmed either. In 2008, a letter was sent to the Mexican consulate with a kit to collect a DNA sample from a possible father and mother, and they were never able to get that. The man's fingerprints were also not on file with the FBI or Department of Homeland Security. In Lynchburg, detectives learned that he had been doing odd jobs and staying place to place. At the home he had last stayed, police found several items that suggested he was from Mexico, such as a fake driver's license. This one is just crazy to me, that so many people knew El Mariachi, yet they didn't know his real name. But there's also some online conjecture that his family may have actually been informed of his death via other people, but not law enforcement, and that they may have not came forward because they are illegal immigrants, or they were too poor to afford the funeral. Regardless, authorities have not been able to locate these people. August 27th, 1891, at 2:30 a.m., a locomotive will pull out of Statesville, North Carolina, intending to take its passengers to Asheville. The ride was about 35 minutes behind schedule, so the train's engineer was going faster than normal to try to catch up. and within 5 minutes of leaving Statesville, the train was coming up on Boston Train Bridge, a 5-span bridge of brick and stone that went over a creek that sat 60 feet below. And due to the circumstances that are still unknown to this day, the train would jump the tracks and violently derail. The wooden passenger cars burst apart as they crashed into the creek below. At the speed it was going, the train had flew some 150 feet through the air before it hit the creek bed. And somewhat surprising, not everyone was instantly killed. Those who could escape the wreckage walked back to the station for help. Ultimately though, some survivors were trapped, and now that the train sat in the creek bed, blocking the water, it caused it to rise. The water would begin to leak into the train cars, and sadly, some people were now forced to sit in these train cars, waiting to drown, and some did. Since there was no hospital in the area, the survivors were taken to private homes, and a local warehouse was used for the corpses. In total, 23 people died. It's an awful story, and one that would happen again. Cause 50 years later, in 1941, a couple traveling through the area would get a flat tire and have to pull off to the side of the road. The wife would wait for her husband to go get a new tire. As she sat in the car, she heard the train whistle in the distance, as well as feeling the rumbling that accompanied it. The headlights shone through the trees as she watched the train head towards Boston Bridge, and to her horror, the train jumped the tracks and crashed down to the creek bed again. She reported hearing the wooden car splintering, the crunching of metal, and more frighteningly, the passengers screaming. She would run across the road, through a field, and to the side of the creek. The sight was terrible. The passengers' cars were beginning to flood again. She would rush past the car in order to go to town, but her husband and a clerk from the gas station were just pulling up. She would tell them what had transpired, and her husband and clerk ran over to the cliff to peer down, to see nothing. There had been no wreck. The woman was still obviously shaken up, and her husband would tell her she must have fell asleep and had a nightmare, but she was adamant that she had really seen it. Not to be deterred, the couple would stop at Statesville train station and ask if anyone had reported anything about a train crash, and to her shock, the clerk would tell her that there had been no accident reported. But crazily enough, today marked 50 years since the 1891 disaster. The woman then fainted, realizing she had seen a ghost train. Now how much of this is true or legend is up for debate, but it's not the only weird thing that has occurred in this area. On some anniversaries, people have reported hearing the screeching of wheels trying to stop and the screams of doomed passengers, while on the first anniversary, a ghostly figure of a uniformed railroad employee wearing a gold watch showed up. This spirit was believed to be that of the baggage master, Hugh K. Leinster, who was found with a broken neck on the tracks. So, is this bridge really haunted due to the horrible crash that occurred there? Did this lady really see a ghost train? I'll let you answer in the comments below, but I will leave you with this. In 2010, on the 119th anniversary of the disaster, a team of amateur ghost hunters came to the bridge to investigate and hopefully capture footage of the ghost train. While on the bridge at 2:45 a.m., a train came barreling down the bridge. Since it was around the spot where the accident had occurred, some froze, thinking it was the ghost train. It took a few seconds to realize it was the real thing. As the ghost hunters leapt off the track, 2 would escape with injuries, while one, 29-year-old Christopher Kaiser, was killed by the train. December 10th, 1984, Bethany, Missouri. 29-year-old Judy Wardrop would go into her shift at the hotel, but this wasn't any ordinary hotel. It was actually the Bethany Motel, the family's business founded by her father decades ago. So she and her little dog, Moppet, would begin their day. She expected to be relieved by her sister later that evening, as they were the only 2 employees at the motel, and they spent most of their time running it. Both girls cleaned the rooms and did the check-ins, so it kinda surprised her sister when she arrived to find Judy nowhere. She at first thought she must be in the office, but she wasn't, which was really odd because Judy was very responsible and was not known to be one to leave the motel unattended for an extended period of time. So Janet began to walk throughout the motel, checking the rooms, thinking she must be cleaning one of them. She would finally come across the room that Judy had been cleaning. In there sat a half a cup of coffee, which was setting in Judy's mug, and the TV in the room was still on with the noise blaring, which would have been typically turned off by Judy. After realizing her car, purse, ID were all still at the premises, Janet became very concerned and called the police. They would arrive at the scene shortly and start their own investigation. They would start to go to all the rooms that currently had guests and question the people in them. And strangely, none of them heard or seen anything unusual. Detectives also found that nothing had been stolen. The motel cash drawer still had its money in it. The .38 caliber Smith & Wesson the girls kept for protection in a desk drawer was still in place. Even the room she was in last appeared as if Judy walked away halfway through cleaning, possibly interrupted. Judy would never be seen again. There's really only a couple of theories in this case, and there's really not many details. But one thing investigators originally looked at was Judy and Janet's own mother, who suffered from depression and had actually committed suicide years before. Police wondered if Judy could have done the same, but after talking to people that knew her, they realized she had exhibited no signs of depression, and she had already purchased Christmas gifts, most likely ruling out that theory, which led to the second and only real theory. Judy had been abducted, but by who? That is a good question. What is particularly interesting about this is Judy's dog, which was a Lhasa Apso, a dog often used as a watchdog because they bark at everything, especially strangers. This dog was with Judy and was also now missing, which would imply that whoever abducted Judy most likely knew her and was familiar with the dog, which is why no one reported hearing or seeing anything out of the ordinary. It's also possible someone lured her away to a vehicle where they then got the drop on her, but with her having that dog around, this doesn't seem likely. Investigators did find out that Judy had a much older boyfriend, but he was cleared when his alibi checked out. Other than that, I couldn't find anyone else that was looked at. Some have speculated that it was a stranger, maybe someone who had seen her from the highway that ran in front of the motel, and this person pulled off to do it, like a spur-of-the-moment thing. Others have suggested she was being stalked by someone, or less likely, a serial killer. But I keep coming back to that dog. How in the world was she abducted from a room while accompanied by a dog that is known to bark at everyone, and yet nobody reported hearing a dog barking? And how was she presumably taken to a vehicle in the parking lot in front of the motel and highway in the middle of the day and not one person see it? She has been missing close to 40 years, and police are seemingly no closer now than they were then. August 1st, 1980. Holmes Beach, Florida. Pediatrician Juan Dumois, 47, and his son Eric, 13, his son Mark, 9, and the doctor's brother-in-law, Raymond Burroughs, 54, had spent the day out on the water on a fishing trip and had just returned to the boat ramp. While the doctor was hooking the boat up to be hauled back home, a man would emerge from some trees at the boat landing and would approach the doctor. He was in his early 30s and white and seemed to be limping. He would tell the doctor he had broke his ankle and ask if he could get a ride back to town. Dr. Dumois said that was fine and he didn't mind to help, and the man lifted up his bike and threw it into the back of the boat. He got in the back seat of the station wagon with the children. Juan then would pull up from the boat ramp and head west, and almost immediately after turning out onto the road, the man would pull out a .22 caliber handgun and shoot Raymond Burroughs in the head first, then turn to the two sons, Eric and Mark, and shot them. By this time, Juan had pulled over to the side and retched back at the crazed gunman. A fight of sorts broke out before the man was able to shoot Dr. Juan Dumois in the head. He then steered the car to the side of the road, after which the car and boat trailer jackknifed. The gunman jumped out of the vehicle, lifted his bike from the boat, and proceeded west where Juan had been driving. It was then that another man, Robert Matsky, a retired lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, had been working in his yard nearby. From his vantage point, it appeared that the man was fleeing the scene of an accident, so he turned to his wife and told her to call the police to report a car crash. He then jumped in his car and pursued the bicyclist to the parking lot of a nearby grocery store. Once they pulled up, Matsky, who had no idea the man was armed, would say something to him about fleeing the scene. The men would argue, and Matsky got back in his vehicle to go home. It was then that the unidentified gunman would shoot Matsky in the head before loading his bike into the trunk of a Ford LTD with a tan body, dark top, and a Florida license plate. where an unidentified person waited on him in the driver's seat. The two then fled east. In total, 5 people had been shot. The doctor and his 2 sons died at the hospital, while Robert Matsky died at the scene, and the brother-in-law, Raymond Burroughs, survived. He would provide details to detectives, along with a description that resulted in this sketch. He described him as being 6 foot tall and a lean, muscular build, with thick, wavy brown hair pulled straight back. He had bushy eyebrows turned up slightly at the ends, with large blue eyes and deep lines creasing his forehead, and a cleft-marked chin. He would also state he had a New England accent. Unfortunately, it didn't help much. Police also caught a break early on, when a man came forward and stated that he had drove by when the vehicle jackknifed, and he had a camera with him. So he began taking several photos of the suspect as he exited the vehicle, but in all the excitement, he forgot to set the camera to autofocus, so the pictures were too blurry. While another woman, who witnessed the events, hired an attorney and refused to speak to police because she was so terrified she would be next, leaving detectives to wonder if she recognized the suspect, and it also means that it's quite possible others never came forward at all. The crime scene was an even worse break for police. When paramedics arrived to what they thought was a car crash, they found out that it was much more than that, and word leaked out. Onlookers and reporters rushed in and tainted the crime scene before police could tape it off. In total, 77 fingerprints were taken from the vehicle, with 11 of these never being identified. Detectives did begin their investigation, and it quickly went cold. Even though this happened in broad daylight in front of witnesses in a residential area and a grocery store parking lot, this man was never apprehended. But that hasn't stopped theories. At first, investigators looked at Juan's background. It turned out he had immigrated from Cuba for political reasons. He actually had ties to anti-Castro activists, and it was thought that maybe Castro, or someone in the government, had arranged his assassination. But after looking deep into it, they ruled this out. Police then began to look at the possibility that one of the men were connected to the mafia, and the killer was nothing more than a hitman. One jailed mobster would even claim that Raymond Burroughs was actually the target, which would be sorta ironic since he was the only one who survived. The mobster would claim the 2 drug traffickers had orchestrated the hit, but when Burroughs was questioned about if he had any dealings that could cause a gunman to track him down, he said no, and he passed the polygraph. When those rumors went nowhere, police then began to look at the possibility that the gunman was an outraged parent whose child had died under the doctor's care. But again, this seemed more like a shot in the dark than anything based on real evidence. Juan's wife has always believed the loss of her husband and 2 children was nothing more than a random act of violence. She told police that her husband Juan was not involved with the mafia or drugs, although the police had floated that theory to her. She would also claim that detectives speculated that someone unhinged or on drugs could be responsible, maybe a Vietnam vet with PTSD. However, going against that theory was the fact that the getaway driver was waiting, and the fact that the man had a bicycle. And this is something that police have never been able to determine conclusively. Was it planned or random? Well, the Dumois family were on vacation, and people that knew them did know this. However, that fishing trip was planned last minute that morning, so how could a planned hit take place when the Dumois family didn't even know until just a few hours before they would be going fishing? And if it was planned, it probably wasn't a hitman, as sloppy as it was, in broad daylight at a busy intersection and a grocery store parking lot. That doesn't sound professional. And finally, if it wasn't planned, then why in the world did he do it? Unfortunately, in the 4 decades plus, not one theory has ever been proven conclusive, nor has the man been caught. May 22nd, 2011. The town of Joplin, Missouri would suffer a devastating natural disaster when a multiple vortex tornado would strike. When it was all said and done, the Joplin tornado would reach wind speeds of up to 200 miles per hour and be responsible for 158 deaths and $2.8 billion worth of damage, the most in U.S. history. It's the background of this destruction that this peculiar mystery takes place, because after the wind died down, some of the survivors of this deadly storm would hear some interesting accounts from their children. Some of these children would tell their family, friends, and other relatives that these butterfly people had protected them during the storm. It originally started with 2 separate reports. First, a mother and a preschool-aged daughter who ran from their car as the twister closed in. They fell to the ground. As the mother covered her daughter, they would watch as their car went flying in their direction, and it just missed them. Afterwards, the daughter would ask her mother if she thought they were pretty. The mother replied, "Who?" The little girl replied, "The butterfly people." The other story was very similar, except it was a father and 2 young boys. In both accounts, these so-called butterfly people appeared to only the children, and they were seen protecting them. However, after these 2 original reports, several children would begin to tell their parents the same stories. There was even one counselor who worked with the Red Cross mental health team who relayed that many of the other counselors had spoke about these stories the children were telling. The ones that reported it seemed to all share one similar element. That was, they were on the brink of death when the child reported seeing this butterfly person manifest before them and protect them from the fallen debris. So, what are the theories on this one? Most skeptics believe the stories are a result of mass hysteria, where the near-death experience caused these children to see something they believed was supernatural. They further point out that Joplin is in the middle of the Bible Belt, which means that most of the children would already be familiar with angels and the such, and that most likely the children had imagined the whole thing in a way to process the trauma. However, others who believe in angels believe that is exactly what it was, and that the children perceived these angels as butterfly people because they couldn't visualize what they would perceive an angel to be. Strangely enough, a mural artist had visited Joplin prior to the tornado with plans to start a new project. After the storm, he arrived to a town meeting to find some volunteers. At least 200 of these were children who would then draw pictures as a suggestion for what should go on the wall. A majority of them drew pictures of the butterfly people. Finally, we get one of the more out there theories that these beings are some way related to Mothman, who also has a reputation for showing up around disasters. December 22nd, 1991, Benton, Louisiana. The Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office would receive a phone call from a homeowner who had found some skeletal remains near his property. The authorities would go out to the scene to find a woman's body in the driveway. Upon examination by the coroner, he determined she had laid there undiscovered for 2 to 3 weeks. He also concluded she had been shot twice. She was somewhere between the ages of 22 and 29 and was anywhere from 5'2" and 5'6", with medium-length reddish-brown hair. She also had an extra vertebrae and would have been suffering with back problems. Since the body was too decomposed to get a sketch, police would eventually go to a Louisiana State University lab that specialized in creating renderings based on DNA. They determined she had a mixed ancestry with many traits of African, Native American, and possibly Hispanic. But the one crucial clue police had was her jewelry. Police believed that someone should be able to identify the victim based on what she was wearing. One piece was a white metal ring with a turquoise bird insignia wore on the little finger of the left hand. The other was a silver-colored dangle earring with 2 hearts. Both were recovered near the body, while no clothes were found, and detectives assumed that the jewelry had a southwestern origin and believed the woman to be from that area. They based this on the fact that the turquoise jewelry is typically made on indigenous reservations found in the area, but considering you can get turquoise jewelry anywhere, I really have to wonder if maybe they had more to go on than just the jewelry. It's been over 30 years, and the Vinton Jane Doe has still not been identified. July 21st, 1990, Killeen, Texas. 13-year-old Deanna Murrayfield was staying up late watching movies with her grandmother. Deanna had only recently moved in with her grandmother because her mother was an alcoholic. She had bounced around with several relatives before landing here, so it's probably no wonder that Deanna was described as a free spirit, or maybe more accurately put, a rebellious teen. But it's late this night that her grandmother would finally go to bed that Deanna would decide to sneak out of the house as she wanted to go visit her twin sister Rebecca, who lived 2.5 miles away. So at 3:30 a.m. that morning, now July 22nd, a brown or bronze 4-door vehicle driven by either 2 white men or Hispanic men would pull up at a residence where Deanna's twin sister Rebecca was staying. Deanna would run up to the trailer window and wake Rebecca up, and the 2 girls would chat for a while. Deanna then left with the same men that Rebecca did not know. This would be the last time Deanna Murrayfield was seen. And in a lot of cases like these from the early 90s, police automatically just assume that the teen is a runaway. But in this case, could they be right? The weirdness would begin about 2 years later, when Rebecca would get a collect call from someone identifying herself as Deanna. She excitedly accepted the charges since it had been 2 years since she had talked to her sister. But by the time the call was connected, the caller had hung up. Rebecca and her family would report this to the police, who traced the call. Strangely, it was found to have been made from Horse Cave, Kentucky, about a 13-hour drive away. Police tried to find out who actually had made the call, but they were unsuccessful. Now here is where it could easily be written off as nothing more than a prank call, but what happened next could not be so easily dismissed. As Rebecca grew up, she would continue to search for Deanna, and at one point, she would discover something that really brought optimism to her search. She found out that in 1995, a police officer in Hurst, Texas, about a 2.5-hour drive away, had actually ran Deanna's name and date of birth through their computer at a traffic stop. By 1995, Deanna would have been 18 and could have easily been driving. Yet, if she had gotten a license, that would have been easier to find. So it's likely the officer ran her info because she was a passenger in whatever vehicle he pulled over, or he may have had reason to stop her while she was out walking somewhere. It's even possible that this officer just asked for her info because she was a witness to an accident. Regardless, the question remains, the person that gave that info to the officer, was it really Deanna? Or was it a stolen identity? Although identity theft didn't become a huge thing until the late 1990s, it still occurred. But who would want to steal the identity of Deanna? And just who were those 2 men that were driving her around to begin with? Furthermore, if Deanna ran away, she took no belongings, which seems odd. Another twist in this case is a relative that lives out of state claimed that between 2000 and 2002, Deanna visited and said she wanted to remain hidden and that now she had multiple tattoos. This person's account has never been verified, and from what you can pick up online, it seems like her family don't really seem to believe this. So I ask you, do you think Deanna ran away and started a new life somewhere else? Or did something more nefarious happen? Let me know below. Deep in the woods of Chatham County, North Carolina, is where we go for this next unusual mystery. Out in a camping spot, located in a forest near Bear Creek, legends persist about an area called Devil's Tramping Ground, which alludes to a barren circle of ground about 40 feet in diameter, where nothing will grow and hasn't grown there for centuries. The strangeness doesn't end there though, and it's alleged that other spooky things happen here, such as objects left within the circle overnight disappear by the next morning. Dogs refuse to go into the circle, often tucking their tails between their legs and yipping and howling at it. Others have recorded camping out within the circle overnight and experiencing strange phenomenon, such as seeing red glowing eyes in the middle of the circle. One reporter spent the night in the circle and even recalled hearing footsteps outside his tent. And while these may be the more outlandish claims, there's still the fact the grass will not grow in the area, and that's the mystery. First though, we must look at the claim that nothing has grown here for centuries. Supposedly, this comes from the earliest settlers centuries ago, but the actual first time it was documented was in a newspaper from 1882. So if it really has been this way, going back to the early colonial period, or even the pre-colonial period, such as the indigenous peoples claim, it's not recorded. But what about the actual barren circle? Why won't anything grow here? Of course, you have the paranormal theories that it's somehow connected to the devil who stomps around that area at night, or that some kind of aliens landed their UFO here. Others tie it to indigenous legends, or the lost colony of Roanoke. The skeptical approach is that campers have always used the spot to build their fires, so naturally, grass will not grow in this area, which is sorta ironic since skeptics have no way to actually back up this claim. Interestingly, in 1946, it was reported that there had been soil analysis done, which showed the soil was acidic and sterile, with no explanation as to why, while in recent years, a local retired soil scientist would do his own test, finding that the pH was higher in the soil and had more zinc, copper, and sodium, but nothing that would impact the soil's fertility, and does not explain why nothing will grow there. There's also been attempts at moving other grasses and plants to the circle, yet they always die. Another theory is that it is just naturally occurring, probably the result of a mineral lick deposit, which attract deer to the circle. Some samples of earth taken by the North Carolina Department of Agriculture show that there is an extremely high salt content, which is thought might lead to the soil being sterile. Another thought is that it could have been the site of an old molasses mill, which created the spot with their constant circular treading. Yet, comparison paths formed at similar mills do not support this theory. Despite efforts by scientists to explain the barren piece of land, there's not been any conclusive explanation given. November 1st, 1987, Beaufort, South Carolina. 34-year-old military wife Margaret Schuler would go to the laundromat of the apartment around 8 p.m. to wash and dry some clothes. Now, records from this case are very spotty, and there's not a lot of details that's been publicly made, but at some point, her small child, a little girl, would find Margaret laying down outside, and again, because it's not well documented, I'm going to assume that this young child went to get an adult who then called authorities. Police would arrive to the scene shortly, and detectives began to look over the scene, and it's here that they spotted something odd about this crime, because not only was Margaret now deceased from gunshot wounds, but a trail of blood leaving the crime scene went off into the distance. It left investigators perplexed. Margaret did not carry a gun, nor did she have any other weapon on her, nor was this blood from, say, fingernails that scratched up her attacker. No, this was a trail of substantial blood loss fleeing the scene. But when the medical examiner looked over Margaret's body, and investigators looked closer at the scene, they made a crazy discovery. It appears that whoever shot Margaret had been victim to that bullet ricocheting back up and into his body. And with that amount of blood loss, medical care would be needed. So an easy case, right? Well, that's what detectives thought too. But strangely, they began to search numerous hospitals throughout South Carolina, but nobody had came in due to a gunshot wound. Even up to 2 days later, most in law enforcement began to wonder if it was possible the man had bled out during his escape, maybe dying somewhere in the woods and just has not been discovered yet. But this line of thought was soon dismissed when the small .22 caliber pistol was found several months later by crew clearing a parking lot off of the highway. The now buried pistol was a perfect match to the bullet shell casing found outside the laundry room. Blood was collected, but at that time, the only thing they could test for was blood type. By 1999, the DNA was submitted, but it didn't find a match, meaning whoever had done this had not been arrested for a violent crime. But by 2019, Parabon Laboratories would use the DNA to create a physical appearance for the suspect, as you can see here. One other odd thing about this crime was the pistol itself. The weapon dated back as far as the 1940s and is a French gun. A lot of the servicemen coming back home from World War II brought this gun back home with them, and it's thought that some soldier probably brought it back, and it had been traded and sold, probably changing hands a few times until it made its way back to the suspect. Also stumping investigators was a motive. Nothing was stolen, although maybe the perp could not take anything after being wounded, but maybe she was being stalked. Did he attempt to assault her? Investigators have no idea, but they do believe that Margaret fought back and the two were actually in a struggle when the suspect's gun went off, striking and going through Margaret, ricocheting back and hitting him, which is the really big key to this mystery. What did this man do afterwards? Detectives have stated it was a considerable amount of blood loss, and he would have likely needed medical treatment. Is it possible that he, or someone that he knew, was able to remove the bullet and patch him up? Or did he live long enough to bury the weapon somewhere and then died himself? Or finally, did he somehow miraculously survive and is still living in the area to this day? Although I do try to avoid many Sasquatch or Sasquatch-type cryptids on this iceberg, I have to cover the wood booger, which is tied so close to the state of Virginia. The creature is said to roam the forest of Appalachia, particularly the town of Saltville, Virginia, which probably has the most sightings, but it's also been spotted in West Virginia and Kentucky. The cryptid is like many other cryptid sightings, and the people of Virginia have really taken to it, as many local businesses sell merchandising and embrace the stories to encourage tourism. The name woodbooger first appeared on November 24th, 1892 in a local newspaper because there were rumors that this Sasquatch variant would carry off children like the boogeyman, which obviously is not true. But one of the more noted sightings was discussed on the Spooky Appalachia podcast when, in the 1920s, on the Kentucky-Virginia border, the postman, who in those days had to deliver mail by horse, was crossing a creek when he heard a splash behind him. He looked behind to see a huge gray woodbooger with long hair covering its face rush up and grab the horse from behind. The horse would then begin to struggle and try to break free, kicking the booger, which seemingly had no effect on the 8-foot giant. The postman struggled to get off the horse, falling to the rocky creek, spraining both wrists. He then left the now-soaked mailbag and fled to a nearby farm. After relaying his story to the farmer, they went back armed to find the mailbag and the now-dead horse with the rear left hindquarter ripped off. Of course, there's nothing to verify this account, but there are many sightings, with the most recent ones occurring in the 2010s. Unlike a lot of other cryptid theories, there's actually a really good one here. Woodbooger sightings didn't really start until after the Civil War, and it's believed that some of the soldiers from that war most likely isolated themselves from others and continued to live off the land in the forest, most likely suffering from PTSD, which was not treated in those days. These disheveled veterans would probably be responsible for the bulk of the earliest sightings. Others, however, still believe it is a true Sasquatch, while others believe it's a dogman. Summer, 1969, in Kruger, Mississippi. Farmhands were digging on a plantation when a backhoe operator felt a crunch. Jumping down, he looked, and just 3 feet into the dirt was a very, very old coffin made of cast iron and glass, where the body was visible inside. It's called a Fisk iron casket, and they preserve the body until the glass breaks, where it then deteriorates rapidly. They were popular in the mid-1800s, so the deceased could be transported long distances and still viewed during the funeral, or in the case that the person died from a highly contagious disease, it allowed people to still view the body. The woman wore a red velvet dress, white gloves, and square-toed boots from sometime in the 19th century. Because the coffin had been filled with an alcohol preservative and sealed, it left the woman looking like she did the day she died. Although, now that the backhoe punctured a hole in it, that would not be the case for long. She appeared to be between her 20s and 30s. She had long brownish black hair and at the very least had died 75 years prior, which would put her death at the latest in 1994, although it's likely she died way before this. Local historians would try to find the woman's identity, but they could never find any records that matched. But they did believe that going by the coffin and clothes, she died before the Civil War. She would be moved to another cemetery and reburied, and given the birth date of 1836 and the death date as 1969. The strangest part, though, is that no one is sure why this woman was buried in a shallow, unmarked grave in the middle of nowhere. Some speculate that the coffin fell off a wagon and never reached the final burial site, while others believe she was a passenger on a paddle boat who died traveling the nearby Yazoo River. The woman with no identity would become known as the Lady in Red. One thing to note about this one is there are no pictures, which is kind of disappointing, but maybe it was out of respect for the dead, or they just didn't have a camera available. Regardless, this woman was never identified. chances are, since you are watching this video, you are very familiar with the Brandon Lawson case, which involved a man in West Texas who, after running out of gas, would call family and the police, claiming people were after him, only for the police to arrive and find no sign of Brandon. It's a very infamous and perplexing case, but what if I told you there's a very similar, although less known case in Georgia? June 2nd, 2007, 31-year-old Benjamin McCullers was traveling through McIntosh County when he would call his fiancée at 9:30 p.m. to tell her he had run out of gas. Now, as mentioned, this is a lesser known case, and there's not a lot publicly available, but for whatever reason, the fiancée did not go pick him up. I assume because it was so close to his house when he called, and it's possible he had told her he planned to walk the rest of the way. I'm not really sure. What makes it odd though, is the next day, his fiancée would receive 4 phone calls from Benjamin. Each time, the cell signal was so weak she could not make out anything he was trying to say. Someone, I'm assuming her, would eventually call the police to report him missing. It didn't take authorities long to find his truck. It was parked and locked crookedly in a ditch off of the highway just a few miles from Benjamin's home, and was sitting exactly where he had told his fiancée that it was. It was out of gas, but his cigarettes, checkbook, and a small amount of cash was still sitting inside. However, there was not one sign of Benjamin. Investigators would do a cursory search of the area and found something even more bizarre. About 50 yards from his vehicle, in a field next to the road, was the car keys. Nobody could explain why they were there. I wasn't able to find out if Benjamin had any drug problems like Brandon, but he did actually own his own construction company and seemed pretty successful, as well as being an avid hunter and fisherman, which would make you think he wouldn't get lost so easily in a field next to his house. His credit cards, cell phone, and bank account have not been used since. His father noted he was physically fit and would have been able to defend himself within reason. There's not a lot of theories on this one, but some wonder if he had a problem in Georgia and just wanted to escape and started over somewhere else, maybe over the border, or maybe he committed suicide, although you would think they would have found remains. Also, the big question, why did he call his fiancée 4 times the next day? Had he gotten disoriented and lost in an area with bad cell phone signal? Others speculate he was attacked by an animal, a black bear. But in animal attacks, there is so much evidence left behind that someone would have found blood or drag marks, which did not happen. Which brings us to the last theory. According to the detectives investigating the case, they have stated foul play is suspected, but they have not elaborated how or why. Was it something intentional, like someone siphoned his gas and then followed him, knowing he would be stranded? Then they did whatever to him, took his phone, made a few phone calls the next day before discarding it? Or is it possible that Benjamin was walking, got hit by a driver who then panicked and hid the body? Over a decade later, we are no closer to knowing. November 20th, 1986, 17-year-old Madeline Pons of Ethelsville, Alabama, would go into her evening shift at a convenience store across the state line in Columbus, Mississippi. The high school senior was just working for a little bit of extra money until she graduated, where she then planned to join the armed forces. The night began like any other, and about halfway through her shift, around 9:05 p.m., Madeline's mother would drop by to bring her dinner, like she normally did, and then she hung around the store to talk for a few minutes before leaving. She would then make it back home at 9:10 p.m., leaving Madeline to finish out her shift. Her parents had only let her take the job as long as the owner assured them she would not be working alone. However, this ended up not being the case, and Madeline became used to working alone most of the time, to her parents' dismay. However, she convinced them to let her keep the job since she only planned to keep it until she graduated. That may be because the job was very convenient. It was super close to her home, which is why it took her mother less than 5 minutes to get back. But right around the same time her mom pulled up back home, a customer pulled into the store. This customer would stand near the register for a few minutes, waiting on Madeline to ring up his items, but he became increasingly alarmed when a clerk did not show up, and the confused customer decided he better call the police. A deputy arrived shortly after, and a call was placed to the manager as well as to Madeline's mother, Mary Ann. Her mother would tell police she could not believe it because she had just left the store 5 minutes ago, and Madeline was there. But the terrified parents rushed to the store. Meanwhile, police began to look over the scene and realized there were no signs of a struggle. The manager of the store, however, noted that around $600 was missing from the register. They then began to search around and found Madeline's belongings were still in the store, and her car was still in the parking lot. Inside her car was her purse, wallet, keys, and hairbrush. Obviously, the whole thing greatly worried her family, as Madeline was not one to leave without telling her mother where she was going. It was also unlike her to leave her purse and hairbrush behind. The police agreed and stated she was most likely abducted during a robbery. To be thorough though, detectives did look at the possibility that she had taken the money herself and ran off with someone, but after interviewing multiple people, it just didn't fit her profile, so they launched a massive search looking for her. Police on both sides of the state line searched for clues, but found nothing. They interviewed a ton of people around the area, and not one person heard or seen anything odd. A $10,000 reward was posted by her parents, who hope she may still be alive. In fact, she had mentioned to her father previously, after watching a TV special about abduction, that she would put up a fight and would not allow someone to take her. But she was tiny at 105 pounds and would be easily overpowered by someone much larger, and would probably just comply if they had a weapon. This disappearance took place in the blink of an eye and has never had resolution. Not one clue about Madeline's whereabouts have ever been found. Heck, even after putting up flyers all over the country, there's only been a few possible sightings. One of these came from someone who claimed that Madeline was living in Anniston, Alabama, some 2.5 hours away, and was working at a poultry plant. When detectives followed up the lead, they were stunned to find the woman they believed was Madeline, who was hiding and had changed her name. The woman kept insisting she was not her, however, and it was only after Madeline's uncle was called in by police to meet the woman that they were safely able to rule her out, although her uncle did state she could pass for Madeline's twin. They would follow up several other sightings over the next few years, but they all led to nothing, and police went back to their original theory that she was murdered that night, and in a time before security cameras were everywhere and DNA breakthroughs. The case has always needed an eyewitness or someone to have came forward to inform the authorities of what really happened, but that has never occurred. And although there is almost zero in terms of evidence, there's been one rumor surrounding the case that has persisted for decades, and that is, a lone well that sits behind the store may hold the answers to the mystery, as it's long been theorized that whoever was responsible for her disappearance may have disposed of her in the well, even though that would be hard to believe considering this all happened within 5 minutes, meaning the perp would have most likely had to return to the scene of the crime later on, which was just absurd. Regardless, by 2010, the police would finally tackle this long-held gossip. The sheriff, who blamed low funding in the past, had finally been given the funds to drain the well, which was now capped and set below a barbecue pit attached to the store. First they brought a dog out who indicated that remains could be in the well, although I do wonder how any scent could be left after nearly a quarter of a century. Police then sent a camera down into the well, and the findings were inconclusive, but they finally hired the company to drain the well. That was 14 years ago, and I could not find any follow-ups, so I'm going to assume that nothing was found in the well, and in nearly 4 decades since her disappearance, we are no closer to knowing what happened to Madeline. The main theory obviously proposed by police is murder, but did this suspect just intend to go in and rob the place and flee, and changed his mind at the last minute and took Madeline along as a hostage? Or did he have other intents in mind? Or was the robbery the secondary motive all along, and he was a predator preying on Madeline? Sadly, no one knows. Halloween, 2005. Just southeast of Garden City, in the rural part of Blount County, Alabama, hunters would come across a startling find, which may have led to their scariest Halloween yet, because as they walked along some railroad tracks, they would come across the skeletal remains of an individual. Obviously, the hunters would make a call to authorities who came over to recover the remains and see what else they could find. Little could they know, this was going to lead to one of the most confusing unidentified person cases in Alabama history. To start, detectives canvassed the scene and found a .22 revolver with 5 spent cartridges and 1 bullet that remained chambered. However, since the remains were so decomposed, detectives were not sure if the man had died from the gunshots, although it was probably likely. The remains did show evidence of a once fractured collarbone that had healed. In addition, the person seemed to have had some type of lower back condition. He was listed as being 5'5" to 5'8" and between 33 and 45 years old, most likely deceased for a few weeks up to a year, and the individual had numerous dental restorations done. Police then searched the remains in hopes of finding this person's ID and found nothing, but they did catch what they thought was going to be a break, because nearby was a woman's driver's license, so obviously police must have assumed this will be an easy case. They would go back to the station and begin the process of tracking down the lady that owned the driver's license. They would call her, and sure enough, she stated that the remains must be the man who was her common-law husband. He had just left her a year prior in 2004, and on his way out, he snatched her license. Now, I don't know why he did that, and it's not really elaborated on, but she did confirm the man's name was Chad Patrick Singleton, and his birthday was April 1st, 1972. So case closed, right? Well, no, because you see, when police began looking into the background of Chad, they soon found out he had died in 1995, some 10 years before this person's remains were found near the railroad tracks. And as you may imagine, this opened up the case to a few more questions. If the real Chad was already deceased, then who was this? Secondly, why did this man want to change identities? Was he wanted? Did he even know Chad? Well, detectives would try to get to the bottom of these questions, and they soon found out the imposter Chad's wife, yeah, she was just as in the dark as the police were. She had no idea the man she had been with, and had even had a common-law marriage with, was living under a fake identity, but she did turn over a couple of pictures she had taken of him, which is where we get these from. With such a good photo of the man, one would think the identity would be easily made, and there have been a few guesses. One of the lesser believed ones, to me anyways, is a man named Jason Atkins, who vanished from Huntington, West Virginia on January 18, 1999. He disappeared when his brother's boat capsized on the Ohio River. His brother was rescued, but Jason was never seen again. And while that might seem like an obvious case of drowning, detectives weren't so sure. They actually thought, considering his body was never found, it was possible he faked his death and left to start a new life. But why? Well, he was behind on child support payments. To me, this one is a stretch, but there are a couple more. First was that of David Britt Sargent, who disappeared on May 30th, 1999. He was 18 at the time, which would put him out of the age range when the body was found, but he was the same height range at 5'7", and even crazier, he was only about a 35-minute drive from the area where imposter Chad was found. He also had similar eyebrows, ears, and hairline. According to reports, David had been camping on his mom's property in Blount County, again, where the skeletal remains were found, and he just vanished. His car was found abandoned on a country road later on, but again, the age is a little bit off, so that's why I saved the most likely match for last, that of Herman Matthew Gamble. Just looks-wise, he is probably the closest match, but again, there are a few issues. Gamble disappeared at the age of 25 in 2004 and was 5'7", so a few years off the coroner's estimated age, but right within the height range. And he also disappeared in McCalla, Alabama, about a 55-minute drive south of where the remains were found. But here's the issue with this one. Gamble vanished on June 16, 2004, a little bit over a year before the body was found, and just a few months before he allegedly left his common-law wife, which brings up the whole problem with this case. The common-law marriage. Laws on this vary across states that allow it. Alabama itself done away with it in 2017, but if you had a common-law marriage beforehand, it was still legal. And since this happened in the early 2000s, it's possible they did have a common-law marriage, but many people incorrectly think that just living together for 10 years makes a common-law marriage, but that's not exactly true. at least in Alabama. It could be a very short time. It just depends on if you bought a home together, had a joint bank account, shared a last name, filed joint taxes, etc., etc. So it's possible this woman wasn't even with him all that long, which has led to the theory that it's possible this man was married to another woman somewhere else, hence why he used a fake name, and it could be why he up and left her. Of course, it doesn't explain why he took her driver's license, but getting back to Herman Gamble, he was last seen working security at a bar, and he simply left the establishment and was never seen again. He left behind all of his belongings, as well as his insulin, and drove off. There was no sign of foul play, but it could be possible he left and something happened to him that night, and he was taken to Blount County, where he was murdered that June. But that doesn't fit the wife's timeline, and it's important to note, he was known at Herman at this job, while his wife knew him as Chad. So does this mean we can safely rule him out? Who knows? The mystery gets even more confusing when, as many have pointed out, there is almost zero information that a real Chad Singleton ever lived. This is one of the most convoluted missing person cases I've ever covered, and I hope there is a resolution soon. Case update. Well, this one was very confusing, but we finally got an answer. But we have to go back to 1998, 7 years before the remains were discovered, when a 25-year-old, Patrick Spann, of Raymond, Mississippi, was serving a 2-year prison sentence for cocaine possession. As during this time, he was in a work release program, and on one of these assignments, he never returned. By the time that prison officials knew he had fled, he was already on his way to Alabama. Before long, he took on the identity of the formerly deceased Chad Singleton. This is really recent news that came out on February 11th, 2025, just 7 days before this writing. So how he ended up dying in this spot near the railroad tracks is still unanswered. Although investigators are sure it wasn't due to natural causes, I found one source that states they are trying to determine if it was someone else that pulled the trigger, or if Patrick was responsible for his own demise, while another source straight out states that they suspect foul play. Regardless, the gun found at the scene did belong to his ex-girlfriend that he had left, the same one he had stole the ID from, and it's possible the 5 spent rounds found at the scene had been fired by Patrick at something else, or even at someone else. And as far as him taking Chad Patrick Singleton's identity, it's unsure if the two men even knew each other or not. Are Black Panthers roaming around the foothills of eastern Kentucky? That's what this next cryptid mystery alleges. And let me say beforehand, I could have easily put panther sightings in any of these states in this series, but I wanted to pick Kentucky for a reason we'll get to later. But first, let's dive into the actual animal, that of the more accurately named cougar. The large cat is known by various other names, such as puma, mountain lion, catamount, and in our case, panther. And that's what makes this cryptid so interesting. It's the fact that we know these animals exist. However, the mystery is twofold. First, according to biologists and park rangers, there is no population of these big cats east of the Mississippi River, except for the occasional male cougar who wanders into the area, meaning basically there are supposed to be no panthers in most of the South, except for one state, and that is Florida, which is home to the Florida panther in the southern part of the state, although this animal is endangered and there's not many sightings. Then, we get to the second part of the mystery, the actual black color of this said cat. There are obviously real cases of large cats who, due to a birth defect, result in the animal being of a dark pigment. This has been seen in both jaguars and leopards alike. However, according to biologists, there is not one known specimen of a black cougar, or panther. There's never been a real photograph, nor has there been one killed in the wild, and in spite of this, they have been seen all over the Appalachians, especially in eastern Kentucky. Witnesses have described them coming down to their properties near their homes, seeing them out when driving through rural areas, and numerous reports of missing livestock and sometimes pets. They are described as being sleek and slinky in appearance, with the body length of that of a Great Dane, and they are known to let out a screech that sounds like a woman's scream or baby crying. Just browsing over comment sections about Black Panther sightings in Kentucky, you will find numerous people who have sworn to have seen one. However, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife denies their existence, stating they are not native to the area, nor is the climate suitable for them, citing they are more typically found in South American jungles. They instead propose that what people are really seeing are just misidentifications or exaggerations of larger domesticated stray cats, once again citing there are no mountain lions, panthers, or whatever you want to call them, in Kentucky. In fact, in 2014, one cougar was shot and killed by a Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife officer due to public safety concerns, and that cougar was the first officially documented sighting since before the Civil War. And remember that comment section I mentioned? Well, I was able to find an old Kentucky hunting forum where surprisingly, the hunters there were more dismissive of these claims, citing all their years in the woods they have never once come across the sign of a big cat, especially a black one. Yet, the animal has become so ingrained into the culture that some communities have legends based around the cryptid, which is why I chose Kentucky. One of these comes from a small town on the Kentucky-Tennessee border known as the Mulberry Black Thing. It's unsure where the story got its start, but in the small community of Mulberry, a large black panther is said to live and hunt in the local mountains. After decades of alleged sightings of the cat, the story over time has gotten turned into more of a supernatural one, with claims of the panther really being a witch which transforms into the cat. And while obviously the vast majority of people in the area don't believe that, many still have claimed to have seen the animal and still see it to this day. And since cougars only live about a decade, it would mean there are multiple black panthers. Which leads us to the broader question: how many sightings of a real documented animal does it take until it's no longer considered a cryptid? Or is it the more likely scenario that people are really just seeing large stray cats? If you have followed both the Southern and Midwest series, then you'll be familiar with this next mystery. It comes from a very weird half a year in the United States between late 1896 to mid-1897, in which numerous sightings of unidentified airships took place. Sometimes they were just unidentified lights in the night sky, while other times there were very descriptive reports of airships with human crews on it, or something that looked human, walking around on board. It's kind of like the predecessor to UFOs, except in these stories, it was usually believed that some mad scientist had successfully built the aircraft and had kept it hidden from the public. Now, many of these stories were unconvincing, but some were really interesting, and the next one has been labeled as one of the most credible in the country's history. But we first have to travel to Ouachita Mountains near Hot Springs, Arkansas on May 7th, 1897, when Constable John J. Sumter Jr. and his deputy, John McLemore, were out investigating claims of cattle rustling, or, in some accounts, serving a subpoena near the community of Jesseville. The two men were riding northwest over the mountains when they saw a bright light in the sky. They continued to watch it slowly as it disappeared behind the mountaintops, so the men continued to ride after it. They would eventually go a few more miles when they again seen the light. This time, it was much closer to Earth and was in the process of descending, but it disappeared. So the men raced for another half a mile before their horses were too afraid to go any further, or, in some sources, too tired. Not sure what to do, they dismounted and armed themselves. As they started moving forward, they noticed several people in the darkness up ahead, moving around with lights. They slowly approached forward to investigate. The two lawmen would finally come upon the men and told them to identify themselves. One of these men, a tall bearded man with a long black hat, was filling the airship with water from a nearby stream. He walked forward with a lantern and claimed him and his friends were crossing the country in an airship. They then took the lawmen to the aircraft for a closer look. The sheriff reported it was about 60 feet long and cigar-shaped. The man tried to get the two to go aboard, stating they would fly to a spot where it was not raining, but the lawmen refused. The constable was a bit perplexed and didn't know exactly what to do. There were no actual laws being broken, so all he could do was let them go. And from here, sources vary, but one states that the men told them they were on their way to Nashville and flew off. Another source claims the constable and the deputy went to perform their task, but on their way back through, they decided to drop back in and check on the men, but they were stunned to see there was no trace of the men or aircraft that remained, as they had already flown off, and to this day, no one knows for sure what exactly Constable John Sumter and his deputy John McLemore seen. We know that some of the earliest airships were built years before, but none of them were real feasible, and it was during this time frame that the constable reported the sighting that real usable airships were in the earliest stages of development in Europe. So is it possible some mad scientist out in the mountains of Arkansas had built his own homemade airship, or was it built somewhere else and they were trying to do a cross-country flight like they claimed? What's interesting about this story is there is no mention of aliens or anything paranormal. They were all very real human beings, flesh and blood pilots, on an aircraft that was obviously built by man, so that could give the story a little credence. In fact, in at least one source, I was able to find that a resident in Hot Springs had actually applied for a patent for a flying machine around this same time. He was denied the patent, but could this have been his craft? If it was, he never came forward after the story was printed. Not long after, a similar sighting happened to the east over the border of Mississippi. There was also at least one other sighting in Arkansas in the same time period, where the pilot told a state senator, allegedly, that the aircraft was bound for Cuba to fight the Spanish, since tensions were on the rise then. May 20th, 1972, Dallas, Texas. 19-year-old Dee Dee Catherine Henson of the Pleasant Grove neighborhood would do as she did most days. The young housewife would get up and take her husband Arnold to work at around 6:45 a.m. Now the record is not clear on this one, but I'm going to assume the young couple only had the one vehicle. After she dropped him off, she headed closer to home and stopped at a nearby laundromat to do laundry at 7:30 a.m. Sometime around 8:45, she left and drove home, making it there around 10:30 a.m., where she would then begin removing laundry from her car and walked into the home. About 2 hours later, Arnold would call to talk to Dee Dee on his lunch, but she didn't answer. He at first was not alarmed, assuming that she was still out running errands. However, when she failed to arrive to pick him up after work, he knew something was wrong. Arnold would end up walking to his sister-in-law's home, who would then give him a ride. The two could never be prepared for what they walked into next, because as they walked in, the first thing they would see were hair curlers and loose buttons from a blouse lying on the floor. Walking in further, they found Dee Dee, deceased in the bedroom, face down in her red robe. Her blouse with the missing buttons were nearby. Arnold quickly called the police. They arrived quickly, and detectives went over the scene. Dee Dee had put up a fierce struggle, as the evidence clearly showed. She had been bound with a man's shirt, and a cloth belt had been used to gag her. She was then violated before the man shot her in the back of the head 5 times. Burn marks and gunpowder residue were left behind on a pillow, which was used to muffle the sound, most likely from a .22. Police began talking to neighbors and putting together a timeline. As mentioned, she made it home around 10:30 a.m., where she began taking laundry into the home. She was still wearing hair curlers and a blouse, and we know this because she was spotted by one of the young neighborhood boys. Detectives then found that shortly after she arrived home, a white car would drive into the sleepy neighborhood and slowly cruise down the street. Since one of Dee Dee's neighbors was having her house remodeled, one of the workers noticed the white car and thought it was odd. He said it was a white Ford sedan, 66 to 68 model, probably a Mustang or a Falcon, with a blue paint streak on the left rear bumper, which was damaged. The car would then slowly turn around and come back and pull into the driveway of Dee Dee. A man, about 6 foot tall, with brown hair and wearing a long-sleeve white shirt, got out of the car and walked up to the porch. One of the other men working on this remodel would note that he had a large mole or pimple near his mouth. Sometime after this, the car was seen by another neighbor leaving and then accelerating to the nearest intersection, turning and speeding away. But detectives would speak to the postman, who delivered around 11:30 a.m., and they were certain Dee Dee was dead by that point. In addition, one of the other construction workers would note around the same time he came around to an angle where he could see Dee Dee's home, and the car and the man were gone for sure, but the front door was left wide open. Strangely though, investigators would state that she had been dead about 10 hours before Arnold arrived home at 7, which puts her death closer to 9 a.m. This, of course, did not match what the construction workers' timeline of events were, and instead would put her just leaving the laundromat. In fact, that's one of the oddities with this mystery. There's so many conflicting accounts and suspects, as we'll see later. The 9 a.m. estimated time of death may actually be more accurate because Dee Dee left the laundromat at 8:45, and that laundromat was only 5 minutes from her home. So leaving at 8:45 and making it home at 10:30 doesn't fit unless she ran some other errands, which no witnesses would attest to. In addition, the 9 a.m. timeline would get more proof when a woman and neighbor came forward and stated that at 9 a.m. she had heard a scream in the area. She did not become alarmed because she assumed it was coming from the very nearby elementary school, and she thought it was just kids playing. About 3 hours later, though, she seen a car pull into the driveway of Dee Dee and sit there for a few minutes staring at the home. This woman would also tell detectives that a strange man had been lurking around the neighborhood in the days prior, walking around and, according to her, scanning homes. He had stopped at this neighbor's home a short time before the murder and asked to use the phone. He then thumbed through a phone book, dialed 4 numbers, and held the phone to his face for about 30 seconds, then hung up, stating nobody was there. She found this very odd, considering he dialed just 4 numbers. Also, within this few days before the murder, an individual who residents thought might be mentally ill was knocking on doors and asking people to vote for him because he was running for dog catcher, which of course an animal control officer is an appointed position. But apparently, this man left some neighbors a bit unsettled. Likewise, while at the laundromat that morning, one witness would tell police that a young white male was watching Dee Dee as he peered at her while standing near a vending machine. Although, it was noted he left before her. But it would get more complicated because for 3 years prior to this, Dee Dee and Arnold had been receiving strange phone calls very early in the mornings. It started about 4 months after their wedding in November 1969, ringing sometimes at 3 or 4 a.m. It was always an individual who just breathed heavily into the phone, and sometimes had music playing in the background, but never spoke. These calls happened so much that they eventually changed their number and had it unlisted, yet the calls persisted and only stopped a week before the murder. And again, just a few months prior, around Christmas of 1971, Dee Dee would go to a camera store to buy Arnold a Christmas gift. It was here that a man followed her in and then just stared at her, making her very nervous. The store clerk would then use the camera to show Dee Dee how it worked, taking the photo you see here. Dee Dee would demand the photo and left the store immediately. But these strange incidents don't stop here, because one day, around this time frame, Dee Dee would pull up and stop at a busy intersection. The car behind her began accelerating and pushed Dee Dee's car out into traffic before the man drove off. However, police would run down all these leads and eventually ruled them out and continued to focus on the white Ford seen that morning. The only person of interest, or one that we know about publicly at least, was a 27-year-old man named Alfred Ray O'Neill, who was arrested just 4 months later in July for a robbery/murder of 2 teenagers in Paris, Texas, about 2 hours away. He was sentenced to 40 years in that case, and at the time of Dee Dee's murder, he had lived close to her and Arnold and actually only worked about 20 minutes away. However, other than a hunch, the detectives had no real proof, as this was before the days of DNA, and the case eventually went cold. Arnold would die in 1991, and he was never suspected by the family or the police. This case is weird in a way. One of the big issues was there were too many persons of interest and too many conflicting accounts. Obviously, it was most likely the man in the white Ford, as police believed he forced his way inside on her, although they could not conclusively rule out the possibility that the driver of the white car was not involved, and instead, the killer may have already been inside the home waiting. But just who was this killer? Alfred O'Neill? The crazy dog catcher? Was it the mysterious person who called them for 3 years straight, never saying a word? Was it the man at the laundromat? Or the guy at the camera store? Or maybe it was the driver of the car that shoved her out into traffic? Or were none of these events connected to the murderer? It's a very confusing one. without much hopes of resolution. October 8th, 1976, schoolteacher Mr. Wayne Dunlap of Knoxville, Tennessee, was excited to take his class on a field trip, and since things were much different back then, permission slips weren't needed, and the teacher hadn't even told the students or the parents where they were going, as he wanted them to be surprised. About halfway through the trip, he would announce he was taking the horticulture class to the Klingman's Dome at Smoky Mountains to hike, but more specifically, to look at plant life and animals. And after about an hour and 50 minutes of driving, the students will cross over the state line into Swain County, North Carolina. The 38 students arrived around mid-morning and split up into two groups, and one of these groups had a young lady named Trini Gibson, who was 16 years old, who was interested in landscape architecture and hoped to study at UT. The trip also included her friend, Robert Simpson, who she sat with on the bus. Robert was a year older than her, but she had known him for a while because he was a friend of her older brother. And although they were friends, it's never been clear if they might have been more to it than that. The hike was listed as moderate difficulty, coming in at close to 2 miles long. The group were instructed not to deviate from the assigned route and to meet back at the entrance at 3:30 p.m. The students took multiple breaks and at one point stopped for lunch. At this point, Trini got cold and Robert gave her his jacket. Then he stated he wished to walk slower and stay behind so he could track a bear. Trini would then tell him she would run ahead and walk back with the other group of students, and she did just that, catching up with them as they were about a half a mile from the parking lot. The students would again decide to take a break. While doing so, she took a few steps ahead to look at something off of the trail. She would even crouch down and look, as something had clearly gotten her attention. Meanwhile, the other group of students caught up with this group that was resting, and everyone began to chat. Trini remained focused on whatever it was she was looking at off the path. When they were all ready to start walking back to the bus together, they turned and noticed Trini was missing. They initially thought she went back to the bus, but after arriving back at 3:30 p.m., they realized she was not there either. At this point, the teacher, Mr. Dunlap, had also become aware. He took another student with him, and they went back out on the trail to search. After about an hour of this, they found not one sign of Trini and reported her to the park rangers, and by 8 p.m., the parents were called. At some point, volunteer searchers were called in and came out with dogs and searched the last known location of Trini, but the search was hampered by wind, rain, and fog. They would follow the scent to the spot where the trail intersects with the Appalachian Trail. The dogs then followed it into the thick woods that led up to an area near the Klingman's Dome, where it then came out to a road and the scent trail stopped. The search would be called off at 3 a.m. Most interestingly, searchers also came across broken ferns, empty beer cans, and cigarette butts near that spot on the road. These cigarette butts were the same brand as the ones found near where Trini was last seen. The whole thing was creepy. It seemed like she had been abducted, but how in the world could that have happened without one student seeing it? In fact, everyone on the trail that day reported seeing nothing suspicious. Investigators then wondered, did she walk off the trail, possibly to look at whatever it was that caught her attention, and got hurt? If so, why were no remains found? Well, detectives would get two early persons of interest. The first, Robert Simpson, whom Trini had sat on the bus with. Actually, she had spent most of the day with him. The fact he wanted to stay behind to track a bear seemed a bit odd. It led to conjecture that maybe Trini was looking in the direction of something she heard, and maybe this something was Robert trying to sneak up on her. In fact, some students would come forward days later and tell police that her comb was found on the dashboard in Robert's car. Of course, when Robert was asked about this, he told investigators she had left it in his car the day before their field trip. But this wasn't the only item of hers that ended up in someone else's possession. She had a star sapphire pendant and ring that had vanished. These would end up being found in the possession of another girl, and when questioned, that young lady would not say how she got them, but she stated she would give them back to Trini's parents, which she didn't do. This jewelry had more of a sentimental value to Trini, and the thought that she would just hand them over didn't make sense. But later on, another student would come forward and claim that Trini had supposedly given the jewelry to another girl to hold on to during the field trip, and then this girl gave the jewelry to the other student who refused to say how she got it. All in all, a bit suspicious. But back to Robert. He also said something strange. He told her family while they were there searching for her, if Kelvin Bowman has Trini, he will kill her. If he does not have her, I think she must have run off with some horny hitchhiker, which is certainly a weird statement to make. But just who was this Kelvin Bowman? Trini's parents wanted detectives to know about Robert's strange claim, so they looked into Kelvin and found that just a year earlier, he had actually broken into the home of the Gibson family, presumably because he had a crush on Trini. Her mother, scared, heard him in the house and would shoot him in the foot. He was then arrested, and at the trial, he threatened to harm Trini. He would only serve 6 months and was out before she disappeared. But this led to nothing, because detectives quickly found out he was still in class at the time of the field trip. Over the years, there's been a ton of unconfirmed sightings. One group of hikers said they saw her sitting at the entrance of a cave. Another couple said she came to their home asking for money and to make a phone call. In this account, she had supposedly showed up in a car full of young men. The couple did not have money to give her, so she stormed off back to the car. However, law enforcement has dismissed all these sightings. As far as theories go, the FBI posited two. They believe she was abducted, likely where the trail intersected the Appalachian Trail. She was then hidden, possibly in the tower of the Klingman Dome when it was foggy, until it was safe to walk unseen to the spot at the road where the dogs traced her scent to. She was then taken out by vehicle. How this person got her to comply is unknown, but a gun was likely. Their second theory is that while walking ahead, she got lost and may have inadvertently taken the Appalachian Trail, where she went up to Klingman's Dome. Seeing headlights, she made her way down to the road, but instead of finding help, she was abducted or met some kind of foul play. Another theory proposed was she just ran away, but there's zero evidence in support of this, while another theory cites she had some kind of wilderness mishap. Maybe she got lost and succumbed to the elements, or possibly was even attacked by a black bear, which are known to inhabit the Smokies. But again, one would think remains would be found. Others have speculated she hurriedly sped toward the bus to tell the teacher of an impending danger, such as someone planning to abduct her, but she was snatched off the path right at the last second. On December 11th, 2024, the very good YouTube channel, The Missing Enigma, will take a look at the Trini Gibson case, and it's on this video that he would bring on two very important people to discuss it. First was a woman named Laura Rist. She runs the website CanadianGirl77.com, which takes an in-depth look at the case. She is not a private investigator, but just someone that stumbled upon the disappearance 20 years ago and became obsessed with the story. And in that time, she has spent countless hours researching and studying the case, along with interviewing many people from the original investigation and witnesses there that day. The second guest brought on was crime author/investigator Michael C. Bouchard, who is widely known for his in-depth books on the Dennis Martin case. And while he's famous for that, he's also spent a remarkable amount of time on Trini's case. Now, I can't sum up the entire interview with these two because it goes for over an hour long and it's super detailed, but I will share the key parts. Basically, everything known to the general public about this case has been contradicted by this interview. First of all, let's discuss Kelvin Bowman, the black teenager who was shot in the foot trying to break into the Gibson home. Yeah, about that. According to these investigators' research, he wasn't breaking in. In fact, he was dating Trini, and she would leave that window unlocked on the night that her father worked late, and Kelvin would sneak in to see her. Her family was 100% against her interracial dating, either because they were racist or because it was 1970s Tennessee. Regardless, it was a known issue inside the family because Trini had also tried to date another black teenager at some point. Bowman, though, well, we already know he was practically eliminated from the suspect pool because it was established he was still at school an hour and a half away during the field trip when she disappeared, right? Well, there's always been that claim that at the trial for Kevin's breaking and entering that he allegedly threatened to harm Trini. The problem with this is, since it was a juvenile case, the records have never been released to the public to verify that claim, which gets us back to the origin of the claim, which came from Trini's mother. And that's where a lot of confusion in this case comes from. It seems Trini's parents, were not exactly forthcoming on details about her home life. Actually, you might even say they fabricated many details, especially when it came to Trini's dating life, which they seemed to be ashamed of. But that's not all. Further interviews with people that knew the family spoke about how dysfunctional it was, and people that knew them stated that Trini was treated more like a housemaid than like a daughter or a sister. But this changes nothing, right? Well, only that a lot of the details given to the police were by family who maybe were not that trustworthy to begin with, and it also gives some credence to the thought she may have really ran away, meeting someone at the road where the scent trail stopped. And some of you may think, well, this was a surprise field trip. How would she have known to be able to plan to meet somebody there? Yeah, that's another misconception. Apparently most of the class did know, or at least half. The story about it being a surprise has also been something that's been misconstrued over the years, which means Trini most likely knew and definitely had the possibility to make plans to meet someone at the road and run away. But what about the other suspect, Robert Simpson, and the fact that Trini's comb was found in his car? Yeah, about that. If you remember, Trini had been wearing Robert's jacket before she disappeared. It's been suggested that she had simply placed the comb in Robert's jacket, and once he got it back, he simply laid it on the dashboard of his car. But what about his weak excuse that he claimed to be tracking a bear when Trini disappeared? There's an answer for that too. Actually, there's only one source for that claim, and that's Dave Pilates, and it's quite possible he got that information from the Gibson family, because nobody else has ever stated that, and there's no source for those claims. Really, the only hang-up is Trini's jewelry end up coming into the possession of some other girls. So is it possible an altercation took place between her and some other girls, who then stole her jewelry and took Robert's jacket back and gave it to him, which still had the comb inside it, and then they swore him to secrecy? Or maybe he never even found out what happened. Maybe the whole thing was an accident and was covered up. Or maybe she gave her jewelry away before meeting whoever it was she met at the road, to escape the dysfunctional home she was growing up in. All in all, the interview shines a lot on this case, but it's important to note they are not official law enforcement investigators. But since the state and the FBI will not release documents on the case, because, according to them, it is still under investigation, it's impossible to say for sure what exactly happened. However, I still highly recommend checking out the interview. September 25th, 1988, Lake County, Florida. A man would get out of his car and walk over into a wooded marshy area in search of some cypress lumber. Little did he know what he would find instead would lead to a mystery that has not been solved in nearly 40 years, because it was here he came across the body of a deceased woman, one who had been deceased for many months and was not recognizable, except for the fact that the remains did show long bleached blonde hair, a long denim skirt, blue-green tank top, manicured nails, and pantyhose which had been partially pulled down, which hinted at an assault. Judging by the location, it was likely she was dragged some 30 feet to this area from the side of the road. Police began to canvass the area, but found no identification. There was nothing left to do except take the skeletonized remains to a professional, and luckily, the University of Florida's Department of Anthropology had one of the best in the game. A famous forensic anthropologist, Dr. William Maples. The man was highly respected in the field and was considered to be the greatest in the nation. In fact, in this time frame, he was already conducting an analysis on the remains of Spanish explorer Francisco Pizarro and Joseph Merrick, aka the Elephant Man. So this Jane Doe would get one of the best examinations that there was to offer. Dr. Maples began and determined she was between 24 and 32 years old and was around 5'10" and had an athletic build. He found she had 250C silicone breast implants, which the doctor concluded would have looked proportional to her build. He also found many pits and ridges along her pelvic bones, which led him to conclude she had given birth more than once. He could not determine a cause of death, but police were certain it was a homicide, and that would be all of the case for a long time. It would go cold over the next 2 decades, until 2010, when major advances in DNA analysis came about, that the case would be brought back to the forefront, because it was at this time the state of Florida was making a huge push to solve some of these cold cases with new technologies. The detective in charge of this case made sure that these unidentified remains were one of the ones that got tested with this new technology. It would take about 5 years, but detectives would finally get a break in 2015, and they were stunned because this Jane Doe was transgender. That's right, the expert doctor years ago that stated that she had more than one child, well, he was using the scientific knowledge at the time that led him to conclude that the pits and ridges he's seen on her pelvic bones were due to hormonal changes from pregnancy. But now, it was known that this came from hormone replacement therapy. The story would get a little bit of media coverage, and soon the name Julie Doe was given. The case obviously had issues from the start, but it's led to questions concerning family. Did Julie cut all contact in order to begin transitioning, as was probably the norm in the 80s? Or did the family live on the other side of the country and had no idea she had transitioned, thus filling out a missing persons report that was not accurate? Or had they totally disowned and cut off ties with Julie, thus never filing a missing persons report? What is likely is she had been in hormone replacement therapy for years, as well as having implants, meaning she needed money from somewhere. This has led to conjecture that her family might have been wealthy, and one of these estranged family members may have been sending money quietly to help her along. Of course, it's also possible Julie was involved in sex work. Another more sad thought comes from the discoveries made during the examination, such as Julie had a healed broken toe, rib, and cheekbones, which indicated a history of injuries or trauma. She also apparently had a rhinoplasty, which was probably to correct the injuries to her face. Further testing has been done over recent years, where ancestral ties have been found in the southeastern part of the country. This one is currently pretty active, and it's possible a resolution comes soon. Sometime around the year 1930, a man would get off the train in Crane, Missouri, and make his way 10 miles east to the small farming community of Odo. He met a kind couple there named the Coxes, who let him spend the night, and it was here that he would tell them he was fueled by wanderlust and that he had traveled far and wide before finding Odo, and he planned to stay a bit. He would eventually set up camp near the river on the property of the Coxes when something odd happened. This man, who called himself Omar Palmer, would soon be approached by a neighbor who asked if he would come see a woman with pneumonia. Now I have to stop here to clarify. It's unsure why these people suspected Omar was a doctor. That part of the story seems to be lost. However, he would go visit, and sure enough, he cured the woman that had pneumonia, although some sources say it was a farmer with an undiagnosed illness. In either case, he was able to heal the individual. Word of this spread fast, thanks to a church potluck dinner which spread the gossip around town. Before long, the stranger who had wandered into town was being approached by numerous residents for a variety of ailments. He ended up curing people with kidney infections, he delivered babies, he was said to have cured appendicitis, eye infections, rheumatism, styes, stomach issues, and even a case of polio. And in the event surgery was needed, he would refer them to a surgeon. However, in most cases, he just treated the patients with herbs. Soon, he opened up a clinic, and according to the record, he treated 7,000 patients within the first few months. And the catch? He was treating them for free. According to the 72-year-old doctor, he simply didn't need the money. He would start every morning at 4 o'clock when the patients first began to arrive. The local farmers would even complain that the flashing headlights from cars kept waking them up as people left early to reach the clinic and wait in hopes of being seen. The doctor typically treated more than 100 in a day, and one day he's seen up to 200 people. He often had to turn away a dozen or more patients who would usually come back the next day. Locals, of course, really took to this guy and began calling him the Wizard of Odo, in no small part because of the secrecy around him. In fact, Omar refused to tell anybody where he was from and what brought him to the Ozarks, and they were fairly sure Omar wasn't even his name. He hated for pictures to be taken of him. Heck, he didn't even want people describing what he looked like. And when asked about his past, he was always vague and evasive, and clearly did not want anyone in town to know anything about him. Of course, this much secrecy will only start more rumors, and many began to wonder if he was some kind of wanted criminal running from the law. Others speculated he may have headed one of the nation's top hospitals. Some speculated he graduated from 3 of the top universities in the country, but many believed his real skill was just entertainment. I mean, why would he come here? Odo was a tiny community with a post office, small store, barbershop, and church, and that was pretty much it. But within a few years of setting up this clinic, cars and trucks could be seen lined up in either direction, which is only made more odd by the fact that Omar never showed proof of having a medical degree. In fact, an investigation began in 1933, which led to him being arrested for practicing medicine without the proper paperwork, most likely because all the other doctors in the area were jealous and reported him. But these changes were eventually dropped when no one came forward to testify that they had paid for his services. Although Omar would not allow his face to be seen, he did do an interview with a newspaper, and when asked about his identity, he claimed he was not running from anything in his past. He didn't do anything dishonorable or criminal. He instead retired from the outside world, discarded his previous name, and separated from his past. He claimed to have had a nervous breakdown and came to the quiet backwoods to get rest. When the reporter replied he was not getting any rest because he was seeing numerous patients, he countered it was his destiny to help. The stories began to spread, and papers started to run more articles about him, stating he was more a healer than a medical doctor. Soon, other accounts popped up of people coming and sitting for days or a week in what might be termed a festival-like atmosphere, with picnics, campfires and all, just waiting around to see the good doctor, who seemed to be more of a miracle worker. People began to come from all over. Very little was known about his treatments, other than he used herbs, charcoal, kerosene, and would apply a soft material coated in sugar and turpentine to treat inflammation and soreness. Many noted he was sort of a spiritual doctor, believing the spirit would heal the body, although others would say he was just giving patients hope and the motivation to take better care of themselves. Meanwhile, at the town center of Hurley, town leaders took notice, and they reached out to him in 1934, promising support and to build him a new, larger clinic. And the town, knowing these people were traveling from far away, had to have somewhere to eat, and sometimes they needed somewhere to bed down for the night. So, it was an economic opportunity that could not pass up. Meanwhile, Omar would begin to hire locals to gather herbs, roots, and other naturals, and soon the Odo Remedy Company was started, which sold medicinal herbs all over the country, which provided a nice income for Palmer and his wife. Oh, and I should note here, the 72-year-old Omar had met and married a local 27-year-old woman who had a young daughter. The two would go on to have 2 kids of their own. A few years later, Omar would move his clinic to Aurora, Missouri, about a 25-minute drive away, and just as quickly as it began, it ended, because in 1938, after seeing thousands of patients and gaining a nationwide following, he closed his clinic and moved away. He would pass away just 8 years later in Prairie Grove, Arkansas, in April 1946, and just as mysteriously as he arrived, he would exit, as his wife had purchased 10 plots in a cemetery, but only Omar would ever be buried there. There was no clue left on his grave either, just a tombstone with the name O.A. Palmer, 1861-1946. And a few years later, his herbal remedy company would vanish as well. Almost a century later, and nothing is known about the doctor who treated thousands of patients for free in a small town in Missouri for nearly a decade. June 6, 1877, a story would find its way into the small-town Alabama newspaper that documented the strange encounter that a man named Marcus L. Foster witnessed. Foster, who owned a plantation at the mouth of Ballplay Creek, which is about 20 minutes northwest of Piedmont, Alabama, and was not far from the Georgia border. Foster had decided to go down the Coosa River to set out some bank cooks, and as he made his way down to his boat, he noticed on the other side of the river a man paddling his boat, but since it was a good distance away, he could not say for sure who it was, but he assumed it must be an acquaintance of his, so he stepped down to his boat and started paddling over to see him. As the two got near each other, Foster began to second-guess himself. Now, at around 100 yards away, he could have swore it was a woman standing in the water. This woman had her body about 3 to 4 feet out of the water, and she was not standing still. In fact, She was moving along the shore. Foster was perplexed and just had to move closer. As he got near, he seen something he would have never guessed. This was not a woman at all. To his shock, it was a serpent, or some kind of water creature, with a head and a long erect neck extending out of the water about 3 to 4 feet. Its head looked like that of a horse's head, with large glaring eyes and a mouth that extended open, showing a fiery red tongue. The cryptid showed no signs of fear, but stared at Foster as it passed. Foster, for his part, started making a quick retreat back to the bank, where he stood and watched the animal swimming back and forth, where at a distance still looked like a man in a boat. The cryptid would finally swim off and plunge into the depths. Now Foster was not a man known to tell tales, and he was a respected man in the community, so he decided it was probably best not to speak of this, because he was afraid of being mocked and having his reputation ruined. Actually, we wouldn't even know about this account if it hadn't been for another witness, a man named James M. Elliott, who seen the creature while him and an unnamed individual were out on their pleasure boat. They described the creature as being 40 feet in length, with a body as large as a hogshead. This led to more people coming out about their own sightings. One, a Judge Lemmy Standifer, a highly respected man, had, on occasion, when crossing the river in a canoe, heard a noise like a distant thunder behind him. He claimed to have turned around to see about 30 to 40 yards away a creature with an enormous body and head and neck that stretched 14 to 15 feet above the water and would then gradually sink back into the depths and disappear. Over the next several years, numerous sightings would take place, specifically between Gadsden, Alabama and Rome, Georgia, and they were taken as credible, and the newspapers even warned parents to keep their children away from the river. Although the aforementioned reports described the creature as being 40 foot, most accounts described it as being around 20 feet, with the head and neck of a horse and black skin that was covered in scales. Some reports mentioned that it had a white underbelly and large knots on its back, while all accounts stated it moved through the water like a serpent. And although these sightings we discussed came from the late 19th century, the earliest sightings actually took place in the early 1800s. It's even said that the first official report came from a letter in 1816 which mentioned that a number of St. Clair County settlers near 10 Islands had killed a sea monster that appeared ill. When they opened up the creature, it had recently eaten a human, his canoe, a deer, a bow with arrows, and a rifle. Although this creature is never described, many attribute it to the Coosa River monster. And going even further back, the Creek and Cherokee Indians have similar accounts of a serpent, or serpents, living within the river. The biggest spike in sightings popped up in the mid-1900s when several dams were being constructed in the area. It was also at this time the stories began to circulate that the creature was responsible for the deaths and disappearances of several farm animals in the area. However, there's never actually been any concrete proof that this creature exists. In fact, an early theory on this one came just 5 years later in 1882, when researchers posited that the serpent-like beast was nothing more than a mass of leaves forcing its way up by gases created as they decayed. Once they broke the surface, the gases would dissipate with a sound similar to a snort or a roar. Other speculation is that of a giant catfish, specifically a channel cat or blue cat. They can grow to pretty big lengths. Blue cats specifically are one of the largest freshwater fish in North America. Sticking with the fish line of thinking, some have theorized that what these people were really seeing was actually a sturgeon, another huge fish. They also have long bodies and snout, and have rows of bony plates running along their bodies, and could, at a glimpse, look like a serpent. Others have suggested the whole thing was a hoax or mass hysteria. October 5th, 1980, Wiggins, Mississippi. A story would start in the way we have heard multiple times now, that of two hunters who were walking through a thicket when one of them, 21-year-old Don Ainsworth, would walk up onto something that stopped him in his tracks, a skull, peeking out from a bush. He peered at the skull for a second, wondering what animal it could have came from, and it's then that he looked closer to see locks of amber brown hair still attached to it. He would yell for his younger brother Kent, who had walked ahead, to come back. It was here the two brothers would study over the horrific find. The body was laid up against an old fence row, and a bush had grown out around it. And although remains were mostly just a skeleton, they could tell from the length of hair that it was female. Also wrapped around the bones was a now tattered trash bag which had fallen apart over time. The boys rushed home to tell their father, who in turn called the police. Detectives arrived and took statements and sent the remains to the state crime lab since they could not find anything in the way of evidence. But they did assume the remains were from someone that was not local, as there had not been any missing persons reported. And it's because of this fact the Biloxi, Mississippi PD would get involved. See, they had a missing person case that stemmed back to just 5 months prior in May, and it's a mystery we have already taken a look at in this series. Back in part 6, you may recall the story of 61-year-old Marguerite Peggy Maiden, the avid amateur golfer who vanished from her home. When police searched it, they found a trail of blood that had been haphazardly cleaned up. Then a few days later, her car was found at a hotel parking lot. Well, when news spread of this unidentified person, the town of Biloxi became very interested because they feared these were the remains of Peggy. But the state crime lab returned a report that dashed those hopes, because this woman had been deceased for only 3 to 4 months, which would be too short amount of time to be Peggy. Also was the fact that this unidentified woman was too young to be her, and their heights and dental records were different. Peggy would never be found, and it's thought she was killed by the Dixie Mafia. But the identity of this person wasn't the only mystery. The location was very odd as well, because in the thicket along the fence line sat an old abandoned home that had been abandoned for many years and had even caved in. The land actually belonged to an employee at the sheriff's department who used a neighboring field to grow cucumbers, which indicated that someone from out of town most likely drove until they found a safe rural place to dump the body, as most locals knew that the property here belonged to a member of law enforcement and would not likely dump a body there. Meanwhile, further investigations would be done upon the body, and it was found that the Jane Doe, now named Miss Wiggins, was between 32 and 45 years old, 5'3" and 5'6", with reddish-brown hair. She also had expensive dental work done and possibly suffered a back injury in a car accident as a teenager, although she was also deemed athletic, so it could have been a sports injury. She was also likely to have been tied up and strangled. As far as who she was, or what she was doing here, there's been various theories. Of course, the one that always gets brought up was she was a sex worker, but not everyone agreed with this. There was actually an early theory that Miss Wiggins was a wealthy woman who had a career in public relations. Where they got this idea is not really elaborated on. Others believed she was a dancer or performer from Vegas, citing one of the only clues, that of a torn piece from an entertainment publication called The Las Vegas Mirror, dated March 14, 1980, which was found in her pocket. Also, her being a dancer could explain the back injury, as spinal stress injuries are common among dancers. And with very little else to go on, the case went cold for years, when police would get an interesting phone call in 2013, that from a local resident, Christy Johnson, who teaches forensics at the University of Southern Mississippi. She had actually investigated cold cases for other law enforcement agencies in the state, and she was passionate about solving Miss Wiggins' case. She had actually learned about it from an officer in a different county, and after looking into it, she was sucked in. She dove in, following old leads using new forensic tools. She re-interviewed witnesses like the boys that had found the remains, as well as the old detectives, and also digging through old file cabinets looking for every little piece of data she could find. In the decades since her taking on the case, she has compiled a detailed binder on Miss Wiggins, from medical examiner reports, facial reconstructions, DNA profiles, and other forensics. Othram Labs would do their thing, and were finally able to determine an origin for the woman. She was half Brazilian, and then half Syrian or half Lebanese, which is a bit of a surprise, and it's led to speculation that Miss Wiggins was an immigrant, or child of immigrants, or possibly just a traveler, which is actually quite possible, because New Orleans, a big tourist destination, is only about an hour-and-a-half drive from Wiggins, and it fit a theory that the original detectives had on this case, which was Miss Wiggins and the Harrison County Jane Doe an unidentified woman's remains that were found just a month after Miss Wiggins and just 30 minutes away in neighboring Harrison County could be connected, and the murderer could have picked both of these women up in New Orleans and then transported them to rural dumping grounds in Mississippi. As far as familial DNA goes, no relatives have been found yet, but Johnson and law enforcement are holding out that the right person submits their DNA and solves this 40-year-old mystery soon. In the time we have been covering mysteries on this channel, we have looked at some weird graves and tombs, but there may be no more controversial grave we have covered than the mystery grave in Van Buren, Arkansas. The grave is a bit unusual, and it's enclosed with old stones and is clearly very old. Actually, it's even older than the town, and nobody actually knows how it got there. And since this is a pretty straightforward mystery, I'll jump right into the theories. The first, and maybe most often talked about person who is buried here, is a member of the Hernando de Soto expedition, the famous Spanish explorer who paraded all up and down the South in 1542, becoming the first European to ever do so, before dying on the banks of the Mississippi. De Soto's route, at best, is heavily debated, since the chronicles are kind of vague, although some historians believe they made it to the Arkansas River Valley. It's even possible they did make it to Van Buren. In fact, a plaque was once attached to the footstone that suggested it was one of De Soto's men, but that disappeared sometime before 2010. But even if they did make it here, who's to say they would have buried someone here? Outside the fact the grave is really old, there's not much really else to go by, although the grave is oriented in the typical east-west alignment, with the head of the grave facing east, as traditional Christian burials have been for a long time, which has left the door open for other researchers, the more fringe ones, like the ones who believe the Vikings were traveling across America hundreds of years before the Spanish. It seems some believe the Vikings made it to Arkansas as well. A lot of this goes back to the Heavener runestone found in Oklahoma, which we have discussed in a prior video. The stone is alleged to be made by Vikings, and that stone is only about a 50-minute drive from Van Buren. It's also directly upriver from Paris, Arkansas, which is home to another runestone, and proponents of this theory state that the Vikings were already in the area and they just used these big stones around the grave. Another theory was that it was actually from the La Salle expedition carried out by the French in 1682 and holds the remains of 2 men from that journey. Others claim it is a Native American grave, possibly the final resting place of a Christianized Cherokee. Others pitch a more grounded theory that the grave is part of and clearly aligned with other graves in the plot of the Thompson family, one of the earliest pioneer families in Van Buren, and it also has a crude inscription resembling a Masonic compass and square, albeit upside down. Finally, some researchers state that the stone-style grave is really not that unique, and they can be found throughout the South, especially ones from the 1820s, as it was a common practice on the frontier to do this to keep animals from digging up the remains, which has led to the more boring theory that this was actually a person who died in the 1820s and was a Mason and probably a member of the Thompson family. November 26, 1977, South Knoxville, Tennessee. 2 teenage boys would go out for a hike near the Cherokee Trail on a cold morning just a few days after Thanksgiving. As they made their way up the path, the two would discover a morbid sight. There, on the trail, lay a dead body, but not in the way you might imagine. I mean, the boys could obviously tell it was a murder, but the details were especially terrible. The man's head was taken off at the shoulders, the hands were severed a few inches above the wrist, the legs just a few inches above the knees, with 2 deep gashes across the chest and 1 wound to the upper arm, which is probably made to remove a tattoo or some kind of identifying mark. And finally, the victim's genitals had been removed. At first, Knoxville detectives speculated that the man may have been cut up by chainsaw, but dropped this theory upon closer examination because they soon realized it had been done with a fine-toothed saw. Regardless, the missing body parts were never recovered, and obviously, they assumed that it had been done to hide identification, except for the genitals, which suggested a very personal motive, most likely jealousy. Also at the scene was a length of rope found wrapped around the torso, as well as bloodstains and marks on the ground, which suggested the murder occurred somewhere else and the body was dumped here. The medical examiner was also able to determine that the person had been deceased for only about 6 to 8 hours, but the mystery was twofold: who was responsible for this, and who was the victim? The latter question would be answered first, maybe, because shortly after the murder made local news, a missing persons report was filed for a man named Paul Wayne Hurst, but detectives weren't sure the two were connected because authorities originally assumed the unidentified victim was in his 30s and maybe even younger due to the youthful-looking torso, while Paul Wayne Hurst was 54. But this could be explained though, because you see, Paul Wayne Hurst was a former Gold Gloves welterweight boxing champion, and he exercised religiously every morning and had an excellent diet. He also spent much of his time coaching and mentoring young boxers, so now that the investigators knew they had a much older man who kept himself in top shape, they deemed it was most likely the body belonging to Hurst. This would be made official a week later when the medical examiner compared spinal x-rays of the torso to that of Hurst, who had been treated for a back injury years earlier. Although some were confident it was Hurst, the case would be slowed down by second guessing by authorities and family members as to whether it was actually Paul or not. It led to the body being exhumed less than a year later. Still, investigators looked for motives to murder Paul and couldn't find any. He had founded a youth boxing program and was well known as a mentor and was loved by the students he had taught. The 54-year-old could still handle himself well too, and whoever was responsible almost certainly had to use a weapon and did not take him on physically. Within the first 2 months, detectives would interview more than 100 people, but the case had not made any progress. Then it would slow down even more because Paul's son, Sonny, would hire 2 private investigators, and they, along with the coroner and the Hurst family doctor, all stated without a shadow of a doubt the body in the grave was not Paul Hurst. This was in spite of the fact that the torso shared the same rare O-negative type blood. While Paul's family pointed out there was evidence of a hernia operation that had taken place on the torso, while Paul had never had one. The body also had an extra nipple on the right side, while Paul only had one. With DNA testing a long ways off, the arguing would continue. What could be said either way, though, was Paul would never be seen again, so detectives continued to work on that angle and once again began looking for motives. His own son would quit his job as an insurance adjuster and became a licensed private eye who spent years running down leads. He uncovered vague rumors that it involved organized crime, but none of these panned out, although it was actually around this same time that another local resident named Ronnie Sellers, who had been a student of Paul's, would begin a campaign of posting flyers and walking around with signs that read, "The torso of 1977 was not Paul Hurst." Apparently, Sellers had fought a then unknown up-and-coming boxer named Sugar Ray Leonard in 1973 and almost beat him. He implied that Paul's disappearance was related to that, or more specifically, the organized crime involved with that. The sheriff's department, however, looked a bit closer to home. They found out that just 2 months before the murder, Paul and his wife Reba had divorced, yet they still lived together and slept in different rooms. She told detectives that they had went to dinner on Tuesday night and then Paul took a week off from his job to go on a trip, which he did not share the details of. She did not see him again and only knew he was missing after his brother reported him so the following Monday. She didn't say much of anything else, other than Paul came and went as he pleased. They did seize items from the home, such as a saw, hatchet, mattress, and bed. The FBI examined them, but the lab tests were inconclusive. Meanwhile, detectives found a surprising thing about Paul's life that many did not know about. He was pretty socially active. He apparently had several girlfriends. Women loved him and just couldn't get enough. And he apparently was getting phone calls from these ladies at home, whom he shared with his ex. And detectives would soon find that his other son, Steve, was upset about his father's affairs and actually bugged the home phone at his mother's request to listen in to the conversations he was having with these women. Detectives would interview both wife and son again, but it never went anywhere. The case would go cold for about 8 years, when in 1985, a FBI special agent based in Knoxville would come forward with information. Apparently, he had a confidential informant who told him that he went to junior college with the same son who bugged his phone, as well as a strange individual known as Richard Russell. This man was said to have had a short temper and drank heavily, and apparently always carried a handgun, and claimed he was a mercenary in Vietnam. One night when out drinking, this mysterious individual would make the claim that he killed Paul Hurst for messing around with his girlfriend. The case file never elaborates on how serious the sheriff's office took this information, though. It's been over 4 decades since the infamous Knoxville torso murder, and little progress has been made. His son, Sonny, who became a private eye, did eventually come around to the belief that the torso did belong to his father, but has downplayed involvement by his mother or other family members. May 20th, 2018, Asheboro, North Carolina. 28-year-old Nancy Troche-Garcia would take her 6-month-old daughter over to the home of her ex-boyfriend / baby's father to spend time with him. Nancy would then leave, and later that evening would stop by her ex-boyfriend's sister, where she asked if she could help her brother take care of the baby for a while, because Nancy, who was now a United States citizen, needed to travel back to Mexico to visit her mother, who was very sick. The baby's aunt agreed, and Nancy left. But what would play out over the next few days is very curious, because after no one heard from her the next 3 days, a co-worker would eventually call police to do a welfare check, and when they arrived to her apartment, Nancy was nowhere to be found. But obviously the thought was, she must be in Mexico with her mother, right? Well, that was the thing. When authorities were finally able to get into contact with her mom, not only had her mom not seen Nancy, but her mother was not sick at all. In fact, her mother would tell police that she last spoke to Nancy about a week before she disappeared, and she was acting normal and didn't mention anything about visiting. Her family began to fear the worst, and soon they thought something must have happened in Mexico, but there was no record of her getting on a flight, nor did her vehicle even cross the border. Investigators would soon request the phone records of Nancy, and found out that she made a few phone calls after her disappearance. Some of these were to an out-of-state number. They also eventually had access to her Google account, which showed her Google Maps that she used to go to a dealership in Madison, North Carolina, about 55 minutes away. However, there was no record that she actually purchased anything at the car lot, nor did the salesman remember her. The Google account also revealed he was logged into once in January 2019, almost a year after her disappearance. And the strange part? It was about 30 miles from her hometown in Mexico, where her mother was at. After contacting authorities in Mexico, nothing panned out. Her family, of course, have stated she would not have left her daughter willingly, citing the baby was born premature and was still breastfeeding. Meanwhile, detectives state there is no evidence of foul play occurring, and that it is one of the most puzzling cases they have ever had. And other than Nancy telling her ex and his sister that she was going to Mexico, she told no one else anything of the sort. In the time since, police have conducted interviews with Nancy's ex, his family, Nancy's friends, and numerous other people in her life, and not one lead has came from this. And there has also not been any sightings or traces of her since the day she left. January 1977, Jasper County, Mississippi will play host to our very next bizarre cryptid story, because according to the Jasper County newspaper, a farmer in the Nazarene community would go out one morning to feed his pigs when he noticed one of them had its ears sheared off completely. The removal was so fine, it was remarked that it could have been done with scissors. This would be followed upon the next night when another hog was attacked. But the predator was not done, because it happened a third night in a row. However, this time, the farmer, Joseph Dixon, was waiting, and when he heard the commotion, he looked out to see an animal standing next to the pen. He first described it as being a canine, but bigger than the biggest German Shepherd. Actually, he would even say he was bigger than the biggest dog he had ever seen. And if it stopped here, that would be one thing, but the attacks continued, because a week later, his neighbor, Calvin Martin, would wake up to find one of his pigs had its ears pulled out completely. The attacks led to a pretty tense situation among the farming community, as the beast ended up hitting 9 different farms over the next few weeks. The animal was never seen close, but going by Dixon's description, in several large canine tracks that were found leaving farms, it was some kind of dog-type creature. The ones who did catch glimpses of it, though, stated it was a canine with black fur, 6 feet long, and standing waist-high to a man. Whatever it was Its jaws were strong enough to bite the head off of a 50-pound hog, which it did in at least one attack, and in another attack, it tried to decapitate a 300-pound hog, but eventually gave up and just tore its ears out. Law enforcement took the report seriously, and soon they found a pack of small feral dogs that were either part of a pack with this huge cryptid, or they simply were following it at a distance, and then eating the leftovers. But they never got close to whatever was behind the pig ear attacks, and it's unknown where the cryptid went to next. Lake Okeechobee of South Florida covers 730 square miles, which makes it the 10th largest body of fresh water in the U.S., but it's one of the most shallow in the country, averaging around 9 feet deep. It's had a long connection to the weird and unexplained phenomena going back for decades, and that might be why many Native Americans never settled in large numbers near the lake. It was actually the early settlers that would first call this place home, and it's these settlers that would first give us accounts of our next mystery, because prior to 1910, the earliest pioneers would report finding human skeletons in the shallows around the southern end of the lake. Fishermen would also report pulling up skulls in their nets, claiming there were so many that during times of low water, it was like looking down at a pumpkin patch. By the early 1900s, a surveyor was sent to clear the land on Grassy Island, where he documented finding more than 50 skeletons covered with just a couple of inches of sand. And this was not a case of burials either, because this spot he was standing used to be a lake bottom, but the water level was dropped by a drainage canal. By 1918, the water level in the lake would drop to an all-time low due to a drought, and revealed hundreds of human remains laying around in the silt below. They had not been laid there in an orderly fashion either, for example, like a burial. No, they were scattered, and the bones belonged to adults and children alike. So, where in the world have all these remains came from? Well, the first theory was an obvious one, an ancient hurricane. However, one problem with this was the fact that prior to 1900, few people lived around Lake Okeechobee, which seemingly rules out mass casualties from a flood or storm. The next theory that would be brought up would be the Seminole Wars, which was actually a set of 3 conflicts taking place between 1816 and 1858, and involved the United States fledgling government and the Seminoles and their allies. But only one skirmish took place near the lake, and that was the 1837 Battle of Lake Okeechobee, which resulted in 30 dead total, thus ruling it out. Interestingly, there are no Spanish accounts of the bones, and historians believe they actually go back for thousands of years, while some speculate that it's the remains of a huge Indian village that was wiped out by warfare or disease. But that opens up another question. Where are all the artifacts and pottery from this huge village? There are none found in the area, suggesting there was no village. Another theory brought up is that a local tribe traveled to the lake to dispose of their dead over a period of years as part of a ritual, and then anchored them to the bottom of the lake. But this contradicts the bones being scattered. After this, the theories get a little more out there, with one suggesting that 200 Seminole warriors slit their throats and launched themselves into the water to avoid being captured by the American forces. But this story is usually just taken as a legend, and it's not even sure that the story was supposed to have happened at the lake. Others cite a legendary lost tribe that was referenced by other Native Americans, and then you get the paranormal ones like refugees from Atlantis or aliens. January 30th, 2019, Parkersburg, West Virginia. John DiMarino would walk into a local bar wearing his red hoodie and a beanie. The 51-year-old had gotten divorced only 5 months earlier and had moved back in with his mother, and it was his mother's vehicle that brought him to the bar that night. He would find a place to sit, lay down his iPhone and car keys, and order a beer. Around midnight, after drinking half of it, he got up and walked off. The employee thought John had went to the restroom, but he never returned. This would be the beginning of a sad mystery with very little info, because after John got up to walk away, he would never be seen again. He did not contact anybody else, which was definitely a bad sign because he stayed into constant contact with his children, one a high school senior the other in college. After a short time of not reaching out to anyone, he was quickly reported missing, and it would be 4 days later that the vehicle he was driving, which belonged to his mother, was found 3.5 hours away in Conneaut, Ohio. The car was found sitting at a Love's truck stop. The vehicle was unlocked, and there were no signs that anything had been taken. The car contained a cell phone charger, an empty bag of chips, and change in the cup, but otherwise in clean condition, and it was not processed for a potential crime. Instead, it was hauled back to his mother's. Police have stated the foul play can't be ruled out, and that the car may have been driven there to throw off the police, but it's also worth noting that he had been staying with his mother in Spencer, which was an hour south of Parkersburg, in the opposite direction of where the car was found. But having said all that, investigators have stated with the technology available today, it's hard for someone to just vanish, even if they're trying to do so intentionally. The cell phone data was looked at, and was found that the last known ping came from a tower near Elizabeth, which is about halfway between the bar and the town his mother lived in. But the strange thing that goes against him disappearing voluntarily was he had just bought tickets to a basketball game where him and his son had plans to attend. As far as motives go, well, there's not any. He didn't have a criminal history or any run-ins with the law, which has left many to speculate that he never left that bar to begin with. In fact, the key part in all this is the one employee who stated that going by the direction John was walking in, he assumed he was going to the restroom. Is it possible that version of events did not really happen? Is it possible that John had more than a half a beer like the employee claimed? Did he have way too much and an accident occurred and was covered up? Then his car was driven over 3 hours away to throw off investigators. Or maybe he walked out of the bar at midnight and something happened in the parking lot. Or maybe something happened wherever he stopped to get chips. But it's important to note that although law enforcement could not rule out foul play, they also stated there was no signs of it. So is it possible that John, going through a divorce and living with his mother at 51, just wanted to start over somewhere else? It would seem not likely considering the tight relationship he had with his kids, but it seems no one has an answer. In 2018, author Simon Young would publish a book that he had spent the past few years working on. This book, well, it was a strange one. It was called The Fairy Census, 2014 to 2017, and the work was just a collection of fairy experiences that he had collected from numerous people. The quote-unquote census came from an online survey where he asked people that had experiences with the mythical creature to fill out a form. The witness would then record their gender, the year that took place, age, location, how the actual encounter went, etc., etc. In doing this, he would take the most credible sightings and encompass them into this book, and it's here we explore our next mystery, because one of these accounts came from Arkansas. The person surveyed was now an adult woman who recalled being a teen in the 1990s in a forest in Arkansas. The town was not documented. She would reveal that on this afternoon, her and her little sister, who was 6 years old, were playing in the woods behind their grandparents' home with the family dog. She would state that their grandparents' property was pretty good sized, so they often went to the back side of the yard to explore. It was a hilly area with a good-sized creek that ran through it where the girls played at often. But this day, her 6-year-old sister was out ahead of her, and off to the right, over the top of the hill and down the creek she went. Meanwhile, the dog stayed back with her. As she started to walk after her sister, her dog would stop immediately and stare. The dog then leaned against her and its hair stood up, but he didn't bark or growl. He just kept staring to the left. Now this girl knew her sister went to the right, so she wasn't sure exactly what the dog was looking at to the left, but it didn't take her long to find out, because when she started looking around to the area where her dog was staring, she seen a woman wearing a long white dress that began to walk towards her, and in spite of leaves being on the ground, there was no crunching. Actually, there was no noise at all. It was completely silent and still. The birds, wind, and everything in the forest just stopped. It was eerily quiet. The so-called fairy was beautiful. She glowed a little and was brighter than everything else around her. Her hair was a dark blonde color and was long and loose. and she wore a long white dress. She would look at the young girl and smile and wave, who stated she felt shocked and just kept staring at her. Her dog finally made a bit of noise and pushed up against her leg more. It was this that caused her to look down at him, and when she looked back up, the fairy was gone. The report would go on to mention that her younger sister never seen a thing. Fairy sightings are not reported as often as ghosts or other paranormal experiences, but they do get reported quite a bit, and they've been reported just as long as ghost sightings have. In fact, one account from 1797 in Ireland reported seeing a huge number of fairies marching in military formation, and that is not unusual either, as a lot of reported sightings involve multiple fairies. So what's going on? Well, in this one, there's actually a pretty good theory. Charles Bonnet syndrome is a medical condition that stems from someone that loses some or all their vision. It can cause them to have hallucinations, and it's pretty common with different types of vision loss. What happens is when people lose their vision from disease or age-related issues, their visual system doesn't process new images, so the brain fills in the void by making up images or recall stored images for you to see. This results in people seeing things from patterns of lines to imaginary creatures like dragons and fairies. It's not stated in this account from Arkansas, but I do wonder if this young girl, who is now an adult woman recalling the story, had vision issues. If so, that would explain what she's seen. But you still have the people that believe seeing fairies comes from a supernatural ability to see things others cannot, and that these fairies are possibly spirits of the dead, or possibly even angels. Others believe the whole thing was a fabricated account. Lake Charles, Louisiana, May 10th, 1973, 8:59 a.m. The Lake Charles police dispatcher would get a call from a horrified customer at a children's shoe store. The woman had walked in to buy some shoes for her kids, but what she found was a woman lying on the floor, moaning and bleeding profusely. Officers and an ambulance were immediately dispatched to the scene. When they walked in, they found the owner of the store, Marion Pierce, laying on the floor. Her face was covered in blood, while her head was resting in a pool of blood. It was pretty gruesome. Her injuries had been caused by blunt force trauma. Detectives would begin the task of going over the scene, and found a fierce struggle had taken place. The shoe stand was knocked down and broken, and there was blood on 2 boxes on a bench. During the medical exam, Marion also was found to have large bruises on her shoulders and upper arms, suggesting whoever done this had forcibly tried to hold her still. Unlike other cases we have looked at, this one actually came up with a wealth of clues. In Marion's purse was found a bloody fingerprint on her wallet. Then, there was a lone cigarette on the corner of the porch of the store. They also found an empty cigarette pack inside, but even more eerie was there was one lit cigarette still sitting in an ashtray inside the store. Now detectives felt strongly that the customer who had walked in had interrupted the assault, prompting the criminal to flee out the back. Investigators would also find a cloth money bag which had been emptied, as well as finding that money had been taken from the register. But all this still did not amount to over $200, making investigators question if robbery was really the motive. In spite of the brutality of the attack, Marion held on for a while. She was taken to a local hospital where she was listed in critical condition. Sadly, she never regained consciousness. Unable to describe her attacker, she passed away 2 days later at the age of 42, leaving 6 children behind. The difficult task of finding the perpetrator now began, and unlike some investigations we cover, the Lake Charles PD went all out. First, they wanted to find that weapon, so they cut the grass of numerous nearby yards and fields in order to search for it. They then drained a canal near the store, and nothing was found. For the next 2 days, they set up roadblocks driving by the store, where they took down every license plate with the assumption that the drivers would take that same route the same time every day. And this was not because they thought the suspect was going to drive by. What they hoped was that these drivers would recall seeing something odd in the area on the day of the murder. Meanwhile, they began extensive questioning, starting around the store and moving out into the surrounding neighborhoods. The investigation was huge, but sadly led to nothing. The case went cold, and in 2016, New DNA analysis was performed on the remaining evidence, and nothing has came from this thus far either, leaving many to wonder who exactly would do this and why. Was it really a robbery, or was there a more deviant motive? Decades ago in the tiny community of Calvary, Georgia, a population of around 130 would play host to this next bizarre, unexplained phenomenon. The story would begin on a Friday afternoon in the spring, when a couple of young boys had just gotten out of school. The two, who were cousins, were walking down the old country road, laughing and talking when they passed the Piedmont Primitive Baptist Church, one of the oldest churches in the state. It's here they would notice on the opposite side of the church, where the graveyard was, a burial taking place, and this funeral was impressive, one the caliber never seen in the area before. The procession was led by a blue wagon, being drawn by 2 white mules, while the mourners walked along wearing nothing but black. The entire scene was silent. Not even could the mule-drawn cart be heard. Then, coming up from behind the mourners, were the rest of the procession, which was made up of various colors of the rainbow, where they all moved and spread out across the cemetery yard, again in complete silence. Once through the grave, they stopped, lifted the coffin from the wagon, and lowered it into the grave, and then began to fill it with dirt. Soon, they re-entered the wagon, and the buggies moved off, passing over other graves and everything else in the way. And then, the whole procession got out onto the road and disappeared into the mist. The young boys were stunned at what they had just seen. They knew all the people, as well as the one being buried. After it vanished into thin air, they would rush home to tell the boy's mother. And here was the eerie catch. His mother forbid him from telling their Uncle Jaye and aunt about this story because in that casket was their little girl, the boy's little cousin, who was very alive and very healthy. But by the following weekend, just 8 days later on Saturday, that young girl would die and be buried, and she would be carried in the same exact manner that they had just witnessed the week before, fulfilling the premonition these 2 young boys had. That story was taken from the Logansport, Indiana Pharaoh's Tribune, dated April 2nd, 1889, and covers a phenomenon that is very rare in America with only a few accounts, but can be found throughout history in Europe, especially the British Isles, Germany, and Switzerland. It's called phantom funerals. It's where someone, or in this case, 2 young boys, witness a funeral procession that is sorta like a preview to a real funeral of a person who is still living. The anomaly can only be seen or heard, but never both at once, which explains why these boys never heard a sound. The accounts typically involve one person from a group witnessing it, usually the person with the gift. They are typically described as passing down the middle of roads and then going to a church where the burial is performed nearby. Witnesses typically describe a feeling of lost time in these events, or at night, seeing balls of light that look like little candles moving with the procession. And of course, the very real funeral that mirrors the phantom one will often take place just a few days later. Explanations for phantom funerals are, of course, usually connected to supernatural events, but there are more mundane theories, such as misidentification. For example, in one of these documented events, what the person really seen was an undertaker who was simply returning home late at night in his hearse, and at a distance gave the illusion that a funeral was taking place. But what these 2 boys seen this day is still unknown. November 21st, 1985, North Augusta, South Carolina, which sits right on the state line with Georgia. Donna Smith would come home from her late work shift around 1 a.m. The tired mother of 2 would quickly go to sleep, knowing she had to wake back up early the next morning since her husband worked day shift. So at 7 a.m., she would get up and make coffee for him, and then check on her 2 children. One of these was 4-year-old Jeremy Grice, whom came from a previous marriage with Father Ray Grice. Donna would peek in to see Jeremy's room and see that the blankets were pulled up like normal. She did not actually see him, but she knew that he always burrowed up under the covers when he slept. So his mother thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. Around 10 a.m., Donna would be awoken by the cries of her baby daughter. After getting up to check on her, she would now go back to check on Jeremy again, and possibly wake him up if he was still asleep. but when she looked into his room, it was like nothing had changed from when she looked 3 hours before. She walked in closer to realize he wasn't there. Soon, she began checking around the house for Jeremy, but could not find one sign of him. She would then place a call to the police to report her missing child, and they responded quickly. A massive air and ground search was carried out, and in particular was 2 ponds nearby that stood out to investigators. They wondered if the young child had gotten out of the house and made his way here and accidentally drowned. These ponds would eventually be drained and showed no signs of the young boy. But why did they even suspect he had wandered off? Well, there's actually a weird reason for that, because Donna's neighbor would come forward and tell police of an odd thing that she had seen that morning, because according to her, at 8:45 a.m., when Donna was asleep and his stepfather was at work, the neighbor would see Jeremy standing at the mailbox. He had his dog and bicycle with him and appeared to be waiting on the school bus. Now, why was this weird? Outside of the obvious, I mean. Well, for one, Jeremy didn't even have school that day, but maybe even more bizarre, the weather that morning was awful, cold and rainy, and almost 3 inches fell between 4 and 9 a.m., and Jeremy was just standing there barefooted without a jacket in the rain. A truly perplexing scene, and this is the one controversial key clue to this whole investigation. Many question why this neighbor, presumably an adult, would not say anything to a 4-year-old standing barefoot without a jacket in the cold in heavily raining conditions. Why didn't she notify the parent or tell the kid to go back in? I guess it's possible she didn't want to be seen as a nosy neighbor. Regardless, it's weird. In fact, Jeremy's mother would later on question this neighbor's version of events, claiming that the dog, who always followed Jeremy, was still in the house when she awoke. She also stated it was odd because he would not just wander outside into severe weather. Similarly, I was able to find one other source that stated police could never substantiate the neighbor's account. Now, why they dismissed it, I could not find. But his family has always stated their belief was that Jeremy was abducted by someone from the local neighborhood. Law enforcement have never said that, but did state the theory was that he was abducted by a non-family member. In fact, detectives looked at serial killer William Downs, who was convicted of killing 2 young boys in 1991 and 1999. He would even admit guilt and was executed in 2006. The latter one occurred in North Augusta, where Jeremy lived. However, William had just confessed the other 2 crimes and was always adamant he was not involved in Jeremy's disappearance, and he was probably telling the truth. He would have been 18 at that time, and while not unusual, most serial killers do not start until their late 20s at the earliest. Also was the fact that he was living about 3 hours away in Albany, Georgia at the time, which is why police have never looked at him as a serious suspect. However, it's been close to 4 decades and no one has any idea what happened to Jeremy, and investigators are not hopeful that we'll ever get a resolution. April 16th, 1968, Sonora, Texas. A ranch hand, out doing some work near a barbed wire fence line, not far from Highway 27, would come across a gruesome scene that almost certainly he was not prepared for. He at first seen blood at the fence gate, to which he followed a trail of to a nearby big tree. Here he found that of a man who had obviously been murdered, 29-year-old Juan Arellano. And while the murder of one man along a desolate highway may not be the most mysterious unsolved crime we have looked at, this one was a long ways from being over, because in the rocks and shrub nearby lay his 5-year-old son, Manuel Jr., 2.5-year-old daughter, Leticia, and 1-year-old son, Eduardo. A few more feet from this, in some brush, lie Juan's 19-year-old sister, Rosa. And finally, about a mile south down the road, in a ditch, was Juan's wife, 25-year-old Monica. Of course, this mass killing was huge news, and a ton of resources would be put up to solve it. Detectives would first canvass the scene, and the carnage was terrible. 2-year-old Leticia had been shot twice between the eyes, but amazingly survived. Manuel Jr. was shot in the head and stabbed, but also remained alive. He would undergo multiple brain surgeries and would be the lone person to make it out of this terror alive, because Leticia would succumb to her wounds 2 days later. The other victims had been beat, stabbed, and shot, and Juan's sister, 19-year-old Rosa, had been assaulted as well. It's one of the most heinous crimes in Texas history. Detectives would try to retrace the family's day and soon found out that early in the morning hours, the family piled into their car to make the nearly 4-hour drive from Mexico to San Angelo, Texas, where they were going to visit relatives. Juan was fluent in English and had been a migrant farm worker for years and expected no trouble, but on their journey, on an isolated part of the road, their vehicle would get a flat. Juan would pull to the side of the road to fix it, and before long, the family was back out on the highway. But crazily, just a few more miles down the road, they sprung another flat. Fortunately, or should I say unfortunately, a good Samaritan showed up to take them 30 miles up the highway to Sonora to get the tire repaired and then returned them to their car. What happened after this has been a mystery for 60 years and is the oldest unsolved mass murder in the country. 5 people murdered, and for what? Robbery or a more deviant motive? Well, that brings us to the only known eyewitness we have, because 2 weeks after the attack, 5-year-old Manuel, who miraculously survived, was finally able to talk to investigators. They knew that after taking them to get their tire patched and then driving them back to their car, that something happened about 8 miles away from where their vehicle sat, which sparked the massacre, and they hoped Manuel could shine some light on it. But what he would tell them only made it more confusing. According to him, the big cowboy, as Manuel called him, was shooting at deer and rabbits out the window on their way back from Sonora, which greatly upset Juan. Now I have to clarify here, I'm not sure if the cowboy was doing this while driving, which upset Juan because of how dangerous it was to do that while driving, especially with his kids in the truck, or if it was just that Juan didn't want him shooting animals around them, or he just didn't want guns around the kids, or maybe he just had a suspicious feeling about the man. Regardless, Juan would try to stop him from shooting and snatch the gun away. This led to a struggle between Juan and the cowboy, and I assume at this point they were parked, because Manuel would say that his father made a run for it and the cowboy shot him in the back before murdering everyone else. Police would then talk to the attendant working at the repair shop, as well as a few other witnesses, one who passed the truck on the highway. Going by these witnesses and Manuel, they would make a sketch of the man and pass it around. They described him as being a white, tall man in his 30s with sandy hair, light eyebrows, and pock marks or a rash on his neck. He also wore a straw cowboy hat, eagle-design boots, and carried a large hunting knife on his belt. He was large, over 6 feet tall, and weighed about 200 pounds. He was also driving a 2-color 1967 Chevy Fleetside pickup truck. Police then brought in several people for interrogation, which led to nothing, and the men questioned would also be viewed by the attendant at the repair shop, as well as the few other witnesses who had seen them, and they all stated this was not the same man that was with the family that day. So police were back to square one. No murder weapon was found, no suspects, not even a person of interest. Over a decade later in 1982, the case was definitely cold, although detectives had accrued over thousands of pages on the case. It would remain this way for another 17 years when in 1999, the Texas Department of Public Safety would get a mysterious tip. The caller stated he knew the identity of the killer. Detectives, unfortunately, were able to run down and finally dismiss this tip and identify the caller as an unreliable source. But that tip did help in sparking a new investigation. Cold case detectives picked up the files and started again, interviewing old witnesses, even the rancher that had found them. They searched tirelessly for the old vehicle, but could not find it, presuming it had been destroyed in a salvage yard. They would also interview the original lead investigator and have saved his sworn statement just in case someone is eventually arrested and taken to trial for the murders. They would even go to Mexico and link back up with Manuel Jr., but he could not provide much help. They also would DNA test pieces of clothing and other physical evidence in hopes of finding the killer. The case would still not be solved, but cold case detectives did make some progress. They now believed more than one person was involved. They also believed a different motive than the original investigators, because the first detectives believed most likely it was a hate crime, followed by the second most likely motive, sexual assault, and finally, theft. But the new cold case detectives reversed this line of thinking. They now thought he was most likely a robbery gone bad, which led to murder and the sexual assault of one victim. Cold case detectives also believed whoever was responsible most likely repeated the offense somewhere else. This case is largely forgotten about in the area now, and although cold case detectives were optimistic when reopening it back in 1999, it seems cold again, as one of the last updates I could find came from 2006, and that detective claimed that while the investigation was not even in the ballpark in 1998, in 2006, they were on third base and were very confident they were close to cracking it. However, that has not been the case. July 1878. The New York Times will pen an interesting article on a very bizarre paranormal encounter. The town, Parkersburg, West Virginia. The people involved, local farmers. According to a telegram sent from Parkersburg to a major Cincinnati newspaper, at around 7 p.m. this hot summer evening, a farmer, after plowing his field for a while, decided to stop and sat down to take a break. While sitting there resting, he would notice something off in the distance, high in the sky, that seemed to be floating towards him and the other farmers in the area. Perplexed, he stood up and watched the object as it got closer and closer, having no idea what he was looking at. But it would become clear to just what this man was seeing, and he could not believe it. It apparently was a horse, and this horse appeared to be making swimming motions high up in the atmosphere. He was thrashing its head and neck from side to side while kicking, like it was trying to remain above water, all the while continuing to ascend up into the air. It was at this point he would yell at the other farmers and told them to look up, and they did, and they too were just as perplexed. Eventually, the few men would watch as the white horse would float off into the ever-increasing night sky. They would then report the whole strange affair to the local newspaper, and soon that account was sent to the Cincinnati newspaper, where it was then picked up by the New York Times. But what exactly happened here? Was it a hallucination? Probably not, since they all seemed the same thing. What about an optical illusion or mirage? This would actually be conceivable, as we have covered the phenomenon before, known as a sundog, which is an atmospheric optical illusion, and it's possible what these men seen was a bright spot beside the sun that resembled a moving horse. The more fanciful theories state it was some kind of cryptid, or perhaps a horse being abducted by a UFO, while the more mundane theories are that of a strange cloud, or that the whole thing was a hoax by the Cincinnati newspaper to drive up sales, as that was not uncommon at the time. August 6th, 1990, 71-year-old Gladys Stella Kidd of Moorhead, Kentucky, was leaving the farm she had for so long called home to a nearby bank. The retired widow had long been telling her children she could no longer manage the farm and had intended to sell it. Her kids understood this and even took her house hunting, although Gladys never seen anything she liked. In fact, she was completely disinterested in the whole process, which was certainly odd, but that was part of the course for the past few months, which had been really strange. For instance, Gladys had already put the farm on the market and sold it before she even told her children. But it's stranger yet, because in the preceding 2 years, the elderly lady had gotten a boyfriend, and while that's not so odd, the fact is, this boyfriend wanted to keep their relationship a secret. The mysterious person would often call Gladys at the home she shared with other family, and if anyone answered the phone other than her, this person would immediately hang up and then call right back, at which point Gladys would rush to pick up the phone before anyone else could. There, she would rush out to meet this boyfriend at a hidden, undisclosed location, I assume, for a quick lover's rendezvous. Her family would state later that this boyfriend was a factor in the growing distance between Gladys and her family, and obviously, they did not like it. But Gladys refused to give any info about this secret lover, other than to say the family did know him, and they would be surprised on finding out who it was. So as I mentioned, the whole background to this one was odd, but it gets worse, because as we come back to the 6th, as Gladys is leaving her home and going to the bank to collect on her now sold farm, the bank associate would be taken aback to hear Gladys decline a cashier's check, and instead insisted on getting cash from the bank. The associate pleaded with Gladys to not take the money, citing the danger, but she insisted, and the bank had no choice, and handed her over $80,000. The 71-year-old would then gather her clothing and a file cabinet, throw it in her car and leave. Her family was understandably hurt and confused, and even a little worried, and it only got worse when her car was found in town with the keys left inside, meaning someone had picked her up. But 17 days later, Gladys would write them a letter, which was postmarked from Lexington, about an hour away. She had sent them to her 2 daughters and her son, with the one to her son being a bit mysterious. It read, "Don't try to find me. I would just leave. Don't spend money trying. Love, Mom." The kids were now super alarmed. The writing was definitely similar to hers, but Gladys, who only had a 4th grade education, seemingly wrote the letters perfect, and it was not characteristic of her as she struggled with writing and reading. They also found it weird that she would just abandon them, but more importantly, her grandchildren, who she cherished. Furthermore, Gladys had never traveled much, leaving Kentucky only a handful of times in her life. Her family and friends all agreed it wasn't adding up, especially when her Social Security checks were uncollected and her driver's license was not renewed. Her family would file a missing persons report that led to nowhere, and the case went cold. It would take 17 years when in October 2007, law enforcement would take backhoes and dig at an undocumented location in the local area. Apparently, whoever owned the property before would never allow police to dig there, but now since the bank owned it, they allowed it. However, this dig found nothing. Of course, the key thing in all this one is, who was the secret boyfriend? And did something nefarious happen? Or did Gladys and a man run off to live their golden years together? That one was doubtful, because police do suspect foul play. As far as who, well, there's not a lot on this one, but there is a little speculation. For one, Gladys was big into church, leaving some to question, is it possible someone from church was having an affair with her and the two ran off together? The thing against this is, nobody else from the church disappeared, which means someone from her church would have had to pick her up in that parking lot, taken her somewhere else, and killed her, and then took her money and continued to go to the same church like nothing ever happened. I mean, it's possible, but that one seems like a stretch. Also, it's worth noting, her church family also knew of her secret boyfriend, and it's a good possibility, if an affair was going on at the church, someone would have known who this man was. Others point to a totally different direction altogether. What if Gladys had found a younger man, a much younger man, and the two began a secret relationship to avoid judgment about their age gap, and maybe this young man had more in mind than love or an affair, and carefully planned out the whole thing from the start, from getting her to sell her property, taking cash only, and meeting him at that parking lot, where he then done something to her. Of course, there's no proof of this, unless it's something being kept secret by the police, but if that is the case, this person would still be plenty young enough to convict. June 18th, 1953. Young Houston housewife Hilda Walker was sitting on the porch of her home along with her neighbor Judy Meyer, 14, and Howard Phillips, 33. It was a humid night and the neighborhood was quiet, but that would not be the case for long, because about 25 feet away in Hilda's sight, she would see something she could not explain. Across the lawn was a huge shadow. She at first thought it was the magnified reflection of a big moth flying under a nearby streetlight, but all of a sudden, the shadow jumped up quickly into a pecan tree. This is when the other two, Judy and Howard, would notice as well. This being that jumped into the tree was shaped like a man about 6.5 feet tall, with huge bat wings on its back that folded at the shoulders. The man, who appeared to be Caucasian, was wearing gray or black skin-tight clothes, a black cape, and quarter-length boots, sorta like Batman, with a strange yellow glow that shined around him. They were stunned, and just stared at it for 30 seconds while this individual swayed on a tree branch. Soon, the light began to fade, and the being vanished, which caused the young, terrified Judy to let out a scream. Right after, a loud swooshing noise would go over the housetops and across the street, and the three would see a white flash of a tornado-shaped object. They would then see another flash of light rise from another tree and then take off like a jet, leaving a mysterious white flame and smoke that emitted behind the creature before it disappeared over the horizon. Hilda was so scared, she would go to the police the next morning to fill out a report. The account would go down to be known as the Houston Batman and would be the most famous sighting of the cryptid, although there would be similar accounts of flying humanoids across Texas and Mexico in the years that followed, as well as one in the 90s when there was an instance of multiple employees at a Houston theater claiming to have witnessed a gigantic helmeted man crouching on the rooftop looking down at them, which some try to connect to the original sighting. Many have compared this to the Mothman sightings, going as far as to call it the Houston Mothman. As far as theories go, some suggest, well, that it was a cryptid, maybe even one linked to the Mothman. Some have a more outer space belief, stating that the being was really an alien. And finally, it's just a good possibility that the whole thing was a hoax pulled on Hilda by a man in a suit. If you are watching this video, chances are you've heard the name Edgar Cayce, aka the Sleeping Prophet of Kentucky, who would go on to translate states and give numerous predictions to several people over his lifetime, and sometimes he would just give general predictions for the world. Depending on who you talk to, the controversial Edgar Cayce was either a truly gifted man or nothing more than a fraudulent charlatan. But did you know there was another prophet not far from where Cayce lived? In fact, this prophet made one huge prediction that, as insane as it was, absolutely came true. John Hendricks was born right after the Civil War on November 9th, 1865, in Anderson County, Tennessee. In his 20s, he would marry and become a father, remained in the area, and built a farm at a place called Bear Creek Valley. By 1900, he had 4 children and life was great, but that year, his 2-year-old daughter would pass away from diphtheria, which is a bacteria-caused disease, in a time when antibiotics were still a ways off. The blow was more than John's wife Julia could take. She became angry at John because shortly before the child got sick, John had spanked her for misbehaving. Julie was convinced that this is what caused her sickness. She would resent John forever, taking the other 3 children, divorcing him, and getting remarried in Arkansas. John was now distraught. He had lost everything in a very quick amount of time. He soon began to look into religion, then found himself dipping into mysticism. He would often go out into the woods to pray, and at one point, he would claim to hear a loud voice telling him to stay in the woods for 40 days and nights, and he did, living in the East Tennessee forest, sleeping on the ground, praying every day for guidance. When he finally completed his 40 days, he would still continue to go into the woods to pray, and he began having visions that he told his neighbors about, and as you can imagine, this left them a little bit worried, and they eventually reported him to local authorities, who declared him insane. He was then sent to a poor farm, which was a place before Social Security you could take the poor or homeless residents to, that was a farm where they would work in exchange for food and shelter, albeit the rules were very strict and the accommodations weren't much. John did not like this and would eventually escape, and it was here he made his first accurate prediction. He claimed that in a vision, God had shown him the farm was going to burn down within the next month, and a few weeks later, he was struck by lightning and burned down to the ground, just as he predicted. But, as spooky as that is not the prediction that would put him in the history books. We have to go back to 1900, when he spent that 40-day period in the woods, where he later told his neighbors about the visions he's seen, the same neighbors that would eventually report him to authorities. Well, one of these eerily came true. He would tell these neighbors that this little valley they now stood in would one day be filled with buildings and factories that would go towards winning the biggest war mankind would ever see, and that there would be a city on Black Oak Ridge where engines will dig big ditches and thousands of people will be running back and forth every day. Buildings that will lead to a great noise and confusion, and the earth will shake. In that part of the country now sits Oak Ridge, one of the sites used in the Manhattan Project during World War II, and whose atomic bombs were used in 1945. John would die 15 years after he made this prediction, never seeing that the vision he had had would really come true some 30 years later. So did John really see into the future? Or did he just make enough predictions that one finally stuck? Even if that was the case, it was still pretty good. July 15th, 1984. 28-year-old Donna Ogletree Johnson would leave her home in the rural county of Lamar, Georgia. She had intended just to go to a nearby dumpster where she would throw away some trash. Along with her, she took her 2 small dogs and did not expect to be gone very long. But like a lot of cases we have covered, Donna would indeed not return. It would be a little bit before her husband Jimmy would become alarmed and began calling other family members and friends to see if anyone had heard from her. When it turned out nobody had, her family and friends would begin a search for her. Within a few hours, Donna's nephew would find her vehicle abandoned at a dumpster with her 2 small dogs still inside. He would rush back to tell the family, and a phone call was made to the police because they knew this was uncharacteristic of Donna. Lamar County would dispatch Deputy Renee M. Hood, who arrived to the scene at 4:40 p.m. And Renee, well, she knew Donna, as it was a pretty small town, and Donna worked at a local pharmacy, and many people knew her. Deputy Hood immediately knew something was terribly wrong and would call back to the sheriff's department, knowing there would need to be a search done, and done quickly. And the county, to their credit, responded. A search party was organized in a short amount of time, and they began to drive all over the area or hike into the woods when needed. They searched all over. Unfortunately, it started to rain, and I'm not talking about a quiet little rainy evening. No, this was a downpour. Actually, it was one of the biggest rainstorms to roll through the area in a long time. It was that bad. But law enforcement persisted, and before long, at 8:52 p.m., Donna was found 3 to 4 miles down an abandoned logging road. She was deceased, and more shockingly, she had been bound and gagged and left in the rain-filled muddy vehicle tracks. Unfortunately, the heavy rainfall had washed away much of the potential evidence, and if this was all there was to the case, it would be sad enough on its own. But this one is simply awful, and if you're squeamish, I suggest skipping to the end, because Donna was brutalized, described as the worst murder in Lamar County history, and one of the worst in Georgia history, and it's what sets it apart from other murders. She had been overpowered and hogtied by someone who knew a lot about knots, possibly a former Boy Scout, sailor, or rodeo hand. She was then gagged with her bra and panties and beaten unmercifully, most likely when it was discovered she was on her menstrual period, because the perp or perps, instead of physically assaulting her, they defiled her with a metal rod instead. As bad as this was, she had still survived up to that point, so the degenerate got into a vehicle and ran over her, but Donna still refused to die. That's when the suspect would finally take a small hatchet or some kind of similar tool and would end her life by striking her in the skull. Detectives, who were horrified, would state this was not a domestic dispute or angry boyfriend or angry husband, nor was it about money, or heck, even about sex. This was a thrill killing by a sick individual who wanted to see her suffer. The investigators at the scene, as well as a few journalists who were given access to the crime scene photos, describe it as the worst they have ever witnessed. Despite the heavy rain, her clothes appeared dry, which meant she had only been dumped here. She had severe damage to her shoulder, and the waist of her jeans had been cut off with a knife or scissors, leaving her bare and exposed. 2 deep wounds were found in her thigh and bruising on her back, while her hands and feet were bound behind her. The tire tread on her back also matched the one left at the scene. Detectives said it was the handiwork of an extremely violent person or persons, so with that, you would think that this person would have to be captured, right? Well, unfortunately, police had a hard time finding leads. First, they had the bad luck of the crime scene being just absolutely drenched in a freak rainstorm, and when they were not getting anywhere, frustration set in, and finger-pointing began. The district attorney tasked with prosecuting the would-be suspect would make claims that by the time he got to the scene, people had trampled all over the evidence because police didn't contain it properly. But law enforcement disputed this, stating that once the body was found, an officer blocked off the scene until investigators arrived, which only took a few minutes, and as you might imagine, the community was now on high alert. With the savageness of the attack and police seemingly having no idea where to look would of course lead to rumors and gossip, which led to one of the early theories. Turns out there was a well-known place in town called the Mansion, which was nothing more than a drug house. It was a place that known drug users would hang out and was actually used to move massive amounts of drugs throughout the area, which were allegedly brought up right off the boat in Miami and then brought here to circulate. They dealt in marijuana and meth and moved extremely huge amounts through, and the key that possibly links them is a vehicle. See, going back to that search for Donna, one state trooper, after hours of searching in the miserable conditions, would decide to drive back home, and on his way, he just happened to pass the logging road where she was later found. When he was called later that night and told where Donna's body had been recovered, he immediately remembered seeing a green station wagon sitting in the vicinity of where the body had been found. At the time he seen it, he never thought anything of it, but now of course, it stuck out to him, and he would tell investigators, which brings us back to this drug house. Customers here, aka police informants, would tell investigators they would often see a green station wagon along with a green truck parked at the drug house that belonged to a local roofing company. They were known to be on meth and stayed strung out, and most importantly, carried around the roofing hatchets on their belt. And if you're thinking that the state trooper that just happened to drive by the trail where Donna was found is suspicious, well, that's not the case, because remember, she was not killed there. In fact, detectives still don't know where she was tortured and murdered. The body was just dumped there, in the middle of a storm, a perfect storm. The car had been wiped clean of prints too, and pulling off something like that in the broad daylight in an alley where a dumpster sat right next to the road, well, that didn't make sense. Instead, whoever parked the car there did it to stage the scene. But the drug house / roofers theory never panned out, which just allowed more rumors to grow. Soon, one would come from a man who would claim that Donna was killed by 3 men in a trailer. Supposedly, when the wife that lived in the trailer returned, she found all the carpet had been removed, and her husband would tell her they had just cleaned a deer in the trailer and had no choice but to get rid of the now stained carpet, which was obviously suspicious. That must be what the wife thought too, because she left her husband 3 days later and moved to Missouri, while one of the men involved in the so-called deer cleaning fled to Alabama even quicker. But this lead was also followed, and it led to nothing. By 2010, investigators done away with the crazy theories, like the drug house, and instead focused on the brutality of the murder. They believed it was the largest piece of evidence they had, and narrowed down the field to only a few suspects. They further stated that a lot of the old leads they had been chasing were put out there by the killer or killers to throw off law enforcement. They would exhume Donna's body, but could not pull any DNA. But they still have the rope and believe at some point the technology to get DNA from it could potentially happen. As far as suspects go, we only know about one they sorta looked into. This came back in 2005 when the VDOC Society got involved, which is a club made up of some of the best cold case investigators in the country, coming from former FBI profilers, homicide investigators, scientists, psychologists, prosecutors, and coroners. And after 2 decades, after no movement on the case, they would reach out to the sheriff's department and offer their help. After about a year researching it, they would come back and state they believed they had found the man responsible and recommended an arrest be made, although they did admit it was mainly based on a lot of circumstantial evidence. However, Lamar County authorities declined to pursue it, claiming there was nothing there, which was a move that upset some residents, as they speculated the local law enforcement did not want outsiders solving the case. 2020 is the last update we would get, when new details emerged about a man spotted on the road which connected to the logging road where Donna was found. He had been seen multiple times by multiple people between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m., right before she was reported missing. He was spotted in a maroon vehicle with spoked wheels. As far as theories go, there's not many. The investigation didn't have the best conditions to start with, and it led to gossip, which tainted the investigation. Regardless, the original district attorney did speculate that the murder was committed by a serial killer going through the area, or it was just a random one-off event. Others point closer to home and state that it was someone who knew Donna well. Others still think it was someone from that so-called drug house. (1966) Gaffney, South Carolina. During a night patrol of police officers C. Hutchings and A. Husky were driving down a murky rural road at around 4 a.m. As they neared a right angle bend, out of the darkness and into the headlights' view came a metallic object right in front of them. It was spherical, with a wide flat brim around it. They would stop, and the object did as well, just a few feet from the car. Hutchings estimated the object was about 30 feet in diameter. What happened next would make this one of the most intriguing paranormal mysteries from the South, because a small door on the underside would suddenly open without a sound. Then, a short ladder, about 5 feet long, dropped down. White light shined from the inside, which kept the officers from seeing in. A figure then appeared in the doorway and went down the ladder and then slowly walked towards the officers. When it got about 15 feet away, it stopped. The men described it as humanoid in appearance, like that of a 12-year-old boy, about 4 feet tall. No helmet, no headgear, but he was wearing a gold suit with no buttons or zippers. The costume was shining like metal because of the reflection from the car's headlights. The being then asked numerous questions, like why they were dressed the way they were. But when officers asked this being where he was from, he just laughed. Officer Hutchings would claim he could not see the being's feet, although it could be because it was standing in high grass. Both men reported not remembering the full context of the conversation, but stated the alien spoke perfect English. The whole thing took place within 2 to 3 minutes before the being stated, "I will return in 2 days," then turned around, slowly walked back to the ladder and into the object. The ladder was then raised, the door closed, and the craft lifted with a soft whirring sound. It then vanished into the sky. The men went on to report the strange encounter, and a local councilman did go to the site to look and found numerous footprints where the being was said to have stood. This account was then given to John Gill, who was a journalist and ufologist, and of course, the officers, fearing ridicule, never gave full names, and maybe even gave fake last names. There's not much out there about this one. However, he went on to become South Carolina's most famous UFO encounter. As far as theories go, well, obviously, the most likely one is someone was having a laugh at John Gill's expense, but maybe, just maybe, it really happened.